Preface. This treatise on economic theory traces how industrial capitalism has turned into finance capitalism. It claims that the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector has created a kind of balance sheet wealth not by new tangible investment and employment, but financially in the form of debt leveraging and rent extraction. Such rentier gains are an overhead that is overpowering the economy's ability to pay. As a result, the present state of the economy is one of austerity rather than the expanding markets envisioned in earlier epochs. Much like in a radioactive decay process, we are passing through the short-lived and unstable phases of a bubble economy and casino capitalism that now threaten to settle into leaden austerity and debt deflation. This situation confronts society with a choice, either to write down debts to a level that can be paid, or indeed, to write them off with a clean slate, or to permit creditors to foreclose, concentrating property in their own hands, including whatever assets are in the public domain to be privatized, and imposing a combination of financial and fiscal austerity on the population. This scenario will produce a shrinking debt-ridden and tax-ridden economy. The latter is the path that the Western nations are pursuing today. It is the opposite path from that which classical economists advocated and which progressive era writers expected. Their optimistic focus on technological potential was thwarted by the political stratagems of the vested rentier interests fighting back against the classical idea of free markets and economic reforms to free industrial capitalism from the legacy of medieval and even ancient privileges and essentially corrosive, antisocial behavior. This is not a natural or inevitable form of evolution. It is a detour from the kind of economy and indeed free market that classical economists sought to create. With roots in the 13th century schoolmen discussing just price, the labor theory of value was refined as a tool to isolate economic rent as that element of price that had no counterpart in actual or necessary costs of production. Banking charges, monopoly rent, and land rent were the three types of economic rent analyzed in this long classical tradition. These rentier charges were seen as unnecessary and exploitative special privileges carried over from the military conquests that shaped medieval Europe. A free market was defined as one free of such overhead. This classical view of free markets as being free of an unearned free lunch was embodied in the progressive era's financial and tax reforms. But the rentiers have fought back. The financial sector seeks to justify today's deepening indebtedness on the ground that it creates wealth by debt leveraging. The bank's product is debt overhead, after all. The problem is that this leaves debt deflation in its wake as debtors try to pay by reducing their consumption and investment. A shrinking economy falls further into arrears in a debt spiral. The question today is whether a new wave of reform will restore and indeed complete the vision of classical political economy that seemed to be shaping evolution a century ago on the eve of World War I, or whether the epoch of industrial capitalism will be rolled back toward a neo-feudal reaction defending rentier interests. What is up for grabs is how society will resolve the legacy of debts that can't be paid. Will it let the financial sector foreclose, and even force governments to privatize the public domain under distress conditions? Or will it write down debts to what can be paid without polarizing wealth and income, without dismantling government and privatizing the public domain, and without turning tax policy over to financial lobbyists pretending to be objective technocrats? Part I provides a perspective on the financial sector's rise to dominance over the industrial economy. It reviews how classical economists developed the tools to measure how banks and money managers have come to play a role that landlords did in physiocratic and Ricardian theory, as beneficiaries of feudal privileges that oblige society to pay them for access to credit as well as land. As land ownership has been democratized, new buyers obtain credit to purchase homes and office buildings by pledging the rental income to bankers. About 80% of bank loans in the United States, Britain, and other English-speaking countries are real estate mortgages, making land the major bank collateral. The result is that mortgage bankers receive the rents formerly taken by a hereditary aristocracy in post-feudal Europe and the colonies it conquered. Part I: Fictitious Capital and Economic Fictions. Chapter 1, Two Traditions of Financial Doctrine, describes the long line of analysis that has recognized that there are many ways to structure financial markets productive rather than parasitic ways. It was presented in August 2000 in Narvik, Norway at Erik Reinert's The Other Canon Foundation. In keeping with the group's advocacy of protective tariffs to promote high value-added industries characterized by increasing returns, this paper describes the tradition of steering banking systems to finance industrial capital formation with productive credit. Germany and France put in place industrial banking systems in conjunction with government protection of heavy industry, largely armaments, to be sure, and social reforms such as pension systems, public health, and national transport systems. I was unable to convince the attendees at the Norwegian meeting to include the financial dimension of industrial reform in their canon, so this paper is published here for the first time. I had no greater success in getting commercial publishers to accept the history of banking and finance that I was writing. As one editor explained to me, warning that the financial bubble would collapse was like trying to sell a book about how everyone would have bad sex after the age of 40. Academically, I ran into the fact that the long tradition distinguishing between productive and unproductive credit and indeed the role of debt has been excluded from the economics curriculum. The anti-classical school has replaced progressive-era financial analysis with a happy face view in which finance only adds to economic activity by providing credit, never corrodes it with debt as if one party's credit were not another's debt. These market structures and broad economic patterns that classical political economists placed at the center of their analysis are treated as exogenous by today's academic mainstream. Monetarist teachings omit the study of how nations have shaped banking practice to finance growth. Free trade doctrine and a pro-financial ideology of deregulation go together, free markets for predatory behavior and unearned income. Today's mainstream Washington consensus accordingly advocates free trade and minimal public regulation or taxation. These policies are capped by privatization and a flat tax on employment, while untaxing real estate, property, and high-income brackets. The older path by which today's successful lead nations caught up with others and then achieved dominance pursued active protectionist industrial and agricultural policy and state intervention. This tradition advocates government subsidy of investment in infrastructure, education, research, and development, progressive taxation of income and of rentier returns, land rent, financial returns, and monopoly gains, and a financial system that encourages tangible capital formation. Critics of free trade and financial deregulation have defined the proper aim of national policy to be active regulation and tax policy to shape markets so as to maximize capital formation, in ways that raise productivity and living standards. This is achieved by public investment in basic infrastructure, tariffs, and subsidies to promote capital formation, education, research and development, capped by steering the banking system towards productive credit creation to finance industrial capital formation. By rejecting the classical distinction between productive and unproductive labor and credit, today's national income accounts classify rentier gains as earnings on a par with wages and profits, adding to national product rather than simply being transfer payments. This approach treats all wealth as being earned as part of the production process, not extracted from the economy in the form of a free lunch, economic rent, by rentiers. Pro- and anti-government approaches both lead to central planning, but in different sets of hands. Economists writing in the tradition from European mercantilism through 19th-century American, German and French protectionism to progressive-era reformers, social democratic parties and the New Deal shared a broad approach to public planning. In practice, every market is planned and organized by some parties or others, ever since the Neolithic rhythms of agricultural planting and harvesting. The euphemism free market means central planning by the banks and high finance by Wall Street, the City of London, Frankfurt, the Paris Bourse and centers further eastward. Their plan involves untaxing rentier income and wealth, headed by land price gains, the unearned increment, and financial deregulation. This shifts the allocation of capital and policy planning out of the hands of government into those of the banking sector. This financialization of the economy, and indeed, of the political system, is more centralized than public planning by elected officials. And whereas government planning tends to be long-term, financial planning under neoliberalized conditions is hit and run. Whereas government planning is supposed to promote capital formation and full employment, today's financial planning makes returns by stripping assets, inflating asset prices, the bubble economy, and minimizing the return to labor relative to rentier returns. Chapter 2, Mathematics at the Root of the Crisis, reviews how economists through the ages have been aware that interest-bearing debt grows by purely mathematical principles independent of the economy's course and ability to pay. Contrary to textbook free market theory, interest rates are not based on the expenses of creditors or linked to the production of real output. Interest is a transfer payment, much like a tax charge without a corresponding cost of production, paying for the privilege of creating bank credit electronically in today's world. It is predatory rather than productive, adding to price without reflecting intrinsic cost value. It is a form of economic rent, although not one that Ricardo discussed when he limited the concept to landlords rather than to the banking sector or monopolies. Chapter 3, How Economic Theory Came to Ignore the Role of Debt, shows how Ricardo untracked the analysis of debt's effects by treating the economy as if it operated on barter. It may seem surprising that his labor theory of cost value, and the role of rent reflecting the excess of prices and income over such costs, followed a tradition that was applied to banking since the canon law of the 13th century. But his objective was to claim that debt and finance do not really matter. As the leading bank theorist of his day and in effect the parliamentary lobby for Britain's banking class, Ricardo logically should have been the last person to treat the economy as if it operated on barter, without credit or debt. After all, the preceding century had a rich discussion of how Britain's public debt was burdening the economy with taxes to carry its interest charges. Ricardo disagreed, and argued that paying debts or other capital transfers can never cause an economic crisis. It was landlords receiving ground rent that threatened to bring industrial capitalism to a halt, not bankers extracting interest. For more than a century, mainstream economic models have treated money simply as a veil, and credit as oiling the wheels of commerce. This ignores the burdensome effects of financialization, which become invisible, that is, exogenous. More money or credit are presumed to affect price relations as counters symmetrically across the economy, but do not change the distribution of wealth and income or create a debt burden. The reality is that credit and debt intrude into the economy, altering asset prices, the valuation of real estate, stocks, and bonds, relative to wages and current prices. New credit bids them up. Paying back debts with interest drains money from the economy as a whole. Yet the national income and product accounts treat banking on a par with industry, as part of the productive sector. Interest is treated as payment for providing a service, credit creation, part of the economy's surplus, the financial sector's earnings, not a charge against it. Despite the problems of interest expanding into the productive economy, Marx expected banking to become subordinate to the needs of industry on the way to becoming socialized in time. Chapter 4, The Industrialization of Finance and the Financialization of Industry, describes his hope that industrial capitalism would mobilize the financial sector to serve its needs. But instead of achieving a symbiosis with industry, as seemed to be the wave of the future in the form of German and Central European industrial banking, finance has followed Anglo-American banking practice and found its major market in the rent-extracting activities of real estate and monopolies. The ensuing debt problems are not recognized in today's depiction of how economies operate. Chapter 5, The Use and Abuse of Mathematical Economics, describes how the academic mainstream has embraced unrealistic models simply because more complex scope and realistic methodology cannot produce the neatly determined equilibrium solutions highly favorable to rentier interests that have so trivialized post-classical economics over the past century. Chapter 6 closes Part I by summarizing the changing view of the character of economic crises caused by rentiers, from Ricardo and Marx to today's bubble economy culminating in uncollectible debts, junk mortgages and bad gambles in Wall Street's financial casino. The banking sector's demand for government bailouts is turning the financial problem into a fiscal problem so serious that it threatens to sink economies in something worse than a merely cyclical downturn. A lost generation subjected to debt deflation is more descriptive than the trivializing term Great Recession. If it were merely a cycle, there would be a more or less natural recovery. But that is being blocked as economies are forced to choose between saving the banks and high-income investors from suffering a loss, by keeping the debt overhead on the books and taking bad debts onto government balance sheets, or writing down the debt so as to pave the way for recovery. Western economies stand at a critical turning point. What blocks them from freeing themselves from their debt overhead is a political problem. The credit that has bid up asset prices was created largely on the base of wealth owned by the richest 1%, and they have gained control of ostensibly democratic governments. Between 1979 and 2004, the 1% raised their share of the returns to wealth in the United States interest, dividends, rents and capital gains from 38% of the national total to 58%. Little of this wealth was created industrially by building factories to employ labor to produce goods and services to sell at a markup. Investors sought total returns mainly in the form of capital gains, not current income. The government encourages this by taxing capital gains at only a fraction of the rate levied on wages and profits. So the vast overgrowth of financial overhead is largely autonomous from real economic growth. The result is that much as environmental pollution causes global warming, new credit has been extended to bid up real estate and other asset prices, heating up the bubble economy. For Marxists, there is a certain irony in this. The financial crisis that plagues today's world does not stem primarily from the real economy. Little of the credit that has bid up prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds came from savings generated from productive investment employing or exploiting labor, except to loot its pension funds. It was created largely electronically, on computer keyboards. The banking system has been decoupled from the real economy. The financial sector's independent and self-referential expansion path is independent of the real economy's surplus, or its ability to support this overhead. Financial returns are made in extractive ways, as a subtrahend from the surplus created by labor and tangible capital, rather than funding capital accumulation. Productivity is raised by working labor harder and exploiting it more, not by technology. Hegel was right, the owl of wisdom flies at night. Only at the end of an epoch can its dynamics be seen for what they are and where they have been leading. Most people only want to think about a financial crash after it has happened. Only then does a pressing reason arise to realize that the economy does not need to be structured in this way, and that the time has come to contemplate alternatives. Part 2. From inflated debts to debt deflation. This section juxtaposes the financial, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector to the real economy. It focuses on the analysis of debt deflation in today's world, the rising debt overhead and speculative dynamics that have led to today's post-industrial crash. Asset price inflation leads to increasingly fictitious financial claims. They are fictitious because they are uncollectible without pushing the economy into widespread foreclosures and privatization that transfers property and infrastructure into the financial sector's hands. This is what the European Central Bank is now orchestrating in Ireland, Greece, and Italy, following neoliberal policies in Iceland and Latvia. Chapters 7 and 8 describe the symbiosis between banking and real estate that is unique to the 20th century. In contrast to Ricardo's expectation that banking would retain its early focus on international commerce and hence, on industrial capital formation to provide foreign markets with British exports in exchange for raw materials, banking has found real estate to be the key, along with its traditional market, in creating monopolies and trusts. Some 80% of bank loans in the United States and Britain are mortgages, and consequently they account for 70% of the economy's interest payments. This has reversed the major thrust of classical economic reform seeking to tax land rent, deprivatizing it from the old landed aristocracies. As recently as the Progressive Era at the turn of the 20th century, the most immediate threat seemed to be that economies would pay a rising share of income to these absentee landlords and monopolists as economic rent. Land prices would rise because the growing population would raise the man/land ratio, with little new land area being supplied, and because of rising prosperity in general. This would enable landowners and infrastructure monopolists, especially the railroads, to concentrate society's rising wealth in their own hands, enjoying the unearned increment of rising land prices. Although site values, status, and prestige reflected not just the land itself but public infrastructure investment in roads and public transportation, the proximity to schools and to cultural or commercial centers, private owners fought attempts to tax this free lunch as the basis of modern fiscal systems. But acquiring property required a bank loan. This meant that a property's value depends on how much a bank will lend prospective buyers. Chapter 7, Property is worth whatever a bank will lend against it, explains how real estate has been financialized. The great price run-up accordingly reflected not simply the real factors discussed by economists focusing on an economy as it would exist without banking and finance, which of course does not describe any real modern economy, but the terms on which banks lend, the interest rate at which property rents are capitalized into bank loans, the amortization rate, how long it takes to pay off a mortgage, the down payment, and most recently, the degree of criminalization and fraud as liar's loans, gave a spurt to housing prices in the United States. By 2007, one needed to take into account the portfolio of tricks that banks use to assign high value to properties without much regard to their actual market price or the ability of borrowers to repay the loan out of their income. Because real estate is the largest asset category in modern private sectors, some 80% of capital gains actually take the form of rising land prices. Chapter 8, The Real Estate Bubble at the Core of Today's Debt-Leveraged Economy, charts banking symbiosis with real estate. Most of the rise in wealth for most families has stemmed from the debt-leveraged price of their homes. The same is true for commercial real estate, and for financial investments throughout the economy. Financialization has created an enormous rise in the value of assets on nations' balance sheets. But it also has created an enormous rise in debts which remain in place when asset prices crash, causing negative equity. The tax system encourages this debt pyramiding. Interest and depreciation absorb most of the cash flow, leaving no income tax due for most of the post-1945 period. Most important, capital gains are taxed at a much lower rate than our current earnings. Investors do not have to pay any capital gains tax at all as long as they invest their gains in the purchase of new property. This tax favoritism to real estate and behind it, to bankers as mortgage lenders has spurred a shift of U.S. investment away from industry towards speculation, mainly in real estate but also the stock and bond markets. Today's financialized economies carry their debt burden by borrowing against capital gains to pay the interest and taxes falling due. Since the 1980s, corporate raiders have adopted the real estate speculators' motto, "Rent is for paying interest." They promise their financial backers and junk bond holders that corporate cash flow is for paying interest. To the extent that banking and high finance have interfaced with industry since the 1980s, it has been largely to financialize companies by funding corporate raiders to buy out stockholders and introduce short-term management practices. Chapter 9, Junk Bonding Industry, describes how today's debt-driven financial system is both inflationary and deflationary. It is inflationary in a novel way. Credit produces capital gains by supplying increasingly easy low-interest financing for borrowers to spend on bidding up property and stock market prices. Companies forego tangible investment in order to increase their share prices by buying back their stock and even borrowing to pay higher dividends. The media welcomed this asset price inflation as constituting a new form of wealth creation, as long as asset prices rather than wages or consumer prices are being inflated. But credit is debt, and debt needs to be paid absorbing income that otherwise would be spent on goods and services. The result is debt deflation. The tax laws encourage debt leveraging by permitting interest on takeover loans and related speculation to be tax deductible. The stock market has become a vehicle for replacing equity with debt. This is the opposite trend from what Saint Simon and subsequent 19th-century theorists of industrial banking sought to promote. Money is made not by what Marx described as making money, m, to hire labor to produce commodities, c, to sell at a markup, m, but by avoiding the production process altogether by m, making money work. But money doesn't work in the sense that labor or tangible capital expends effort to produce commodities. Credit is debt, and debt extracts interest. Financial salesmen who promise investors, "Make your money work for you," actually mean that society should work for the creditors, and that means for the banks that create credit. The effect is to turn the economic surplus into a flow of interest payments, diverting revenue from tangible capital investment. As the economy's reproductive powers are dried up, the financialization process is kept going by easing credit terms and lending not to produce more goods and services, but to bid up prices for the real estate, stocks, and bonds being pledged as collateral for larger and larger loans. Giving tax deductibility to this indebtedness aggravates the federal budget deficit, forcing a shift of taxes onto consumers and producers. This has given financializers an excuse to propose privatizing Social Security to send public retirement contributions into the stock market, via wage set-asides turned over to money managers. Chapter 10, Privatizing Social Security to Rescue Wall Street, describes how such proposals reflect those of pension fund capitalism in the 1950s. The financial myth was that pension funds would finance capital investment and employment to fuel a steady upgrade. If the world worked in the way these happy face models suggest, we all would be living lives of leisure now, not working harder and longer just to break even. Turning retirement savings over to financial managers has made the saving process part of finance capitalism, not industrial capitalism. After the dot-com bubble crashed in 2000, the incoming George W. Bush administration sought to channel Social Security set-asides into the stock market to create a new wave of capital gains. The key to understanding the financial sector's strategy is that its activities and revenue do not constitute a part of economic growth, but a subtrahend, paid out of the economic surplus. At first, the influx of credit, other parties' debts, inflates asset prices, but not necessarily commodity prices or wages, but ends in debt deflation. Chapter 11, Saving, Asset Price Inflation, and Debt Deflation, describes my analysis of debt deflation as the major cause of crises. The exponential growth of debt service absorbs the economic surplus, diverting spending away from the purchase of goods and services. This undercuts the economy, leading savings to be invested increasingly in interest-bearing loans rather than in tangible capital formation. Since the 2007 crash, the National Income and Product Accounts report paying down debts as saving. The negation of a debt is positive saving. This debt repayment now plays the role that hoarding and non-spending played in Keynesian economics in the 1930s. Chapter 12, Saving Our Way into Poverty, describes the purpose of this financialization. Corporate industry, real estate, and the economy at large is viewed as a vehicle to securitize cash flow or surplus revenue to pay out as interest and dividends, and most of all, to generate capital gains. From the bank marketing director's vantage point, the aim is to capitalize all income flows into debt service. For the first time in history, large numbers of people and government managers have come to believe that the way to get rich is by running into debt, not staying out of it. The motivation for taking on debt is to buy assets or claims rising in price. Over the past half-century, the aim of financial investment has been less to earn profits on tangible capital investment than to generate capital gains, most of which take the form of debt-leveraged land prices, not industrial capital. Annual price gains for property, stocks, and bonds far outstrip the reported real estate rents, corporate profits and disposable personal income after paying for essential non-discretionary spending, headed by fire sector charges. Part 3. The Global Crisis. Inasmuch as interest is a cost of production and enters into the cost of living, financialized economies become more high-cost and hence uncompetitive. Yet the dynamic of globalization in today's world is predominantly financial. The explanation is the ability of U.S. banks to create free credit, now that the dollar has been unlinked from gold, combined with the consequent and simultaneous delinking of the international financial system and central bank reserves from the constraint that previously existed from time immemorial. Chapter 13, Trade and Payments in a Financialized Economy, explains how debt leveraging raised the price of housing, while financializing pension funding and Social Security was diverting so much revenue away from commodity markets that debt-leveraged economies were unable to compete internationally. Chapters 14 through 16 explain how the United States is in the leading position to create credit and debt without limit or constraint, enabling its banking and financial system to become the main source of the global financial bubble. Since the gold standard ended in 1971 as a result of U.S. military spending in Vietnam and other countries, the main sources of dollars pouring into the world's central banks are U.S. overseas military spending and financial takeover investment. Chapter 14, How U.S. Quantitative Easing Fractures the Global Economy, explains how this makes the global central bank monetary base essentially confrontational in nature. Financial aggression today achieves what military conquest did in times past. The result can only be to impoverish economies. Chapter 15, America's Monetary Imperialism, Dollar Debt Reserves Without Constraint, explains how central banks have little option but to recycle their inflow of dollars back into loans to the U.S. government. The result is that rather than causing a crisis and forcing the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates, as other central banks were obliged to do prior to 1971, the U.S. balance of payments deficit serves to finance the Treasury's domestic budget deficit. Since the Treasury bill standard has replaced the gold exchange standard, a U.S. payments deficit enables the government to lower interest rates rather than raise them. The United States has ended up as the only economy able to set a monetary policy exclusively with domestic gains in mind, mainly the subsidy of bank lending and capital gains to sustain its bubble economy. Foreign countries have long found this system unfair. For one thing, it makes U.S. foreign military spending the foundation of global monetary reserves. Chapter 16, The Dollar Glut Finances America's Global Military Build-Up, describes this phenomenon. Chapter 17, De-Dollarizing the Global Economy, describes the moves to create a more symmetrical and equitable alternative led by the BRICS. Chapter 18, Incorporating the rentier sectors into a financial model, explains my model of debt deflation, based on viewing the fire sectors as overhead, living off the economy rather than contributing to its surplus. Part 4. The Need for a Clean Slate. Chapter 19, From Democracy to Oligarchy, analyzes the political consequences of my financial analysis. It traces the various stages through which finance capitalism has become increasingly unstable, culminating in the bubble economy's collapse into negative equity and polarization between creditors and debtors. To enforce austerity, the financial sector needs to subvert democracy as in the United States, or replace it with outright centralized oligarchy as in Greece, Italy, and other countries ruled by technocrats on behalf of the creditors. Chapter 20, Scenarios for Recovery, summarizes the basic theme of this book. Financialized economies face chronic depression if they do not write down the debt overhead they have run up. I review the range of policies needed to write down the debts and restructure the financial system so that a bubble economy is not restored. The political problem that blocks nations from scaling down debts is the fact that the financial sector has gained control of economic policy and planning. Its managers are willing to plunge economies into depression and a shrinking spiral of debt deflation rather than relinquish their creditor claims. A long-standing tactic to block reform is to promote economic theories saying that no reform is necessary. This pits the 1% against the 99% and gives them a vested interest in promoting junk economics. When they say that there is no alternative, they mean to achieve this by ensuring that there is no discussion of alternatives. That is why the history of economic thought has been dropped from the economics curriculum, and an anti-government, dumbed-down individualistic travesty put in its place. Underscore 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 underscore. Sources. Early drafts of the key chapters in this book have been published over the past decade so as to get my main points into circulation in a timely fashion, and to receive feedback for how best to present ideas, which seemed to many like premature financial pessimism at the time, on why and how the worldwide bubble economy had to collapse. The result is something like a Dickens serial published out of order, with the most important new points first so as to institutionalize my basic approach. An early version of Chapter 1, Two Traditions of Financial Doctrine, was delivered in Narvik, Norway in August 2000, organized by Eric Reiner to mark the founding of his foundation, The Other Canon. An early version of Chapter 2, The Magic of Compound Interest, was published as The Mathematical Economics of Compound Interest, a 4,000-year overview, Journal of Economic Studies 27, 2003 44, 363, and revised more recently in the Post-Autistic Economic Review. Nigel Holmes provided illustrations for my discussion of compound interest. An earlier version of Chapter 3 was published on how economic theory came to ignore the role of debt was published in the Real World Economics Review, issue number 57, http://www.paecon.net/pay-review/issue57/hudson57.pdf. Chapter 4, Marx on the Industrialization of Finance Capital and the Financialization of Industry, was published earlier as Marx to Goldman Sachs, The Fictions of Fictitious Capital, and the Financialization of Industry, Critique 53, Volume 38/3, August 2010, pages 419 to 444. An early version of Chapter 5, The Use and Abuse of Mathematical Economics, was presented at a 1997 meeting of the German Historical School in Heilbronn and published in the Journal of Economic Studies 27, 2292 to 315, and an updated version was later published in the Real World Economics Review 55, December 2010, pages 2 to 22. Chapter 7, A Property is Worth What a Bank Will Lend, originally was published as The New Road to Serfdom, an illustrated guide to the coming real estate collapse, Harper's, Volume 312, number 1872, May 2000, and 639-46, and Tax the Land, Harper's, Volume 317, number 1902, November 2000, and 840-42. Chapter 8, On Real Estate at the Core of Today's Debt-Leveraged Economy, was presented to the 2006 Boeckler Foundation Conference in Berlin devoted to heterodox post-Keynesian economics, and then published it in the inaugural issue of the Chinese journal published by the School of Marxist Studies in Beijing as The Transition from Industrial Capitalism to a Financialized Bubble Economy, World Review of Political Economy 1/1, Spring 2010, pages 81 to 111. Chapter 10, Privatizing Social Security to Fuel Asset Price Inflation, originally was published as The $3.7 Trillion Pyramid, Why Social Security Won't Be Enough to Save Wall Street, Harper's, Volume 310, number 1859, April 2005, pages 35 to 40. I presented Chapter 11, Saving, Asset Price Inflation, and Debt Deflation, at a meeting of heterodox economists at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, which is the core of Minskian and other non-mainstream analysis. It is published in L. Randall Wray and Matthew Furstater, eds, Money, Financial Instability and Stabilization Policy, Edward Elgar, 2006, pages 104 to 124. I am grateful to Edward Elgar for permitting me to reprint it here. Chapter 13, Trade and Payments in a Financialized Economy was first published as Trends That Can't Go On Forever, Won't, Financial Bubbles, Trade and Exchange Rates, in Eckhard Heine, Torsten Nietzsche, Peter Spann, and H. M. Trugger, eds, Finance-Led Capitalism. Marburg, Metropolis Verlag, 2008, pages 249 to 272. Chapter 14, U.S. Quantitative Easing is Fracturing the Global Economy, Real World Economics Review 55, December 2010, pages 8294. Chapter 15, America's Monetary Imperialism, Global Dialogue 5, 2003 73, 81. Chapter 16, The Dollar Glut Finances America's Global Military Build-Up, in Global Research, March 29, 2009. De-dollarization. Chapter 17, On De-dollarization. My expanded Financial Times articles on the emergence of the BRICS, international economy, ITULIP. Chapter 18 summarizes my model of financialization. I presented a preliminary analysis at the Boeckler Foundation meetings in Berlin in October 2011. Chapter 20 was presented at the Institute for New Economic Thinking, INET, conference in Berlin on April 13, 2012. Underscore 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 underscore. Introduction, Today's Financial Crisis and the Crisis in Economic Theory. Did nobody see this coming? asked Queen Elizabeth after the September 2008 financial meltdown spread from Wall Street to the City of London and onto the Paris Bourse, Frankfurt, and Tokyo. Many people saw that the dancing would end, of course. Point 1 But Wall Street salaries and bonuses reflect one's quarterly performance, so nobody was going to call a halt. A person only needs to make a fortune once in a lifetime, after all, and this was it the years leading up to 2008. As long as the dancing was speeding up in a frenzy like Ravel's Bolero, standing on the sidelines would have meant losing status by letting rival money managers report better returns. Short-term returns, to be sure, but the financial sector lives in the short run. Whatever one could grab was a free gift out of the bailouts that governments gave after September 2008 on the pretense, or naive hope, that saving the banks would save the economy as it careened toward collapse. Most bankers were more realistic. They took the money and ran, seeing that the game in fact is over. More optimistic economists and public servants follow Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner and Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke in believing that the economy can be saved by squeezing out enough personal and corporate income to keep the debts afloat as if it can pay without shrinking, or even while shrinking. Governments are giving bonds and central bank credit to save banks and bondholders, the wealthiest 1%. The losses and negative equity are to be shifted onto the public balance sheet, making taxpayers bear the burden, the 99%. What needs to be asked is why there is no recovery despite governments giving the banks so much money. When the Federal Reserve provided a torrent of bank reserves at 0.25% interest with its quantitative easing policy in summer 2011, why didn't this low interest rate succeed in inducing new investment and reviving real estate prices as promised? Why are property markets still shrinking as the Great Recession succumbs to debt deflation? If these anomalies cannot be explained, then the current neoliberal logic is part of the problem. Obstructing discussion of alternatives, it insists that there is no need for large debt write-downs to cure today's financial malaise, except perhaps a few pragmatic haircuts. Economies are supposed to stabilize automatically, not be driven out of balance by predatory lending. The solution is to let austerity work to squeeze out, free, enough income to enable debts to be carried and for government budgets to balance by cutting spending if sufficient revenue is not forthcoming. How financial solutions make the debt and fiscal problems worse. Much as junk science ignores environmental pollution and denies global warming, junk economics denies that what is stifling today's recovery is debt pollution. Any solution based on keeping the unpayably high debt overhead in place must cause debt deflation and economic shrinkage. Austerity increases default rates, plunging the economy, and hence, banks, into negative equity and reducing tax revenue as economies try to squeeze out enough more debt service to prevent defaults. Arrears mount up at compound interest, causing a wave of foreclosures that must end in a cascade of bankruptcies, and further declines in property prices causing even larger public deficits, more debt arrears and foreclosures. This leads to anti-austerity riots by debtors while creditors press for privatization sell-offs under distress conditions. When one finds wrong-headed policies continued for decades on end, today's financial orthodoxy is the same that endorsed many decades of destructive IMF austerity stabilization programs. There always is a special interest benefiting. Neoliberalism supports the interest of banks seeking to extract debt service against alternatives to rescue the real economy from over-indebtedness. There is no alternative, Tina, said Margaret Thatcher. More giveaways to the financial sector are urged to restore confidence, defined as renewed borrowing to bid asset prices back to their former bubble levels. Something has to give. The coming few generations will struggle over whether it will be the real production and consumption economy or the financial sector's claims on it. The financial sector is leading in this battle, and hopes to make its gains irreversible. Banks hold a trump card by threatening to plunge the economy into crisis if they do not get their way, reversing the past 8th-century trend toward more humanitarian pro-debtor laws. The creditors' winning streak has proceeded so far since 1980 that it may take a half-century at least to reverse their power grab, because the task is much harder now than it was 100 years ago. The flowering of classical economics into the progressive era familiarized public discourse sufficiently to almost resolve the rentier problem by the eve of World War I. But the rentiers fought back, insisting that debt cannot cause a serious problem, as if all credit were productive, and mounting an attack on the idea that governments can play a positive economic role as regulators of finance or its major customers, real estate and monopolies, or as a rival public option investor in infrastructure. Predatory monopolists and political insiders have sought to monopolize the public domain, using a financial squeeze to force governments to accept their self-serving solution, one that makes matters worse. The problem with their business plan is that bank profits and speculative gains are extracted from the economy, not additions to real output. Indeed, with interest rates ranging up to 29% for credit cards and distress levels for European government debtors, where is there room for growth in a recovery in economies growing by only about 1% annually? The 99% are getting poorer and deeper in debt, while the 1% is getting richer. This polarization is the opposite of the more progressive distribution of income and wealth that was occurring throughout the 20th century prior to 1980. Politicians follow economists, and their major campaign contributors, in being in a state of denial. Rather than acknowledging that the economy is insolvent, they greet each new upward zigzag of statistics as a sign of recovery. But the financial sector, which now, 2012, accounts for 40% of U.S. corporate profits, is requisitioning most growth on behalf of the top 1%. Congress's 2008 Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, and much larger Federal Reserve and Treasury bailouts saved the super-rich financial elite while leaving the rest of the economy deeply in debt to the 1% of taxpayers. They took 93% of U.S. income growth in 2010. And of this growth, 37% went to just the top 0.01%, a teaspoon-size collection of about 15,000 households with average incomes of $23.80 million too. Many observers express surprise that financial and fiscal austerity is stifling rather than helping recovery for the 99%. But what is happening is simply a replay of the IMF conditionalities imposed on hapless third world debtors from the 1960s onward, which added the term IMF riot to the English language. Voters are told that the way to recover is to bleed the body politic, not nourish markets with public infrastructure and social spending. A false alarm is sounded that government budget deficits will increase consumer prices with no discussion of how private sector credit deflates economies. The problem is that credit is debt, and paying debt service to bankers and bondholders, and various grades of loan sharks, leaves less income available to spend on goods and services. So debt deflation is today's major problem, not inflation. A new diagnosis of today's economic crisis. Policies to deal with debt problems have a long pedigree. Long before Christian and Islamic denunciations of usury, and even before the Jewish Jubilee year of debt forgiveness that Jesus sought to revive, Sumerian and Babylonian clean slates freed debtors from bondage and prevented land and wealth being concentrated in the hands of foreclosing creditors. Starting sometime before the first royal proclamations are documented c. 2450 BC in Sumer, the Near Eastern takeoff kept the debt overhead within the economy's ability to pay for thousands of years. The Industrial Revolution recognized the problem of savings and debts mounting up at compound interest. With an almost religious fervor, Saint Simon and his followers in 19th-century France advocated that banks shift their lending away from interest-bearing loans to equity-based investment, taking their returns as a share in profits rather than a stipulated interest charge. Marx described the periodic business crashes of his day as a result of interest-bearing debt building up. To elaborate his analysis, he collected the most noteworthy warnings of how the mathematics of compound interest grew inexorably to exceed the economy's ability to pay. See Chapter 2. Most reformers have a faith that economic rationality will overcome blind alleys and failures to realize potential. They expect that their reforms will be adopted because global competition will favor economies that make them. Retaining a faith that the material forces of history would lead banking to finance industrial capital formation, Marx was an optimist when it came to the long run. After all, finance ultimately has to make its money off the real economy. Interest can only be paid out of economic growth, or else it shrinks markets and creditor claims collapse. See Chapter 4. The question is whether finance will promote economic growth and rising living standards, or create unproductive credit and use government to enforce creditor claims by imposing austerity, reducing large swaths of the world population to debt peonage. The longer we look back in time, the more clearly we find this issue defined. During World War I, for example, British economists debated whether German industrial banking, based on equity financing and long-term relationship with clients, was superior to the more hit-and-run Anglo-Dutch-American merchant banking that had evolved out of trade financing. See Chapter 1. After the Allies defeated Germany, banking in most countries took the Anglo-American path. The stock market has remained a game for insiders rife with fraud. Banking has focused on real estate mortgages and takeover loans for properties and companies already in place. In the 1920s, John Maynard Keynes warned that the tangle of inter-ally arms debts and German reparations would collapse the international financial system as a result of trying to pay foreign exchange far beyond its ability to do so. He distinguished the transfer problem, trying to pay debts denominated in foreign currency, from the domestic budgetary problem of financing government deficits in local currency monetized by the central bank. 3 Today's German fear that central bank credit creation is dangerously hyperinflationary fails to recognize that all hyperinflations have resulted from balance of payments deficits collapsing exchange rates, thereby raising import prices and hence domestic prices. Never in history has hyperinflation resulted from governments monetizing domestic spending. Debt had receded as a central problem by the time World War II ended. There were few civilian products to buy during war, so families emerged in 1945 with substantial liquidity and little debt. They wanted houses and appliances, automobiles and refrigerators, and the proliferation of products offered by the new technology. Credit was needed to finance this post-war takeoff, and it was natural for bankers to make their money financing new consumer spending and real estate. Loans were made carefully until the 1980s. A 30% down payment typically was required to get a mortgage, which was to be amortized over 30 years, almost an entire working life. By 2008, banks were giving out zero down payment mortgages with no amortization, interest-only loans at exploding interest rates after 3 years. Until the 1980s, most bank guidelines called for housing costs not to absorb more than a quarter of the debtor's income. Today the ratio is over 40%. A property's price is whatever banks were willing to lend, so these constraints prevented the price of housing from rising much above the cost of renting. Banks capitalized rental values at the going rate of interest, which rose steadily for 35 years, from 1945 to 1980. The rising rate lowered the multiple by which rental income could be capitalized into bank loans, see Chapter 7. So the great explosion in housing prices and hence, living costs has occurred since 1980. The path toward more reckless lending was led by the monetarist Chicago School. This seems ironic at first sight, because they follow the Austrians in drawing a picture of the economy as if it operates on barter. Prices are considered only a veil, and so money also is only a set of counters, not a financial system of credit and debt. Instead of relating credit to the dynamics of debt, they focused narrowly on the correlation between the money supply, variously measured, and commodity prices but not asset prices. Yet most money is spent in the capital markets by investing in real estate, stocks, and bonds, not paid for goods and services. Heavily endowed by the financial sector, monetarism's learned ignorance, or as Thorstein Veblen expressed it, an educated incapacity to understand economic problems, has become mainstream and gained control of the major refereed journals, where they have imposed a tunnel vision where the role of debt is concerned. How debt service affects the cost of living, doing business, and the balance of payments. Taking much the same line that Britain's bullionists voiced after the Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, Milton Friedman's followers followed the logic of David Ricardo in downplaying the idea that debt or international payments transfers could pose serious problems. Ricardo's labor theory of value had no room for this debt overhead. It was as if economies operated debt-free and on barter, see Chapter 3. This ignore-debt approach reflected his interest as a bond broker and role as parliamentary spokesman, today we would say lobbyist, for the banking class in countering the widespread opposition to public debt. In Book V of The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith had described how each new borrowing to finance Britain's seemingly endless wars with France was funded by a specific tax to pay its interest charge. Malachi Postleithwaite and others explained how this rising debt overhead, and the taxes to carry it, threatened to price British producers out of world markets by increasing the cost of labour and hence of doing business. When asked in Parliament about the effect of capital transfers such as military subsidies or debt payments to foreign creditors, the Dutch were heavy investors in Britain's crown corporations. Ricardo insisted that all such payments set in motion self-equilibrating adjustments that returned the payments outflow back to the country where they originated. There could be no balance of payments or foreign debt crisis. The same logic implicitly applies to domestic debt. Payments to bankers are spent back into the economy. As modern discussions trivialize the idea, we owe the debt to ourselves, so consequently it doesn't matter that, on balance, the 99% owe debt to the 1%. The assumption that rentiers spend their income in the domestic economy is an old story. Malthus said that landlords buy coaches and fine clothes, and hire coachmen and other servants. This led Keynes to credit him with emphasizing the role of demand in the circular flow of income. But financiers recycle most of their receipt of debt service into new loans, which extract yet more interest. Their consumption spending is mainly on luxury real estate, fine arts trophies and jewelry. When the supply of safe investments is exhausted, they lower their standards and lend more to less credit-worthy borrowers and turn to buy whatever trophies remain available. Reminiscent of Baudelaire's quip, "The devil wins at the point where the world believes that he doesn't exist," finance capital prefers to drop the debt overhead from sight. Post-Ricardian analysis of how income was distributed among labor, wages, landowners, ground rent, and industrial or commercial capital, profits, did not take account of the payment of interest to bankers, Ricardo's own class. Interest is treated as profit earned by producing the banker's product, the debt taken on by borrowers. Treating the bank's privilege of debt creation as tangible industrial investment conflates money and credit as a factor of production, so that interest, penalties, and fees appear as part of the production process, not external to it. But if credit creation and its financial charges are a result of monopoly privilege extraneous to production, in contrast to the cost of industrial plant and equipment ultimately reducible to labor, then the national income and product accounts, NIPA, are an exercise in double counting. The NIPA do not include asset price gains, that is, capital gains, most of which reflect rising prices for land, stocks, and bonds, and the capitalized value of monopoly privileges. Friedman credited the Canadian-American astronomer and economist Simon Newcomb for first formulating the quantity theory of money in algebraic terms. But his own monetarism stripped away the dimension of debt that Newcomb had stressed in discussing America's Civil War financing. A nation fights war with its men, weapons, and other current goods and services, Newcomb wrote. Financing wars on a pay-as-you-go basis, out of taxes as Adam Smith urged, falls on current taxpayers, at that time, mainly the wealthy, not future taxpayers obliged to pay bondholders. However, running up government debt created a future transfer of payments from Western U.S. taxpayers to Eastern bondholders, whose grandchildren would receive payments of interest and principal. 4 Public borrowing thus forces the government to tax the future economy to pay debt service to a financial class. This tax adds to the break-even cost of doing business. The United States avoided this by printing greenbacks to monetize the Civil War's budget deficits. That is what central banks were founded to do, except for today's European Central Bank. This was no more inflationary than private credit being spent into the economy. The focus of most 19th century discussion was on public debt, but the same logic applies to the private sector. Debt financing imposes interest and kindred financing charges that increase the break-even price that must be covered. Employees also must earn enough to cover financial charges on their credit card debt, education loans, and other bank loans, as well as on the mortgage debt that inflates housing prices. As financial charges rise to absorb more corporate cash flow, real estate rents and wages, debt-burdened economies find themselves priced out of world markets. International trade competition now reflects financial, insurance and real estate, fire, charges more than the price of bread and other basic commodities, see Chapter 13. The analysis of debt along these lines helps explain why economies polarize as creditors in the top 1% of the economic pyramid receive debt service as financial tribute from the bottom 99%. It also explains why the solutions being proposed by policymakers to keep the debt overhead, and hence, payments to the financial sector, on the books are so dysfunctional. And the fact that today's academic curriculum excludes this line of analysis helps explain why so many observers announce their surprise when economies buckle under the debt overhead. Central banks are trying to reinflate property prices back to their former bubble levels in hope of helping banks escape from negative equity. The idea is to lower interest rates and provide looser credit to help the economy borrow its way out of debt. When this doesn't work, as in Ireland, where property prices have fallen by 2/3, the government takes bad bank loans directly onto the public balance sheet. This public debt requires taxes to pay interest to creditors, providing the bailout money to sustain the financial system as is. Without the ability to simply monetize new debt, for instance, in cash for trash swaps as in the United States, carrying charges on this debt must be paid out of higher taxes. This imposes fiscal austerity on top of financial austerity. The internal contradiction here is that squeezing out more revenue to pay bondholders shrinks the economy, and hence its ability to pay taxes and debt service. The crisis deepens as national budgets and bank balance sheets fall further into deficit. Such seeming backfiring, which nobody could have foreseen, is not accidental. It serves the financial sector by rationalizing government bailouts for the 1% at the expense of the 99%. Earlier writers warned that such policies raise costs by burdening the economy with more regressive taxation. But to the financiers making fortunes at public expense, it pays to dull popular understanding of how financial systems inflate the debt overhead. The resulting blind spot reduces protest against government policy makers who sacrifice the real production and consumption economy to financial predators. The financial threat to democracy. This book describes why the situation must worsen until society deals with its debt overhead in the way that every successful economy has done, by writing down debts to the ability to pay. In administrative practice, this usually means writing them off altogether along with the savings that indebt the economy on the oligarchic asset side of the balance sheet. The traditional path of least resistance has been to wipe out savings and debts together in a convulsion of bankruptcy. The 1929 and 1931 crashes led to the 1931 moratorium on German reparations and inter-ally debts. The Mexican and subsequent Latin American insolvencies led to the Brady Plan's sovereign debt write-downs in the 1980s. But by far the most important example was the 1948 Allied currency reform in Germany. It annulled domestic debts, on the ground that most were owed to former Nazi creditors, except those owed by employers to employees as part of their normal paycheck obligations, and basic working bank balances. By rendering Germany debt-free and hence without the cost of carrying its financial overhead, this led to the nation's economic miracle. As part of dismantling the Nazi economy's web of savings and debts, however, the Allies imposed Anglo-American commercial bank practice to replace Germany's industrial ordo banking rooted in the Bismarck era. And in time the European Central Bank, ECB, was formed under rules that impose a financial straitjacket on government monetary and fiscal policy. Financial planning is relinquished to bankers, whose tunnel vision is leading to a continent-wide austerity. Indeed, the emerging post-2008 financial oligarchy has used the sovereign debt crisis as an opportunity to attack democracy. Instead of managing the euro to promote economic growth and raise living standards, economies are drained to make bankers and bondholders whole. Economies are being impoverished to pay domestic and foreign bankers and financial gamblers. Keeping debts on the books means keeping their interest payments and penalties, capped by pressure on governments to privatize assets that remain in the public domain. Much like the theology of saving appearances in the convoluted but unrealistic mathematics of medieval astronomy, what is saved is the idea that the debt overhead can be paid without stifling the economy's production and spending power. The 21st century thus threatens to roll back the 20th century's gains, by artificially nurturing the financial overgrowth rather than pruning it down to size. And it is being done to serve today's authoritarian financial theology. The Greek word hubris meant overgrowth, as in that of bushes or other vegetation. In humans it connotes overweening pride, with the classic connotation of injuring others. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall, says the Bible, Proverbs 16:18. But in today's world, hubristic greed seeks to postpone the fall by shifting financial injury onto the economy. Hyman Minsky explained how the business cycle is basically a financial cycle, characterized by increasingly risky bank credit. Lending standards are loosened as debt service grows so large that borrowers no longer are able to amortize their loans, and ultimately not even to pay the interest. At this point, which Minsky called the Ponzi phase of the credit cycle, banks postpone default by lending their customers the money to pay whatever amounts are falling due. The effect is to add the interest onto the debt principal. The process continues until banks or their regulators realize that the loan balances are largely fictitious, exceeding the debtor's ability to pay. Since 2008, governments have kept this debt overgrowth in place even at the cost of plunging economies into austerity. They are creating new public debt and swapping it for toxic financial waste to bail out banks for loans gone bad. The pretense is that without taking these losses onto the public balance sheet, the financial system would freeze up. But most banks still have enough assets to reimburse insured plain vanilla depositors and maintain basic credit clearing functions. So there is no intrinsic need for governments to save bank stockholders and most risk-taking counterparties from loss. What is being saved is the system's fat, not the bone. A large contributor to this problem is the decision to make interest payments tax-deductible. The policy gives a tax advantage for investors to acquire asset ownership by borrowing rather than by direct purchase. It reflects an epoch when credit was an intrinsic cost of commercial trade. But most bank credit now is extended to buy real estate or take over companies, not to finance the production, sale, and shipping of products. The main objects of bank credit are property, mineral wealth, and monopoly privileges, now headed by privatized infrastructure, not new tangible capital formation. What has contributed most seriously to making rent-seeking privileges the major object of bank credit creation instead of new production and capital formation is the anti-classical policy of slashing taxes on land rent and natural resource rent, as well as on asset price gains, capital gains in asset prices, and short-term financial speculation, carried interest. The resulting economic polarization has created special interests that raise the national cost structure by steering the economy more deeply into debt. Household and business budgets are squeezed while government social programs are cut back. Industry and labor bear the loss as austerity reduces spending, even as debts to the financial sector increase its gains and enable the wealthy to acquire, privatize or grabitize, more property at distress prices. The financial sector's hijacking of public policy is crowding out the spending needed to pull economies out of their downturn. The Eurozone has taken the extreme position of rejecting a central bank doing what the Bank of England, Federal Reserve, and other central banks were created to do, monetize government deficits. Instead of helping to pull the economy out of depression, the ECB demands that debt-strapped governments add a tax burden to the debt overhead, so as to limit the budget deficit while creating a hemorrhage of bank subsidies. The fiscal burden is shifted onto the overall economy while finance is untaxed. And to top matters, the ECB finally did create money after this policy led to government insolvency in 2011. It did so not to rescue the economies of Ireland, Greece, or Italy, but to create a public bailout facility to refinance the bad debts held by German, French, and other banks. So the world finds itself drawn into a new form of economic warfare. Waged by finance against industry as well as labor, it also is against government, at least, democratic government, which is turned into a vehicle to extract revenue and sell off assets to pay a creditor oligarchy. The trick is to convince voters to support a policy that shrinks the economy and throws government budgets into deficit, adding a fiscal crisis on top of the debt crisis which the financial sector sees as an opportunity to turn nations into a grab bag for assets and further control. The effect is to make financialized economies higher cost and hence less competitive and less able to pull themselves out of depression by exporting more. Competitive advantage shifts to less debt-ridden economies, especially those whose real estate is less debt-leveraged and public infrastructure provides basic services at cost or at subsidized rates. Politically, this means economies whose financial sectors have not gained enough power to capture the state, its central bank and regulatory agencies or the academic economics curriculum, for that matter. But financialized globalization seeks to widen the web of debt throughout the world, achieving what formerly was won by military force. In the name of wealth creation, the financial sector has euphemized and transformed political ideology to such a degree that most countries are applauding the most predatory grab of the public domain, government enterprises, land, and mineral rights, since the enclosure movements of the 16th through 18th century in England, and earlier military conquests of the New World and most of Europe. What is not recognized is that the effect of financializing an economy is much the same as levying tribute following armed conquest. Property ownership is transferred, on terms that block governments from taxing revenue that is expensed as interest or escapes through tax avoidance transactions with offshore banking centers. Sell-offs of public monopolies such as roads and other infrastructure are turned into opportunities for rent extraction. This turns the economy into a set of toll booths as user fees raised on labor, industry, and other non-financial real activity. Revenue is freed of anti-monopoly rules and price regulation, and even from taxation as property taxes are cut to leave more revenue free to be paid as debt service. The progressive era did not envision that campaign financing would make politics part of the market economy by enabling the FIRE sector to buy political support for its debt leveraging. Government was supposed to regulate high finance, not cater to it. But the financial sector's influence has become dominant by appropriating the central bank, Treasury, and other agencies capable of remunerating it, or blocking public attempts to tax or regulate it. These financialized arms of government are filling the vacuum created by limiting the government's social welfare role. Rather than investing in infrastructure, central bank money creation and borrowing are limited to bailouts, subsidies and tax cuts for banks and their major customers. These developments threaten the United States and Europe with losing their democracy. What remains of progressive-era agencies and programs are being shrunk by starving them of tax revenue. In the words of Grover Norquist, the parts of government not under fire sector control should be shrunk to a small enough size to be put in a bathtub and drowned. Government's post-democratic role is to use public taxing and debt-creating authority to remunerate the financial sector, while privatizing property and what remains of the commons. Financial lobbyists seek to tie the hands of government and disable its ability to regulate banks and their major clients, and above all to create its own money and to tax what the classical economists called unearned income, economic rent, and financial gains. Attempts to tax property and asset price gains are resisted, especially attempts to provide, or maintain, public options such as supplying banking services as basic infrastructure, as in the old post office banks. Internationally, bankers demand that governments pay creditors by privatizing whatever assets can be sold. Buyers borrow the purchase price from the banks, expensing their revenue as tax-deductible interest payments. These privatization policies together cause a fiscal squeeze that forces governments even further into dependency on bankers and bondholders. A perverse financialized kind of circular flow has been created. Income formerly paid as taxes and public user fees ends up being paid to privatizers, who pass it on to their financial backers as interest. Part of this revenue is used to buy political support to free it from taxation, including lobbying to purchase political favors from lawmakers in today's pay-to-play system and to deter regulation of predatory lending or prosecution of fraud. Tax favoritism for debt leveraging raises the economy's price structure not as a result of more money chasing goods, but because privatized monopolies impose toll booth charges for services that governments formerly provided free of cost, as in roads, at subsidized rates, postal service, or at minimum cost. Prices for privatized monopolies include interest charges, financial fees, and dividends, high executive salaries and public relations costs to advocacy groups to plead their case to the people that all this is more efficient than public ownership. What is deemed efficient is to shift planning out of public hands to those of bankers. Yet public policy aims, or is supposed to aim, at raising output, employment, capital formation, and living standards. Financialized planning is short-term, and aims to capitalize the economic surplus into debt service at the going rate of interest. The business plan of finance capital is to expand interest and amortization charges to the point where they absorb all disposable consumer income over and above essentials, all business cash flow and real estate rent over and above break-even costs, and government revenue over basic police and other necessary functions. And then the economy collapses. How else can matters end when debt obligations grow exponentially as interest charges mount up? Debts grow at compound interest, swollen by penalties on arrears. Unpaid bills are added onto the debt balance, until foreclosure time arrives, transferring property to creditors under distress conditions. Vulture funds clean up. The dynamic has happened before, most notoriously in the Roman Empire after 133 BC when creditors used violence against the Gracchi and other reformers. Violence and corruption are essential tactics to impoverish the economy while creating more billionaires at public expense. The $13 trillion in Bush-Obama bailout giveaways after September 2008 endowed a power elite that threatens to rule the rest of the 21st century if no reforms occur along the lines advocated by classical political economy, the Progressive Era, New Deal and, most recently, Modern Monetary Theory, MMT. Economic reformers a century ago found it necessary to create a new academic discipline, sociology, to avoid the narrow-mindedness that Bertell Ollman calls market mystification. But economists theorizing along sociological lines are now classified as institutionalists and relegated to the basement of the social sciences. Mainstream textbooks leave out the role of gunboats, fraud, and unearned income. They describe a hypothetical world characterized by diminishing marginal utility, no mention of greed or wealth addiction, and diminishing returns, while productivity soars in the real world. Managers are held to need more salaries to induce them to create wealth, that is, corporate profits, by cutting salaries for their employees to lower labor costs. Every increase in employment is supposed to raise wages, the demand for labor, thereby making economies less competitive, rather than raising their productivity as a result of better schooling, diets and so forth. Treating markets merely as clearing mechanisms to balance quantities supplied and quantities demanded, applying grade school mathematics to find a hypothetical equilibrium point, distracts attention from how wealth creation is achieved by insider dealing, tax favoritism and outright fraud as the financial sector disables public agencies in an increasingly polarized economy. We can best understand the Thatcherism and Reaganomics of the 1980s by looking at their dress rehearsal, the U.S.-sponsored military regime in Chile after 1973. The Chicago Boys realized that in order to create a free market controlled by their constituency, the bankers, it is necessary to control the press and educational system to neutralize opposition. Operation Condor pressed this social engineering to the point of exiling or killing those who disagreed with the Chicago program. Their guiding principle was the same as that of Stalin: no person, no problem. That is what Tina meant in practice: no alternative ideas, no problem. Labor union leaders and journalists, professors, and politicians were murdered throughout Latin America and even in the United States for opposing the financial oligarchy's power grab and the economic theory to rationalize this usurpation. Wealth was concentrated in the hands of rentiers most willing to indulge in violence and what the Russians have called grabitization. So we are brought back to the role of gunboats and force, political lobbying to buy politicians, mass media promising that the path to get rich most easily is to take on as much debt as possible, and an academic curriculum saying that this is more efficient than public investment or operating a less highly debt-leveraged economy. It is as if the real world's power grab by the financial oligarchy does not properly belong in scientific analysis. Failure of academic models to acknowledge it produces an ideology that falsifies the way the world really works. What is needed to save democracy from turning into oligarchy is to recognize how predatory this financial strategy has become, and how far today's lending has diverged from productive credit. This classical distinction has been dropped, indeed, expurgated from the academic curriculum. Debt crises such as the West is now experiencing are treated as if they are exogenous or an anomaly, not the policy result of financial conquest. This political, and academic, capitulation to finance capital leads one to question the progressive era's faith that the material imperatives of industrial development will steer social evolution upward. Industrial capital was expected to seek profits by expanding investment. Banks were supposed to be the brains, allocating credit where economic gains were highest gains that would enrich society as a whole. But the opposite is occurring, not an economy of abundance but one of austerity and debt peonage. Socialists who stand on the sidelines repeating the rhetoric of class war between industry and labor, a conflict that never has disappeared, to be sure, miss the threat to labor and industry posed by banks joining with rentiers from the real estate and insurance sectors and monopolies. This makes criticism of financial malstructuring neither left nor right-wing. It spans the political spectrum, because the entire economy is threatened by the austerity that results from financial dynamics operating unchecked and ultimately bankrupts the banking sector itself. Pull quotes. Pull quote 00-1. The question is whether finance will promote economic growth and rising living standards, or create unproductive credit and use government to enforce creditor claims by imposing austerity, reducing large swaths of the world population to debt peonage. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-2. The problem is that credit is debt, and paying debt service to bankers and bondholders, and various grades of loan sharks, leaves less income available to spend on goods and services. So debt deflation is today's major problem, not inflation. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-3. German fear that central bank credit creation is dangerously hyperinflationary fails to recognize that all hyperinflations have resulted from balance of payments deficits. Never in history has hyperinflation resulted from governments monetizing domestic spending. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-4. Interest is treated as profit earned by producing the banker's product, the debt taken on by borrowers. Treating the bank's privilege of debt creation as tangible industrial investment conflates money and credit as a factor of production, so that interest, penalties, and fees appear as part of the production process, not external to it. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-5. As financial charges rise to absorb more corporate cash flow, real estate rents and wages, debt-burdened economies find themselves priced out of world markets. International trade competition now reflects financial, insurance and real estate, fire, charges more than the price of bread and other basic commodities. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-6. Financialized globalization seeks to widen the web of debt throughout the world, achieving what formerly was won by military force. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-7. Tax favoritism for debt leveraging raises the economy's price structure, not as a result of more money chasing goods, but because privatized monopolies impose tollbooth charges for services that governments formerly provided free of cost, as in roads, at subsidized rates, postal service, or at minimum cost. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 00-8. The effect of financializing an economy is much the same as levying tribute following armed conquest. Michael Hudson. 1 Dirk Bessemer, Why Some Economists Could See the Crisis Coming, Financial Times, September 7, 2009. For a roster of financial Cassandras, see Alphaville, Financial Times, July 13, 2009, Who Saw It Coming and the Primacy of Accounting, posted by Tracy Alloway. 2. Stephen Ratner, The Rich Get Even Richer, New York Times op-ed, March 26, 2012, based on data from Thomas Piketty and Emmanuel Sayes, The Evolution of Top Incomes, A Historical and International Perspective, http://elsa.berkeley.edu/tilde-sayes/piketty-sayes-aep06.pdf. 3. I summarize his views in Trade, Development, and Foreign Debt, A History of Theories of Polarization v. Convergence in the World Economy, 2nd ed. ILA 2010, Chapter 16, pages 313 to 336. 4. I discuss Newcomb's life and writings in America's Protectionist Takeoff, 1815 to 1914, The Neglected American School of Political Economy, ILA 2010. 5. As Ullman, P.C., has expressed his criticism to me, the problem is that economists think of markets simply as a venue for transactions. The key is, what is being transacted? If it is goods, how are they produced and how is their price determined, how is credit or payment arranged, and on what terms? The result of how the overall system operates appears in the market. But that's not where you start. That's like starting with Union Square for the farmers market in New York. It focuses on an individual buyer and seller, not on wholesalers, transportation, fees charged out of revenues, or farm inputs, taxes, etc. See Market Mystification in Capitalist and Market Socialist Societies, in Bertel Ullman ed., Market Socialism, The Debate Among Socialists, Routledge 1998. Endnotes, Introduction. Underscore 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 underscore. Part I, Fictitious Capital and Economic Fictions. Did nobody see this coming? Why did nobody notice it? Queen Elizabeth II, during a visit to the London School of Economics, November 4, 2008. Now let me state at the outset what role the department plays and does not play in addressing these challenges: record fraud in investment banking and securities. The Department of Justice investigates and prosecutes federal crimes. As a general matter, we do not have the expertise, nor is it part of our mission to opine on the systemic causes of the financial crisis. Rather, the Justice Department's resources are focused on investigating and prosecuting crime. Our efforts to fight economic crime are a vital component of our broader strategy, a strategy that seeks to foster confidence in our financial system, integrity in our markets, and prosperity for the American people. U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, testifying before the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, FCIC, January 14, 2010. Cited by UMKC Professor Bill Black, in The High Price of Ignorance, November 7, 2011. Underscore 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 underscore. 1-2 Traditions of Financial Doctrine. Today's leading nations have achieved their global advantage as a result of a strategy based on industrial and agricultural innovation, employing well-educated, highly paid, high productivity labor. a tradition whose roots extend back to before the Industrial Revolution, has advocated public infrastructure investment, subsidies to key industries, and encouragement to skilled immigrants, as well as protectionist economic policy. This tradition also called for national control of banking and financial systems to steer money and credit creation to promote tangible capital formation as a precondition for achieving international competitiveness and indeed, leadership. When setting out to recouple banking and credit to tangible capital formation today, it is not necessary to reinvent the analytic wheel. The logic was clarified even before the 19th century's blossoming of heavy industry. French economists from John Law through Colbert advocated economic planning financed by an industrial banking system. After the Napoleonic reforms, the Saint-Simonians inspired a virtual industrial religion. Their ideals underlay the Credit Mobilier, founded in 1852, and shaped Marx's ideas of how banking needed to be transformed to finance industrial capitalism. In its financial dimension, the other canon tradition recognizes that credit is not inflationary if it is used to employ new labor productively. But tight money and economic austerity deter capital investment, research, and development. This leads to currency collapse and rising prices to the extent that it depresses production. Banking policies need to steer credit along lines that encourage industrial and human capital formation in order to encourage a prosperity in which money and credit and investment increase output more than product prices or asset prices. The guiding idea is that loans should finance direct investment in productive enterprise, not enable borrowers merely to bid up real estate and stock market prices by using credit for speculation, corporate raiding, takeovers and management buyouts. Without drawing a distinction between productive and unproductive lending along these lines, the price consequences of increasing money and credit cannot be gauged. In this respect, the tradition of industrial financial systems recognizes the linkages that exist between industrial policy, tax strategy, and national monetary and banking systems. By relating credit increases not merely to prices but to new hiring, purchasing power and output, it designates the proper role for banks, insurance companies, and stock markets as being to mobilize savings and credit to upgrade technology, social infrastructure, employment and productivity. Domestic control of banking and insurance therefore is needed not only to steer credit most efficiently to maximize capital formation and production while raising living standards, but also to help avoid financial dependency on the leading credit-creating nations. In addition, to save economies from having to pay even more domestic currency as foreign debt service when the exchange rate declines, as a result of balance of payments outflows to foreign creditors as a result of credit dependency, and to foreign food and industrial exporters as a result of import dependency, the financial reform movement advises that loans should be extended in local currency rather than dollarized. The exchange rate also needs to be protected from financial inflows pushing it up and making home manufactures more expensive in world markets. This pro-industrial financial doctrine has spanned the political spectrum from right to left, religious to secular. The broad approach of Sir James Steuart and Rev. Josiah Tucker in 18th-century Britain was applied after the Napoleonic Wars by anti-Bullionists led by Henry Thornton and Thomas Tuke. In the United States, Alexander Hamilton's 1791 report on manufactures emphasized the need for a national bank to finance industry, although early attempts along these lines engaged largely in land deals. From Henry Clay and Calvin Colton through subsequent protectionists, a new national bank charter became a major plank of Whig and then Republican Party platforms. After the 1907 financial panic, a National Monetary Commission was created and urged America to emulate the large German investment banks. As matters turned out, however, the Federal Reserve System was created in 1914 under a democratic administration that favored decentralization and British-type merchant banking. In academia, Thorstein Veblen contrasted financial engineering to industrial engineering, and emphasized the pecuniary economy's financial dimensions and its links to land speculation. His institutionalist approach was elaborated by John Commons, while Harold Moulton pioneered the study of financial macroeconomics at the Brookings Institution. Industrial banking principles were most firmly grounded in the Reichsbank and other large German banks, while the German Historical School and State Socialists, academic socialists of the chair, emphasized the financial dimension of large-scale industrial development. Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital, 1910, elaborated Marx's approach to reflect 20th-century conditions, and was followed by socialists such as Vladimir Wodensky as the world economy succumbed to the Great Depression. In Britain, John Hobson and H.S. Foxwell wrote along similar lines, and in the 1920s, John Maynard Keynes analyzed the debt burden imposed by lending and financial speculation. Joseph Schumpeter, and later his student Hyman Minsky, theorized about how to finance industrial innovation and capital formation in contrast to the existing tendency of business upswings to culminate in Ponzi schemes and stock market bubbles as their final phase. As a logical counterpart to distinguishing between productive and unproductive labor and spending, i.e., investment versus consumption, classical economists contrasted productive from unproductive debt. The term productive meant productive of profit, which was considered to be necessary to induce capital to be invested in any given undertaking rather than elsewhere. Productive labor or spending accordingly was employed to produce or trade goods for sale at a price covering the capitalist's wage outlay and capital expenditures and yield normal profit. By contrast, money spent hiring servants or doctors, lawyers, and other professionals for consumption purposes was viewed as economic overhead, unproductive consumption, as were employees in not-for-profit sectors, religious officials, government bureaucrats, and so forth. Along parallel financial lines, productive loans provided resources for borrowers to employ to earn enough profit to repay the debt with its stipulated interest. The merchant borrowed money to conduct his trade, and the industrial capitalist might borrow to build factories and plant, machinery, and other means of production to create goods sold at a profit. Adam Smith estimated the natural rate of profit to be twice the interest rate, so that the gross profit would be divided evenly between the creditor as a silent partner and the entrepreneur. By contrast, consumer borrowing represented an unproductive form of debt. Its interest charges had to be paid out of the income the debtors earned elsewhere or, ultimately, by their selling off assets to pay the creditor. Government debt likewise was unproductive, at least to the extent that its proceeds were used to wage wars that destroyed property rather than created capital out of the profits made from the loan. Government borrowing to defray social welfare costs also represents what the classical economists would have called unproductive borrowing. Some forms of credit and public spending thus are more desirable than others. Helping speculators bid up the price of real estate already built, and of equities in companies already in existence, merely funds, and an overgrowth of debt as borrowers seek to ride the wave of asset price inflation. It is primarily in the United States and Britain that opponents of financial regulation have denied any need to channel credit systems along productive lines. Indeed, they deny that credit and foreign capital transfers, military spending or private capital flight, can create an imbalance, thanks to self-stabilizing equilibrium tendencies. A common thread along this line runs from Ricardo and his contemporary bullionists to today's monetarists. In the 1920s, Jacques Rueff in France and the Swedish U.S. economist Bertil Ohlin denied that the debt service imposed by German reparations could cause serious financial disruption. A similar approach led to Friedrich Hayek, Milton Friedman, and subsequent Chicago School opponents of government activism, as well as to the IMF's austerity programs that squeeze out short-term surpluses to finance foreign debt service and capital flight rather than tangible capital formation. Point 1. This approach does not recognize debt service as causing problems for the exchange rate or deflating output levels, or that regulatory actions may encourage credit to be allocated along productive lines. Just the opposite, such actions are held only to be destabilizing. When currencies come under pressure as a result of capital flight, monetarists advocate raising interest rates so as to borrow enough money to stabilize exchange rates. This policy is endorsed even at the cost of depressing the economy. Raising interest rates increases the cost of debt-financed capital investment, thereby slowing its growth. Meanwhile, austerity keeps prices low, and hence, the purchasing power of debt service high. As the domestic market shrinks and overcapacity emerges, lending money or investing abroad becomes more remunerative than investing it in new factories, plant, and equipment at home. The Industrial Revolution found itself confronted with banking systems designed to fund national war debts, not investment in factories, machinery, and innovation. In continental Europe, protective tariffs and government investment in transport and other public utilities went hand in hand with industrial banking. By contrast, British and U.S. merchant banking looked at collateral rather than at the means of production that could be newly created with credit. Ultimately at issue was whether financial systems should fund capital formation or real estate and stock market bubbles. Today's deregulatory orthodoxy does not distinguish corporate takeover funding or land speculation from tangible capital investment. And yet, despite the rising importance of capital gains in total investment returns, monetarist orthodoxy views money almost solely in reference to commodity prices rather than correlating it with asset prices or, for that matter, with the debt overhead. Already in the 18th century, political economists explained why monetary policy should avoid deflation. Populations needed adequate purchasing power to buy the goods and services the economy was potentially able to produce. In 1767, in the process of countering David Hume's early version of the quantity theory of money, Stoyart denounced austerity policies of the sort that the IMF imposes on debtor countries today. Economists who deplore today's decoupling of financial markets from industrial capital formation thus can find a long pedigree of what Schumpeter called filiations in the writings of Law, Tucker, and Stoyart, the anti-Bullionists and Saint-Simonians. These writers analyzed the adverse impact of monetary deflation in their discussions of the role of money and credit in setting labor and industry to work, increasing output, and attracting capital and immigrants, especially skilled labor, from other countries. What is remarkable is that the pedigree of plans to harness banking systems to finance industrial capital formation remains untaught today. The economic curriculum has been captured by a monetarist orthodoxy that excludes an analysis of the problems caused by monetary austerity, high interest rates, and the debt overhead that is aggravated by decoupling bank lending and stock markets from the financing of tangible investment. The political arithmeticians and their view on financing industry. Inasmuch as nations without gold or silver mines were obliged to run trade surpluses to pay for their imports of monetary bullion, monetary theory was linked inherently to trade theory. At issue was what policies were best suited to drawing in money from abroad so as to set the wheels of commerce and industry in motion. Thomas Munn, Charles Davenant, Stoyart and other writers whom Smith called mercantilists went far beyond the idea of merely mercantile marketplace analysis. The term they often used to describe themselves was political arithmetic. They used economic statistics and quantifiable relationships to demonstrate that more money and credit were likely to finance increased production under the conditions existing in the 18th century. This increased output absorbed the growth in spending power, so that prices did not need be inflated when money flowed in to pay for a rising volume of exports. One of the most important common denominators of political arithmeticians seeking to build up national industry was the perception that the power to earn gold was more important than the supply of gold itself. Britain and the Netherlands, Spain's former colony, had watched Spain and Portugal dissipate the gold they had taken from the New World. Although they were themselves least endowed with mines or other natural resources, they had put in place an active industry that had drawn the world's wealth to their shores. This view had become popular by the time Governor Keith of Massachusetts expressed it in 1738, although Spain, by possessing the mines of Mexico and Peru, may be said to be richer in that respect than any other nation, and though it may furnish the Spaniards with all the product of other men's labor, which the most exquisite luxury can desire, in the main it destroys industry, by encouraging sloth and indolence, which inevitably must introduce both a neglect and contempt of the arts and sciences, whereas an industrious commonwealth, who keeps her subjects employed in manufactures, and foreign trade, by continually furnishing Spain with such things as there is a constant demand for, to supply that people's conveniency, and feed their pleasures, must needs in return command as great a share of Spanish bullion as they want, so that in fact the Spanish riches consist in digging up gold and silver out of the earth for other people, whose superior skill and industry, in applying it to its proper use, absolutely determines the value of that kind of wealth, which, if it be not kept in continual motion and employed in trade, never fails to enervate the owners, too. In much the same vein Tucker explained that it made a great difference whether Britain earned bullion from broadly based industry employing a large proportion of the population, or whether this money came merely from commerce or piracy without industry, as Spain and Portugal had looted their colonies. 3 An anonymous pamphlet writer observed in 1782 that the effect of monetary inflows depended on how that wealth was acquired, whether by force or labor, by foreign conquest or internal industry. In just the opposite way from the mechanisms assumed by today's IMF austerity programs for debtor economies, he explained. Each addition to the quantity of productive stock will create new demands for labor, and add new spurs to industry and ingenuity. The annual produce of the nation and the course of its power will be thus rapidly increased. 4. Only if this money were merely acquired by foreign conquests, and paid in tribute to the public treasury would its effects be similar to those suggested by Hume. The balance of trade and price relationships thus depended mainly on a nation's political and social institutions. Economists writing in this tradition saw that the consequences of a monetary inflow depended on the extent to which it was used to employ labor. These writers did not assume an automatically fully employed economy. Hence, monetary inflows could have the effect on spurring output, not merely working to raise prices. Already in 1650, William Potter wrote that, an increase of money cannot possibly occasion an increase in the price of commodities, because it would raise output proportionally. 5. By the same token, a shrinking money supply would not necessarily lower prices in the same ratio. To the extent that tight money caused unemployment, it would lower output, leaving fewer goods and services available to absorb the economy's purchasing power. This would raise prices even as production fell. As Law pointed out in 1705, most people think scarcity of money is only the consequence of a balance due, that is, a trade deficit, but 'tis the cause as well as the consequence, and the effectual way to bring the balance to our side, is to add to the money. 6. Plentiful money and a domestic credit system erected on this base was a precondition for putting labor to work and inducing capital investment. Hume himself noted in his 1752 essay of money, in every kingdom, into which money begins to flow in greater abundance than formerly, everything takes a new face, labor and industry gain life, the merchant becomes more enterprising, the manufacturer more diligent and skillful, and even the farmer follows his plough with greater alacrity and attention. 7. A growing supply of money and income thus worked to increase employment and output before prices increased. As Vickers summarizes Hume's views, what we should call an elasticity of supply is postulated. The inflation initially is a profit inflation, rather than a price inflation. Rises in turnovers and profits are realized, rather than rises in prices. Changes occur in the manners and customs of the people. 8. Stoyart devoted chapter 28 of his Principles of Political Economy to criticizing the limitations of what has been called the price-specie flow adjustment mechanism as postulated by Hume, the idea that an increase in the money supply will raise prices proportionally, discouraging exports while making imports more attractive, until the trade balance returns to equilibrium. For economies suffering serious trade deficits, a monetary drain and falling prices were likely to be buffeted by the waves of financial crisis, depressing their production levels below the break-even point, throwing them into bankruptcy. Producers could not operate at a loss for long in the face of falling prices and still remain in business, nor could employment be maintained when wages fell below subsistence levels. If a certain number of inhabitants be employed in a necessary branch of consumption, there must be a certain demand preserved for it, Stoyart pointed out. Rather than recovering its former balance, the balance of trade and payments might stabilize at a lower level of employment, population, and economic activity. Tucker, Stoyart, and their contemporaries were well aware of the fact that workers, especially skilled labor, followed the international flow of money and prosperity. Hume's friend James Oswald wrote to him in 1749 that although a monetary inflow and its associated quick demand, in the first instance, tends to raise the rate of wages, yet, as it is corrected by the attraction of new inhabitants, it only produces permanently that good effect, while the want of it in poor countries destroys the manufacture themselves, and sends out the manufactures. 9. Hume's essay of the balance of trade acknowledged that a diminution of specie is in time commonly attended with the transport of people and industry. For nations running a trade and related balance of payments surplus, wrote Stoyart, no sooner will demand come from abroad, for a greater quantity of manufactures than formerly, then such demand will have the effect of gradually multiplying the inhabitants up to the proportion of the surplus above mentioned, provided the statesman be all along careful to employ these additional numbers, which an useful multiplication must produce. In supplying the additional demand. Point 10. As long as employment, investment, and productivity kept pace with rising monetary stocks and wages, there need be no increase in the general price level, and hence no falling off of exports. Stoyart accordingly concluded that the riches of a country, i.e., its money supply, has no determined influence upon prices that could be stated with certainty, a fact which Mr. Hume has attended, on one occasion, although he has lost sight of it on several others. 11 Or, as Schumpeter has put this thought in more recent times, any satisfactory theory of the money supply implies a theory of the economic process in its entirety. 12. The reason why modern academic orthodoxy has shunted aside the ideas of Law, Tucker, Stoyart, and their like-minded contemporaries is reflected in Hayek's denigrating observation that the suggestive and interesting, but essentially wrong-headed chapters on money in James Stoyart's Political Economy had no very wide influence. 13 Yet in their day they were felt so widely that when Smith brought his Wealth of Nations to the same Scottish publisher that had printed Stoyart's work, he avoided using the title, Principles of Political Economy, to which classical economic treatises for the next century by Ricardo, John Stuart Mill and their contemporaries would return. Smith adopted the tactic that subsequent neoliberal orthodoxy would use with regard to the classical, protectionist, socialist, and other economists who sought to steer banking and financial systems to fund tangible capital formation rather than just make money from money, simply ignore them, and write a sensorial history of economic thought as if they did not exist. If the eye offend thee, pluck it out. For more than 2 centuries monetarist writers have focused on the relation between money and prices alone, taking for granted the existing level of employment and production. Under the assumption of practically full employment, the effect of monetary inflows can only be to push up prices. Treating prices as the only variable, the monetarist approach assumes as given what the other canon views as the topic of major interest, the role to be played by public policy and social institutions. What was most interesting, the anti-monetarists pointed out, was how monetary inflows and credit could set underemployed labor and undercapitalized industry in motion. This is the approach that Britain, the United States, Germany, and France adopted as policy in their most successful formative centuries. Yet monetarist historians, most notoriously Jacob Viner, have written this tradition out of their surveys of economic thought. Today's students are taught Hume's partial version of the quantity theory of money without reference to the qualifications stressed by Tucker, Oswald, and Stoyart. They are not taught that in the bullion debate, and again in the 1920s debate over German reparations and debt servicing capacity, monetarist theories of the balance of payments were the losing side analytically. The deflationary monetary policies promoted by financial interests have been imposed throughout the 20th century, but led to widespread depression and crisis in the 1930s, and again since the 1960s for debtor countries subjected to the International Monetary Fund's austerity programs. This monetarist doctrine reflects a methodology that has become today's orthodox market fundamentalism, or politically in Chile and Russia, as market authoritarianism. And, to cap matters, the Chicago School has interwoven free trade theory with a pro-creditor hard money advocacy of privatization and dollarization for trade-dependent debtor economies. By contrast, a common denominator may be traced through protectionist, socialist, and other doctrines of government planning in aiming to modernize industry, agriculture and labor skills. Especially when voiced by economists in nations seeking to catch up, such writers have tended to be pro-debtor in the sense that they would subordinate debt claims to the objective of maximizing society's productive powers over time. The basic approach has been advocated in the 20th century most notably by Keynes and the American New Deal macroeconomists and institutionalists. Nowhere are institutional structures given more emphasis than in the financial sphere. As Tucker, Stoyart, and other early writers noted, money and banking are highly embedded in legal and political structures. For this reason most advocates of this approach exemplify what the German writer George Friedrich Knapp called the state theory of money in 1906. This approach, also called chartalism or cartelism, views money as a government creation, inasmuch as governments imbue credit money with value by accepting it in payment for taxes or other public fees. In addition, bank reserves rest ultimately on holdings of government securities, and deposits are guaranteed by the state. Creditary doctrines are inherently historical in character, inasmuch as financial systems are products of fiscal and legal institutions. Before reviewing specific doctrines of how best to structure an economy's financial institutions, I therefore will first review the role of government in shaping financial systems, juxtaposing the broad institutionalist vantage point to the monetarist Chicago view. How central banks turn public debt into credit money. Finance was one of the last dimensions to be incorporated into modern theories of economic development. Even among economists who recognized the degree to which growth in production and employment needed credit, there was little discussion prior to the 19th century of how to mobilize banking systems specifically to finance industrialization. What ultimately was needed was to distinguish productive lending for tangible capital investment from parasitic lending that aimed at making money merely by zero-sum means such as building up an interest-yielding debt overhead willy-nilly. The essence of any credit system is its ability to provide monetary means of payment beyond the accumulation of gold and silver bullion. Promises of future payment circulate as credit money. As a practical matter, to be sure, bank notes and bank checks are backed not only by the bank's own loan portfolio, but by collateral pledged in the form of marketable assets. Mortgage loans are secured by the real property whose purchase is being financed, while merchants pledge their goods in shipment to secure the bank, along with its depositors and recipients of its bank notes and checks, against the risk of non-payment. The great challenge for financial systems has been to extend credit to fund new means of production, out of whose revenue the loan can be repaid. Such lending represents the most productive form of credit, but has been the last to develop historically. Collateral-based lending came first, and remains the foundation for credit provided to most private sector borrowers. Even today, bankers are fearful of extending loans against means of repayment not yet in existence. Their notorious conservatism leads them to prefer lending against collateral they can seize to pay the loan balance in case of default. The tendency thus is to look backward at what already has been produced, not forward at what may be achieved by a productive use of credit. Industrial banking required a system of paper credit as a precondition, and this is where central banks come into the picture. However, they were not created in the first instance to supply credit for industrialization. Their initial objective was to finance government deficits, mainly war spending. In a nutshell, public credit was developed as an alternative to borrowing from the international bankers of the day, example Italian banking families in late feudal Europe, and Dutch and other foreign investors in later centuries. In retrospect, it seems inevitable that credit money based on uncollateralized promises to pay out of future revenue would be based in the first instance on government tax revenue. Rulers levied new taxes to pay each new loan, or at least to carry its interest charges. These borrowings were not productive, as their proceeds were not used to build up the economy's productive powers and hence its ability to pay. Just the opposite, war loans almost invariably were burdensome, for their proceeds were used to wage territorial wars that destroyed rather than creating property. No early loans were made to finance public capital formation, except for what incidentally happened to be associated with military armaments. In addition to the power to levy taxes, governments have the unique ability to print promissory notes as currency, or to coin money, and to create a demand for it by declaring it legal tender as a means of paying taxes, other public fees or charges, and all debts generally. This imbues government debt money with a tax payment value, which in turn determines its general purchasing power over goods and services. Gradually it came to be recognized that this paper currency, in essence a readily assignable form of government debt, could be used in place of gold and silver coinage, that is, commodity money. Nations did not need to run trade and payments surpluses to ensure sufficient coinage to sustain employment and investment if they managed their public debt and fiscal system adroitly to create a credit superstructure. It is not the purpose of this survey to write a capsule summary of economic history, except to trace the evolution of banking and financial theory as it relates to the mobilization of savings or creation of credit to promote economic development. Industrial credit doctrines emerged only in the 19th century, many centuries after European merchant banking was catalyzed by the Crusades and the vast influx of gold that followed the looting of Constantinople in 1215, and the even greater influxes following the colonization of the New World. From time immemorial, religion and war have been the crucibles from which monetary systems have emerged. The monetary metals were given sanction as religious contributions, while temples oversaw the weights and measures in which the means of payment were denominated, and served as safekeeping havens for savings at the civic level as early as Mesopotamian times. Wars forced realms into debt, from lowly peasant cultivators up to rulers, topped in time by Europe's feudal monarchs and modern governments. From these war debts have stemmed the proliferation of taxes to carry their interest charges and hence, post-war deflation. At least ancient Mesopotamian rulers chose the less destructive alternative of clean slates to wipe away the rural debt overhead. Two medieval church orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, developed far-flung systems to help knights transfer their money from one place to another along the crusade routes and, over the longer term, pilgrimage routes from one shrine to the next. Travelers could draw on accounts established on an embryonic form of the modern credit card, on the basis of credit to be paid off later, after their return back home. Or, the Templars were able to receive payments in one of their local branches and to pay out an equivalent amount in another land, charging an agio fee for this money changing and transfer. Even larger were the donations of property to these orders, in return for which the donors usually asked for the equivalent rental value for their lands as long as they remained alive. Much as lending had helped break down the traditional communal sanctions against alienating land in ancient Mesopotamia, so the process recurred in medieval Europe, especially as the lands being turned over were for a sanctified Christian purpose. Making the land transferable opened the floodgates to what in time became a widespread forfeiture of land to creditors. It was fairly easy to elaborate the Crusades' banking services to provide trade credit as a specific application of international money transfers. As the purpose of loans became more secular, private families, starting with those most closely linked to the Church, elaborated such banking to provide trade credit and, as a byproduct of lending to rulers, war loans as well. Mercantile credit financed the shipment of goods from one place to another, pledging the credit guarantees of wealthy banking families behind export sales and orders. Mercantile eas were as yet far from becoming a currency used by the population at large. Their use was restricted to the commercial sphere and the even larger flow of royal payments to Rome. From the 13th through 15th centuries, royal finances dovetailed into church finances via the transfer of Peter's pence and other contributions. It was largely to systematize this flow of religious tribute that merchant bankers helped organize European trade in wool and textiles. England paid an equivalent value of the money owed to Rome in wool, which the bankers sent to Flanders and other weaving centers to be woven into finished textiles. Kings were the largest customers for loans, for the simple reason that they were the most able to raise the funds to repay them. Down to the time of Napoleon, the monarchs of Britain and France borrowed vast sums to wage territorial wars. To finance this almost constant warfare, they levied a widening array of taxes, whose proceeds were pledged to their creditors. The typical procedure was to levy a new tax to carry the interest costs of each new loan. A proliferation of taxes ensued, reflecting the rising expenses of warfare and its capital-intensive warships, cannons, and the cost of hiring mercenaries. But as the wars interrupted trade flows, the ability to pay usually was reduced, and bankers often came to regret their loans. This risk element came to a head with Edward III's French campaigns. By the late 17th century, England and France had approached the limits of their ability to borrow and tax. A supplementary source of revenue was found by creating monopolies as crown corporations and selling them to private buyers. England's government sold the East India Company a trade monopoly in 1600, followed by other mercantile monopolies, against which Adam Smith protested as their earnings were squeezed out in the form of higher prices charged to British consumers. After the 1688 Glorious Revolution, England replaced its Stuart dynasty with a more liberal reform regime. In need of money, it looked at its assets and means of raising new credit in ways that would not involve yet heavier taxes or consumer prices. The solution was to create the first modern central bank, the Bank of England, which in 1694 was sold the monopoly of issuing bank notes, whose value the government underwrote by agreeing to accept them in payment of taxes. The bank's charter forbade goldsmiths from issuing notes of their own, as the bank took over this practice. For this privilege the government was paid £1.2 million, or rather, was loaned this amount by the bank's founders. The bank issued paper currency backed by reserves consisting of the original £1.2 million that had been invested in royal debt. By the 19th century a central principle of the other financial canon had become familiar, The essence of money no longer consisted only of gold and silver bullion as an asset to be bartered for other goods or services. Public debt notes could be spent as currency, at least for paying taxes, and by extension for other transactions of equal worth. The value of this money did not stem so much from its purchasing power over goods and services as from the degree to which governments monetised their debts and the way they levied taxes. The descriptive theory explaining these phenomena came to be called the state theory of money, as noted above. It views modern money as an embodiment of public debt just as international monetary reserves take the form of U.S. Treasury debt held by the world's central banks. This character of money does not bear directly on the present paper's central topic of how to link the financial system to the dynamics of capital investment and technological modernization. However, it provides a necessary institutional background to recognize that money and credit are something more than merely counters by which trade and exchange are contracted. Money is the embodiment of public and private debt. This balance sheet aspect of modern financial systems forms the essence of creditary analysis. To be sure, industrial modernization was not the objective of state credit money in its formative centuries. Governments spent tax proceeds and borrowed money to wage wars, not to sponsor technological innovation, except for relatively modest subsidies to promote science and technology, largely with a military application in mind. But for the most part, capital investment and modernization were left to the private sector. It was a task in which the banking and financial system found little interest in playing. From early antiquity, handicraft workshops had been financed by the large public institutions, most characteristically by the temples and palaces of Mesopotamia, or by the households of chieftains or other wealthy individuals, but never on credit. Searching through antiquity's records, the classical historian Moses Finley found not a single productive loan for direct investment, only trade credit and usurious distress lending. No industrial credit had yet developed at the time Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, although by 1762 the Duke of Bridgewater had run up what was then an astronomical debt to finance his canal-building activities. But Smith's Scottish contemporary James Watt could have told him that organizing a factory to manufacture steam engines was so much more costly than pin-making as to require outside financing. Neither Watt nor other inventors were able to borrow from banks the early funds needed to introduce their inventions, but had to rely on their own families and circle of friends. However, as technology played little role in Smith's analysis, neither did its financial requirements, as shown by his words of advice. What a bank can with propriety advance to a merchant or undertaker of any kind, is not either the whole capital with which he trades, or even any considerable part of that capital, but that part of it only, which he would otherwise be obliged to keep by him unemployed, and in ready money for answering occasional demands. 14. In other words, financing was provided for moving goods already produced to market, but little more. Banking institutions were mercantile, able to finance sales of goods already produced, through bills of exchange, but not their manufacture, as this could not be done simply by discounting bills for immediate payment. Bankers only were familiar with procedures to evaluate the borrowing capacity of enterprises whose assets could be fully collateralized and rapidly liquidated, or which could pledge a known and easily foreseeable income, as was the case with real property. The automobile had to wait over half a century to obtain financing. 15 As the financial historian George Edwards has summarized, the investment banking houses had little to do with the financing of corporations or with industrial undertakings. The great investment houses bitterly opposed the numerous corporate issues which were floated in 1924 and 1825. The investment houses for a long time refused to take part even in the financing of the British Railways. 16. Not liking competition, bankers opposed the extension of credit beyond the narrow commodity money base they alone possessed. This threatened to deny manufacturing the funding needed to finance the Industrial Revolution's capital investment. Manufacturers turned increasingly to the stock and bond market, and adopted the practice already established and legitimized by governments in issuing long-term notes rather than relying on short-term bank loans. In recent decades, the same phenomenon has occurred in the United States, as large corporations now issue their paper directly rather than going through the banks for credit. This narrow focus of bankers merely on what they could take as interest rather than on what their funding might create led American advocates of industrialization to oppose their activities outright, as they were more likely to be predators than helpers. The first major American economist, Daniel Raymond, expressed his belief that every money corporation is prima facie injurious to national wealth, and ought to be looked upon by those who have no money with jealousy and suspicion. They are, and ought to be considered, as artificial engines of power, contrived by the rich for the purpose of increasing their already too great ascendancy and calculated to destroy that natural equality among men which God has ordained and which government has no right to lend its power in destroying. The tendency of such institutions is to cause a more unequal division of property and a greater inequality among men than would otherwise take place. 17. The Canadian-American astronomer and monetary theorist Simon Newcomb observed that money in itself could not produce goods and services, but it was needed to employ labor and pay for needed economic inputs. In his critical examination of our financial policy during the Southern Rebellion, 1865, he wrote, "The military power of a nation is measured by the amount of industry which it can divert into the channels of war, that is, by the size of its economic surplus in the form of military hardware and support of soldiers. The question now is, does money increase the amount of skill and labor which can be thus turned into the channels of war?" Newcomb's answer was no. However, the issue of fiat money could enable governments to pay for military service and technology, diverting output, and the labor to produce it, to government use by displacing civilian spending on food, clothing, and other necessities. 18. If money is dead, then it involves at least a contingent payment from debtors to creditors, starting with the debtor governments who issue money and bonds. Newcomb saw that the major problem caused by financing wars by bond issues rather than by levying taxes on a pay-as-you-go basis lay in the fiscal strains conveyed to posterity. A bond issue could not really transfer the war's cost onto future generations. That was just a figure of speech. In an analysis that might equally well be applied to today's Social Security debate, he explained, the generation that wages the war must be the one to shed its blood, feed its armies, and cast the shot and shell which its armies are to use. Food, clothing, shot, and shell are the real expenses of war. In running to debt for these articles, we do indeed bequeath to posterity the work of raising the money to pay for them. But posterity not only raises the money, but also receives the pay, so that we may as logically say that posterity gets paid for the war as to say that it pays for it. 19. This observation contains the balance sheet kernel of creditary economics. One party's savings represent another's debt, just as one party's tax payment ends up in the pockets of some beneficiary of government spending. This means that the consequences of any given public debt and tax policy depend on who owes whom. Newcomb accurately predicted that the policy of financing wars by loans would cause an antagonism of interests between the East and the West based on the fact that these geographic sections may have entirely different pecuniary interests. 20 The Civil War led to taxes being collected from America's western states to pay the eastern bondholders who held some 80% of the war bonds. The West responded by advocating inflationary policies to relieve itself of the debt burden, not only of government bonds but of the mortgages entered into during the inflationary Civil War episode. And as Newcomb had forecast, the East sought deflationary monetary policies, much as today's U.S. creditors have done vis-a-vis third debtor countries obliged to pay their debts in the manner that the Western states had done after America's Civil War, by exporting raw materials and even more drastically by selling off their raw materials patrimony and other natural endowments in what is, in essence, a forfeiture of these assets to global creditors. Newcomb observed that as an alternative to taxation or issuing war bonds, the government paid for war material and troops by printing greenbacks. 21 These were essentially debt notes. Indeed, Newcomb observed that a public debt of any proportion could be discharged overnight simply by printing the words legal tender on each bond and circulating the paper as money, although he disapproved of so drastic a policy. Henry Carey, the most influential American economist of the day, argued against a speedy return to specie payments on the ground that this would entail monetary deflation that would injure the nation's industrialists, who tended to be net debtors. He found the major flaw in Newcomb's reasoning to lie in the assumption of what today is called the neutrality of money. If the backing of money was the government's ability to levy taxes and regulate the money supply and hence the pace of inflation or deflation, then monetary analysis had to proceed beyond general price indices to analyze what Newcomb himself had begun to analyze, the problem of which classes and geographic sections paid taxes, and who received their proceeds, that is, who the bondholders were. The policy conclusions for evaluating monetary deflation or inflation depended on the identity of the creditors and debtors in terms of their geographic and industrial profile. 22. In the process of developing his monetary and public debt analysis, Newcomb developed a mathematical statement of the quantity theory of money. The basic set of relationships had been stated in plain English by Hume and his generation, but not in mathematical symbols, which our own epoch treats as the criterion for truly scientific formulation. This already had been done by Wilhelm Roscher in 1854, although in German, hardly a language recognized by Anglo-American historians of economic thought. What is especially noteworthy is that Newcomb was much more careful than subsequent theorists to specify how limited was the sphere of money being analyzed. Represented by the symbol V, standing for the volume of money, it consisted only of industrial circulation, which he defined as the market output of goods and services, excluding financial transactions. Newcomb was careful to explain that this monetary equation applied only when we exclude from the monetary flow all such transfers as loaning money, or depositing it in a bank, because these are not balanced by reverse transfers of wealth or services. 23. Of course, such capital transactions represent the major demand for money in all modern economies. Each day the equivalent value of an entire year's national income or gross national product passes through the New York Clearing House and its counterparts in London, Paris, Frankfurt, and Tokyo. These facts make the quantity theory not so relevant, as most money is spent on bonds, stocks, real estate, and their interest and dividend payments, as well as for taxes and other public charges. The value of national debt money reflects the taxing power of governments and the currency's purchasing power over property, goods, and services. What gives this money its value is the government's acceptance of it in payment of taxes and other public fees, not from its commodity backing in bullion. The combination of fiscal policy and bank regulation determines the volume of credit and how savings are recycled, overshadowing labor costs in determining international trade competition. Taxes, interest, and rent are not factor costs, for they are not paid to factors of production for direct inputs. They are rather in the character of overhead. As such, they are best thought of as transfer payments. The role of financial reform in the economic optimism of the 19th century. It was French and German theorists who pioneered the theory of credit that was needed to finance the Industrial Revolution. In France, the Saint-Simonians described the need to create an industrial credit system aimed at funding means of production rather than military destruction. In Germany, Bismarck's state socialism found its financial expression in the Reichsbank and other great industrial banks, whose long-term financing formed part of the holy trinity of banking, industry, and government planning. The common denominator among the various new theorists was an emphasis on the institutional character of money, and on its dual balance sheet character as an embodied debt as well as an asset to its holder. There are two ways that a loan can be repaid. If its proceeds are invested to produce a profit, the lender can receive interest out of the venture's proceeds. Otherwise, the borrower must reduce his own consumption or sell off his assets to pay the debt charges. The great question confronting the heavy industrial epoch on the eve of the 19th century and its steam revolution was whether the financial system would stifle or serve the spread of industrial technology and productivity. The idealistic spirit of early industrial and banking reform shines through the 19th century. The Saint-Simonian reformers attracted supporters ranging from socialists to investment bankers, winning government backing for their policies under France's Third Empire. Outside of France, Saint-Simon's influence extended to socialists such as Karl Marx, John Stuart Mill and Christian socialists in many countries, as well as industrialists in Germany and protectionists in the United States and England. The common denominator of this broad political spectrum was the recognition that an efficient banking system was needed to finance industrialization, on which a strong national state and military power depended. At issue was what kind of market the economy would have, for this would determine how it would use its resources and wealth, as mediated by the financial system. Despite the fact that Britain was the home of the Industrial Revolution, it was French and Germans who moved banking theory into the industrial stage in their drive to help their nations catch up. It was their country's relative backwardness that led their policy makers to step back and view matters from a broad perspective rather than merely continuing existing pre-industrial practices. By contrast, English and Dutch merchant banking had been so successful that these countries were easily able to maintain their established practices. Merchant bankers were experienced in lending against collateral and discounting sales orders, while the Bank of England's directors became adept at maintaining the value of sterling by raising interest rates to attract short-term funding when needed. But neither group had much to say about how to supply industrial credit. By the 1820s, in the aftermath of the dislocations caused by resumption of normal trade relations after the Treaty of Ghent ended the Napoleonic Wars in 1815, it was becoming clear that banking and credit structures were determining which economies would end up in control of the Industrial Revolution's immense gains of productive powers and wealth. The French had a particular reason to focus on financial reform. They had lost their war with England largely through Napoleon's inability to master the techniques of transferring payments internationally to support French troops and allies. The nation's financial system had not evolved much since the pre-revolutionary Ancien regime. The ground for a sophisticated analysis had been prepared by physiocracy under François Quesnay and his Tableau économique, a progenitor of national income accounting and planning. But what really was needed were actual banking institutions to extend long-term industrial credit to economies whose major financial activity hitherto had been usury and lending to the government. To modernize the nation's finances, the doctrines of Saint Simon and his followers provided the guiding philosophy that found institutional expression in 1852 with the Credit Mobilier. Today's free market advocates are undiscriminating supporters of the financial sector's domination of the economy, without regard for how savings and credit are invested. Their value-free economics claims that it would be wrong to define one way of making money as being better or more socially beneficial than any other way. Attempts to prevent investors from maximizing returns, regardless of how these are achieved, would make markets inefficient. So the ideal of market socialism shaping or tweaking markets to behave in certain desired ways by subsidies and tax policy is a chimera. Today's orthodox canon repeats this mantra again and again, to the point where it has drowned out all discussion of how to distinguish between productive and unproductive forms of credit, investment, and employment. Governments are told that they should not endorse any particular mode of recycling savings or extending credit as opposed to any other mode, but should let bankers and financiers make money wherever they find opportunities most remunerative. Spreading this pro-creditor value-free doctrine via the world's finance ministries and central banks, Chicago school monetarists speak of free markets as liberating wealth from public regulation and oversight. Yet the 19th century market reformers were quite different. To them, the aim of freer markets was to replace privilege with merit, and also to replace the debt burden by mobilizing money capital to invest in upgrading industry, technology, and what today is called human capital. The proper role of government was to coordinate productive bank lending while checking the tendency of passive wealth to take parasitic forms. This is why French socialists and early Marxists stood in the forefront of market reformers, although the market they had in mind was different from that endorsed today by market evangelists. The Saint-Simonian movement illustrates how much more far-reaching the industrial reformism sought to abolish economic inequities and market imperfections as compared to today's neoliberal market advocates. Like many well-born aristocrats throughout history, the Count Claude Henry de Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, came to attack inherited privilege as tending to turn wealth into a passive, parasitic rentier burden on society. Heirs sought to live in the easiest way, off rent and interest rather than actively investing their inheritance. Saint Simon's 1819 satire Parabole, published when he was nearly 60 years old, depicted the governing classes living off their unearned inheritance rather than earning their fortunes through personal merit and ability. 2 years later he published Du Système Industriel. This attracted numerous followers, of whom the most effective were Prosper Enfantin, 1796–1864, and Saint Amand Bazard, 1791–1832, who really created the Saint Simonian school after their master's death in 1825. Their ideas were summarized in Doctrine de Saint Simon, Exposition, Premier Annie, 1828-29. Bazard was a follower of the politician General Lafayette, under whom Saint Simon had served in the American War of Independence. The Saint Simonians became the intellectual heirs of Lafayette's circle, seeking to replace the pre-revolution society based on status and privilege with one based on merit. Almost everyone who is well known of the generation which dates from 1830 belonged more or less to the school of Saint Simon, observed Charles Gide in his biographical article on Saint Simon for Palgrave's Dictionary of Political Economy. Saint Simon's followers included the social theorist Auguste Comte, the economist Michel Chevalier, the socialist Pierre Leroux, the engineer Lesseps, whose plans for canals elaborated ideas initiated by Saint Simon, and the brothers Émile and Isaac Pereire, who founded the Credit Mobilier. In a public letter to the Chamber of Deputies in 1830, Enfantin and Bazard summarized their doctrine that the economic system should reward merit rather than inherited privilege. The followers of Saint Simon believe in the natural inequality of men, and look on this inequality as the basis of association, as the indispensable condition of social order. All they desire is the abolition of every privilege of birth without exception, and as a consequence the destruction of the greatest of all these privileges, the power of bequest, the effect of which is to leave to chance the apportionment of social advantages, and to condemn the largest class in number to vice, ignorance, and poverty. They desire that all instruments of labor, land, and capital, which now form, subdivided, the inheritances of private owners, should be united in one social fund, and that this fund should be operated on principles of association and by a hierarchy, so that each one will have his task according to his capacity, and wealth according to his work. It was in industry that talent was deemed best able to show its abilities. But talent needed money to back it, and this is where a reformed financial system was needed. Each city was to be headed by a mayor acting as chef industrial, head of industry, in charge of who would receive what means of production and income. These industrial chiefs would be appointed by yet higher economic priests, who would hold theocratic power over society. In this doctrine lay the seeds of a rather cultish socialism as well as centralized government dirigisme. In any economy most wealth and assets are inherited, mainly in the form of real estate, bonds, and stocks yielding rent, interest and dividends. Saint Simonian reformers claimed that these tributary claims on society's income and output did not perform an active, productive function. They were a form of overhead, a legacy of the dead hand of the past stemming from the Norman military conquest of France in feudal times, the hereditary nobility that the French Revolution had overthrown politically, but not yet economically. It would be the task of 19th-century doctrines of social progress, capped by the social welfare legislation that coped with the Great Depression in the 1930s, to tax such wealth and use the proceeds for public purposes. It would seem at first glance that this desire to replace inherited wealth and position with a meritocracy would be shared by today's market reformers, yet they have not pressed their reforms in this direction. Just the opposite. At their urging, taxes have been reduced since 1980, and indeed, since World War II, above all on real estate and finance capital. Outright abolition of the wealth tax was a central plank in the Republican 2000 U.S. presidential election campaign. As seen from a 19th-century perspective, today's trickle-down mode of progress and reform, one hesitates to call it modern, would be deemed anti-progressive by untaxing inherited wealth, landed property, and other sources of unearned income. Early advocates of industrialization sought to bring governments out of the feudal era by shifting their role from that of supporting an idle aristocracy to coordinating reforms in the ways society employed and accumulated wealth. In this respect, today's canon of orthodoxy has inverted the original free market canon by advocating the downsizing of government by cutting taxes, above all those which fall on wealth, such as the estate tax, and on the financial sector rather than on labor. Most important, today's post-industrial orthodoxy sees little value in upgrading manufacturing. What it welcomes as a new era, the service economy, is beginning to look like a relapse into real estate concentration in the context of a growing debt overhead, vesting new hereditary interests as wealth is concentrated in the hands of financial families and institutions. Appropriation of property, or, at least its income, by means of loans and credit has replaced the feudal epoch's primitive accumulation by military seizure. This is the opposite of what 19th-century industrial optimists hoped to bring about. The financial innovations advocated by the Saint-Simonians were more far-reaching than the principles advocated by today's market reformers. Paramount among their financial reforms was the desire to ensure that lending would be productive, not usurious as in past epochs. They criticized existing patterns of lending and financial investment for indebting the rest of society without putting in place new means of production to enable this debt to be paid off. To rectify matters, the Saint-Simonians urged that government coordinate industrial planning. Every economy is planned by someone or other. The question is, who is to do the planning? Today's world is run by financial planners working for investment banks, commercial banks, and institutional investors, with macroeconomic policy handled by central banks and treasury departments, over whose appointees Wall Street and other financial centers wield veto power. The chief executive officers of major corporations are concerned mainly with financial strategy, not industrial engineering, labor relations, or sales. So running a corporation has become essentially a financial task. The objective is to raise the company's stock price by such strategies as using earnings to buy one's own equity, planning corporate takeovers and raids, mergers and acquisitions, arranging debt pyramiding with creditors, and orchestrating intra-conglomerate pricing on a global scale so as to take profits in international tax havens. Such planning in today's environment is more likely to downsize operations and scale back research and development than to expand production and employment. These financial objectives are not what optimists had in mind, in an epoch when the Industrial Revolution still seemed to hold enough promise to attract idealists to analyze its potential. Saint Simon, early socialists and the large German banks that flowered in the Bismarck era held that finance was needed to play a central role by funding technological innovation. The essence of the state-sponsored planning they endorsed was that its time frame was long-term. By contrast, the short run effectively has become the long term for today's market fundamentalists. Research and development are downsized so as to leave more income to pay dividends and interest, while the debt burden is made heavier by deflationary pro-creditor policies that keep economic expansion on a short-term leash. The Saint-Simonians saw the Industrial Revolution as introducing a new type of economic man in the form of the industrial capitalist, travailer. In contrast to the Schumpeterian entrepreneur, he was more in the character of a financial engineer seeing where credit could best be applied. He also was more than just the projector of John Law's day, in seeing the field of credit as being direct industrial investment, not merely speculative or mercantile gains. But it was bankers who were glorified above all as the future organizers and promoters of industrialism. According to the compilation Religion Saint-Simonine, Économie politique et politique, Paris, 1831, 98, the banks perform the role of capitalists in their transactions with those travailers, to whom they loan money, enabling these industrious people to obtain financing for their enterprise. Ibid. 45. Significantly, Marx quotes these passages in Capital 3, 714. Charles Pecker's Théorie nouvelle d'économie sociale et politique, Paris 1842, 434, urged that production be ruled by what the Saint-Simonians called the Système Général de Banques. It was left to Émile Périer, 1800 to 1875, to begin putting such a system in place. A leading Saint-Simonian in the 1830s, he built France's first railway line, running from Paris to Saint-Germain, and later developed other routes. He contributed a number of essays to the Saint-Simonian Review Encyclopédique, collected in his 1832 Considérations sur les finances de la France et des États-Unis. In 1852 he formed the Société Générale du Crédit Mobilier as a joint stock bank with his younger brother Isaac, 1806 to 1880, who explained the institution's financial philosophy in Le rôle de la Banque de France et l'Organisation du Crédit en France, 1864, and La Politique Financière, 1879. Their guiding principle was to supplant the usurers of past epochs by providing low-cost long-term credit that would enable industrialists to buy machinery and expand production. In particular, they sought to replace the banking families who hitherto had monopolized French finance. In discussing the pro-finance view's pedigree, it would not be fair to neglect its early blind spots. The major problem with any attempt to shape markets from above is insider dealing. All successful economies are mixed economies, with public oversight and market incentives coexisting. Without proper checks and balances, one gets crony capitalism or its Soviet-style bureaucratic counterparts. Nowhere is this need for mutual checks and balances more clear than in the fate of Crédit Mobilier, whose close connections with the government of Napoleon III prompted it to indulge in fatal speculation that drove it bankrupt in 1867, and into liquidation in 1871. The reasons for the bank's failure are instructive of the inherent tension between the two financial philosophies discussed in this paper. Rather than extend loans directly to its customers, the Crédit Mobilier invested in stocks and bonds issued by these companies. The institution was in effect a gigantic holding company engaged in financing and managing industrial enterprises, notes one financial historian. 24 The securities of the controlled companies were used as assets on which the Crédit Mobilier issued its own securities, to be sold to the public. For a number of years the bank was highly successful, and performed notable service in promoting railroads and public utilities. It had close relations with Louis Napoleon as emperor. Its underlying logic was to provide long-term equity capital and bond financing rather than short-term debt. The idea was that external financing would give industry freedom from the short-term constraints imposed by conservative banking practice in the past. But this freer supply of credit proved to be the bank's undoing, precisely because equity is more responsive to the debtor's earning power than is a straight debt, whose interest and amortization payments are fixed. When business conditions turned down under the credit mobilier's arrangements, it suffered as creditor along with its debtors. The idealism of this harmony of interests was intended to keep the debt burden in check. But it led to the bank's collapse, as it could not in turn make its depositors or creditors share in its own losses. This was especially the case as the credit mobilier became essentially a pyramid scheme, borrowing at a low rate of interest and investing in securities whose returns were expected to be higher. When the economy was thriving, this worked, but over the course of every business upswing a time comes when this is no longer the case. In France, this happened in 1866. Subsequent financial scandals plagued the large international capital investments of the 19th century, headed by the Suez and Panama Canals, both of which had been early Saint-Simonian projects, America's railway land giveaways to the robber barons, and their subsequent stock and bond waterings that gave high finance a bad name generally. The moral is that as aggregations of finance capital and the ability to extend credit grow larger, more concentrated and more closely linked to government and favored industrial customers, the banking system tends to become parasitic and even corrupt. If the bank managers do not succumb to such temptations from inside the system, parasites attack from outside. So large a supply of institutional savings was mounting up in America in the 1980s that Drexel Burnham's crew of corporate raiders seemed a godsend when they began to issue high-interest junk bonds to finance their clients' corporate raids and takeovers. When the dust settled, this exercise had left debt-burdened and even bankrupt companies in their wake, bankrupted much of the savings and loan industry and the Federal S&L Deposit Insurance Corporation, FSLIC, at a cost of some $300 billion. Simultaneously in Japan, convoy banking provided another example of insider dealing to finance a real estate bubble. An unparalleled share of bank loans went to speculators, schemers, and criminals. The bursting of the Asian bubble in 1998 revealed financial systems were lacking proper checks and balances and lacking a better alternative use of savings. Today's market orthodoxy has inverted the 18th and 19th century reformers' spirit, by endorsing financial gain-seeking indiscriminately, even when credit is channeled into parasitic rather than productive lines. No doubt a 19th-century industrial optimist would be surprised at the extent to which the objective of today's financial institutions is not to fund industry, but to load it down with debt, not to finance public investment, but to dismantle and privatize it. These distortions in today's monetarist policies have stripped away the dimension of moral authority with which the Saint-Simonians, socialists, German bank theorists and other advocates of industrial progress sought to achieve, in contrast to what to today has become the mainstream. Marx's optimistic views on industrial finance capitalism. Engels attributed Marx's hopes with regard to the prospects of industrial banking to the ideas of Saint-Simon, adding that Marx spoke only with admiration of his genius and encyclopedic brain. 25 Marx believed that Saint-Simonians such as Charles Fourier and Auguste Comte were being romantically utopian in their hope to reconcile capital and labor rather than basing their system on the class conflict. This political disagreement led him to speak sarcastically of Saint-Simon's world-redeeming credit fantasies, yet he in fact shared Saint-Simon's financial optimism. This optimism is revealed most explicitly in his assertion that the banking and credit system signifies no more and no less than the subordination of interest-bearing capital to the conditions and requirements of the capitalist mode of production. 26. In describing the virtue of credit as being to free society from the need to rely on usurers' hoards, Marx expressed the leading principle of 19th-century industrial bank reform. What made industrial bank credit different from usurers' capital was the totally changed character of the borrower. He receives credit in his capacity as a potential capitalist. Marx believed that banking institutions would take their shape from the mode of production. Industrial capitalism's irresistible dynamic material force would transform lending practices so as to finance production on an expanding scale, thereby going far beyond the old-fashioned usury and even beyond the Anglo-American merchant banking philosophy. In his 1861-63 drafts for what would become the later volumes of Capital, Marx called the banking system the most artificial and the most developed product turned out by the capitalist mode of production. 27. And in his statement that, on the whole, interest-bearing capital under the modern credit system is adapted to the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, he seemed to be describing something that already had become a fait accompli. The parasitic usury of former epochs was being transformed into productive lending to finance the expansion of industry. In this belief, to be sure, Marx stated criteria for the characteristics of a productive financial system with remarkable clarity for his time. His analysis shows that already in his day the anti-inflationary obsession of monetarist politics had become apparent. Instead of promoting the thriving market needed to expand industrial capital investment, he warned, creditors demanded legislative policies to protect the economic value of their loans by imposing a deflationary austerity. If successful, he warned, this policy would stifle industrial capital's need for expanding markets. The value of commodities is therefore sacrificed, for the purpose of safeguarding the fantastic and independent existence of this value in money, he wrote in a passage that anticipated the arguments of Keynes in the 1930s. As money value, it is secured only so long as money itself is secure. For the sake of a few millions of money, many millions of commodities must therefore be sacrificed. 28. Along with employment and investment. It should be noted that when Marx drafted his financial ideas, German banking had not yet really taken off. The raw material he had at hand was primarily the Saint-Simonian theorizing in France, and British banking practice. Financial distortions such as stock waterings and overcapitalization as a general policy by financial robber barons lay in the future. Marx thus focused on what he hoped would become a logical industrial banking policy. Subsequent Marxists, of course, wrote in an epoch in which finance capitalism was taking on a life of its own, increasingly parasitic on the industrial core. But in the 1860s it appeared that industry would shape financial evolution, not the other way around. Yet Marx also recognized that usury existed as an ancient practice independent of the mode of production, and growing by its own dynamics of compound interest. Usurer's capital does not confront the laborer as industrial capital, but merely impoverishes this mode of production, paralyzes the productive forces instead of developing them, and prevents the social productivity of labor from developing. Usury centralizes money wealth. It does not alter the mode of production, but attaches itself as a parasite and makes it miserable. It sucks its blood, kills its nerve, and compels reproduction to proceed under even more disheartening conditions. 29 But usury did not change the mode of production, it merely transferred the ownership of assets over to usurers, making life harder for the laborer. Nonetheless, Marx believed that any conflict of interest between financial and industrial capital would be settled in favor of the latter. This violent fight against usury, this demand for the subordination of the interest bearing under the industrial capital, he elaborated, Ibid. 707, is but the herald of the organic creations that establish these prerequisites of capitalist production in the modern banking system, which on the one hand robs usurers' capital of its monopoly by concentrating all fallow money reserves and throwing them on the money market, and on the other hand limits the monopoly of the precious metals themselves by creating credit money. 30. Marx acknowledged the old reliance on usurers for credit would survive for such persons or classes, as do not borrow in the sense corresponding to the capitalist mode of production. 31 But the great financial achievement of industrial capitalism was, or would be, to create a superior outlet for lending at interest than the consumer usury and war lending that characterized pre-industrial banking. Productive lending would provide credit on the basis of evaluating the borrower's ability to repay the creditors by investing the proceeds productively, not merely to pledge, and in due course, forfeit, the collateral. The credit system, properly institutionalized, thus truly would become society's means of planning the future. To be sure, it would have to be a future whose economic growth would be able to keep up with the compound interest rate, as banks would keep on reinvesting their loan repayment proceeds in new lending to bring more and more capital into being. That was the essence of industrial capitalism's expansive force, and Marx believed that its surplus producing powers would be up to the task. The hard money system that represented the legacy of usury capital, a system essentially synonymous with today's monetarism, no longer would be able to block society from achieving its technological potential once banking system came into being. Industrial capitalism would catalyze an industrial banking system to provide itself with productive, low-interest credit. Germany's linkage between banking, heavy industry, and government under Bismarck. Nearly all historically minded economists shared this optimistic view of finance capital's subordinate role. The German historical school pointed to the fact that interest rates tended to fall steadily with the progress of civilization, at least, rates had been falling since medieval times. Credit laws were becoming more humanitarian, and the debtors' prisons described so graphically by Charles Dickens were being phased out throughout Europe, while more lenient bankruptcy laws were freeing individuals to start afresh with clean slates. Public debts in Europe and North America were on their way to being paid off during the remarkable war-free century 1815 to 1914. Savers and investors were seeking out heavy transport, industry, mining, and real estate to fund, mainly through the bond market. The consensus among economists was that the debt burden would be self-amortizing. Debt problems were curing themselves, by being co-opted into a socially productive credit system. Industrial banking policies reached their highest expression in Germany, where the Reichsbank and large private banks developed close linkages with the government and heavy industry. Developing cross-holdings in the stocks of their major customers, these banks undertook much of the planning needed to guide long-term strategic development. The ensuing debate concerned how governments could best use financial policy to promote industrialization. Although Britain had taken the lead in the Industrial Revolution, banking had played little role in funding it. British and Dutch merchant banking extended short-term loans on the basis of collateral such as bills for merchandise shipped, receivables, and inventories, but did not undertake much long-term lending to finance investment in factories or other direct investment. As noted above, James Watt and other innovators were obliged to raise investment money from their families and friends rather than from banks. Even today most corporate direct investment is financed out of internally generated earnings, not bank loans. Apart from mortgage lending and auto financing, most bank credit is short-term. As matters have turned out, emperors of finance subdued captains of industry. What is striking is how unlikely the prospect of a corrosive and unproductive debt overhead appeared a century ago. Germany's banking philosophy followed largely from the country's relative poverty and backwardness as compared to England. Whereas British banks continued to focus on mercantile financing rather than industrial financing, German banks played a leading role in planning their economy's industrialization. The British economy had grown so large and specialized that its banks performed specialized functions. But the German banks from the outset engaged in a broad range of activities, mixed banking. Edwards observes that they stressed investment operations and were formed not so much for receiving deposits and granting loans but rather for supplying the investment requirements of industry. The main reason for the development of mixed banking was the lack of capital which forced industry to turn to the banks for assistance. 32. The basic profile of Germany's supply and demand for funds was unique for the time. A considerable proportion of the funds of the German banks came not from the deposits of customers but from the capital subscribed by the proprietors themselves. In this respect the German banks differed from the British banks which derived the greater part of their funds from the depositors. This feature prompted German banks to resist the excesses found in American finance of the period, as they only emitted bonds and stocks to the actual cash value of the property of the corporation being financed. U.S. financial manipulators, by contrast, engaged in stock waterings that overfunded companies by bond issues and borrowings far beyond their needs or capacity to carry. The difference was pocketed by the directors of these corporations, a practice that led much American industry to stay clear of banking and financiers out of self-protection. It was this practice that led Marx to criticize the idea that this problem was inherently economic rather than one of personal abuse and the absence of proper checks and balances. Those who say that there is merely a lack of means of payment, have either the owners of bona fide securities alone in view, or they are fools who believe that it is the duty and power of banks to transform all bankrupt swindlers into solvent and solid capitalists by means of pieces of paper. 33. German practice steered remarkably clear of this problem. And in Austria, the Kreditanstalt für Handel und Gewerbe became a much more successful stepdaughter of France's Credit Mobilier than the parent had been. In France, however, economic policy had changed sharply after the Franco-Prussian War, 1871. An anti-Semitic reaction arose to the Jewish banking families that had dominated French finance, and in 1878 royalist leaders founded the Union Générale to Christianize banking. The bank organized a group of business enterprises, and used the simple financial device of applying its funds to purchase its own stock and that of its controlled companies. The consequent rise in the price of these securities then enabled the bank to increase the capitalization of its companies, and the new funds were again used to purchase the outstanding securities. 34. This increased the bank's shares from 1,000 in 1881 to over 3,000 in 1882, but they then collapsed to 450 in just a few weeks. But the idea of financial manipulation for its own sake, decoupled from tangible wealth creation, had been established in principle and carries on until this day. It was a principle against which advocates of the other financial canon would warn repeatedly in decades to come. When war broke out in 1914, Germany's rapid victories over France and Belgium seemed to reflect the superior efficiency of its financial system. To some observers, the Great War appeared as a struggle between rival forms of financial organization to decide not only who would rule Europe, but also whether the continent would have laissez-faire or a more state-socialist economic system. In 1915, shortly after fighting broke out, the German Christian socialist priest-politician Friedrich Naumann summarized the continental banking philosophy in Mitteleuropa. In England, Professor H. S. Foxwell drew on Naumann's arguments in two essays entitled The Nature of the Industrial Struggle, and The Financing of Industry and Trade 35. Foxwell quoted with approval Naumann's contention that the old individualistic capitalism, of what he calls the English type, is giving way to the new, more impersonal, group form, to the discipline, scientific capitalism he claims as German. This conclusion followed from Naumann's claim that, into everything today there enters less of the lucky spirit of discovery than of patient, educated industry. To put it otherwise, we believe in combined work. Germany recognized more than any other nation that industrial technology needed long-term financing and government support. In the emerging tripartite integration of industry, banking, and government, Foxwell concluded, financing was undoubtedly the main cause of the success of modern German enterprise. 36 The nation's bank staffs already included industrial experts who were forging industrial policy into a science. Bankers and government planners were becoming engineers under the new industrial philosophy of how governments should shape credit markets. In America, Thorstein Veblen voiced much the same theory in The Engineers and the Price System. The political connections of German bankers gave them a voice in formulating international diplomacy, making mixed banking the principal instrument in the extension of her foreign trade and political power. But rather than recognizing the natural confluence of high finance, heavy industry, and interventionist government policy, English common law opposed monopolies and other forms of combination as constituting restraints on trade, while Britain's medieval guilds had evolved into labor unions that had embarked on a class war against industrial employers. Germany's historical form of organization was the professional guild developed at the hands of masters, leading to industrial cartels. Foxwell's articles implied a strategy of capital working with governments to undertake military and diplomatic initiatives promoting commercial expansion. The economic struggle for existence favored growing industrial and financial scale, increasingly associated with government support. The proper task of national banking systems was to finance the symbiosis, for the laws of economic history were leading toward political centralization, national planning, and the large-scale financing of heavy industry. The short-term outlook of English merchant bankers ill-suited them for this task. They based their loan decisions on what they could liquidate in the event of loan default, not on the new production and income their lending might create over the longer run. Instead of taking risks, they extended credit mainly against collateral available for seizure, inventories of unsold goods, money due on bills for goods sold to customers but not yet paid for, and real estate. British bankers paid out most of their earnings as dividends rather than investing in the shares of the companies that their loans supposedly were building up. This short time horizon forced borrowers to remain liquid rather than giving them the leeway to pursue long-term strategies. Foxwell warned that British manufacturers of steel, automotives, capital equipment, and other heavy industry were becoming obsolescent largely because the nation's bankers failed to perceive the need to extend long-term credit and promote equity investment to expand industrial production. By contrast, German banks paid out dividends, and expected such dividends from their clients, at only half the rate of British banks, choosing to retain earnings as capital reserves and invest them largely in the stocks of their industrial clients. Viewing these companies as allies rather than merely as customers from whom to make as large a profit as quickly as possible, German bank officials sat on their boards and extended loans to foreign governments on condition that these clients be named the chief suppliers in major public investments. To sum up, although Britain was the home of the Industrial Revolution, little manufacturing had been financed in its early stages by bank credit. Most industrial innovators were obliged to raise money privately. Britain took an early lead in stock market promotion by forming crown corporations such as the East India Company, the Bank of England and the South Sea Company. And despite the collapse of the South Sea bubble in 1720, the run-up of share prices in these monopolies from 1715 to 1720 established London's stock market as a popular investment vehicle for the Dutch and other foreigners as well as for British investors. But industrial firms were not major stock issuers. The stock market was dominated by railroads, canals, and large public utilities. Britain's stockbrokers were no more up to the task of financing industrial innovation than were its banks, having an equally short-term frame of reference. After earning their commissions on one issue, they moved on to the next without much concern for what happened to the investors who had bought the earlier securities. As soon as he has contrived to get his issue quoted at a premium and his underwriters have unloaded at a profit, complained Foxwell, his enterprise ceases. To him, as the Times says, a successful flotation is of more importance than a sound venture. 37. Much the same was true in the United States. Rejecting the methodical German approach, the Anglo-American spirit found its epitome in Thomas Edison, whose method of invention was hit and miss, coupled with a high degree of litigiousness to obtain patent and monopoly rights. America's merchant heroes were individualistic traders and political insiders who often operated on the edge of society's laws to gain their fortunes by stock market manipulation, railroad politicking for land giveaways, and insurance companies, mining, and natural resource extraction. Neither British nor American banks were technological planners for the future. Their job was to maximize their own short-run advantage, not to create a better and more productive society. Most banks favored large real estate borrowers, along with railroads and public utilities whose income streams easily could be forecast. Manufacturing only obtained significant bank and stock market credit once companies had grown fairly large. By the 1920s, Britain's joint stock banks were broadly criticized for their failure to finance domestic industry, and for favoring international clients rather than domestic ones. 38. The symbiosis between the financial, insurance, and real estate, fire, sectors. As the Industrial Revolution gained momentum, economists anticipated that banking and finance would be absorbed into the industrial system. The attention of economic theorists still remains focused on industrial technology and innovation, and the population shift from agriculture to urban industry. Textbooks, and lobbying exercises, depict bankers as extending credit to enable industrialists to build new factories and employ workers to produce more goods. Loans do not become problematic, but can be paid out of profits generated by the capital investment they finance. This appealing story is used to plead for special tax treatment for financial institutions on the ground that their credit creation adds to economic welfare. Interest is deemed as tax-exempt expenditure, even when corporate raters use predatory credit. Yet the symbiosis that has emerged over the past century has been primarily between the financial, insurance and real estate sectors. The great bulk of assets in modern economies and hence, collateral for bank loans has been real estate. Some 70% of commercial bank lending in the United States and England takes the form of mortgage credit. The estimated market value of real estate exceeds the depreciated value of all the plant and equipment in the entire United States. Loan officers know that the bulk of growth in their bank's loan portfolio will consist of mortgage loans. The more rapidly such credit is created, the more funds are channeled into new mortgage financing to bid up the price of real property, making such lending appear self-justifying, at least in the short and intermediate run. Of the properties financed, land, the value of the site, typically represents about half the total, and all of the capital gain when the property is sold. And the great bulk of depreciation, capital consumption allowances, is reported in the real estate sector. This is because when an industrial machine wears out, it usually must be scrapped in order to keep up with the pace of technological advance. But buildings can be depreciated over and over again, thereby shielding their owners from income tax liability, especially inasmuch as their interest charges are tax deductible. The upshot is that the tax system, especially in the United States, is much more favorable to real estate than to industry. It is easier to borrow against real property, and the total returns, after tax earnings plus capital gains, are higher. The financial industry has fought to support special tax breaks for real estate, recognizing that the money that is freed from the tax collector will be available to pay interest. Political contributions and lobbying efforts by real estate owners are followed by those of the financial sector, overshadowing those of manufacturing. Yet in lobbying for cuts in capital gains taxes, both the real estate and financial industries, backed by the insurance industry, present these gains as accruing to industry as a result of innovation, as if this typified modern capitalism. The reality is that most capital gains continue to accrue to real estate. It is only since about 1996 that, for the first time, stock market gains are beginning to overshadow the growth in real estate gains in the U.S. national balance sheet. The effect is equally corrosive, and the reasons for this development are set out in Chapter 8 below. Why don't economists call a spade and come right out and start their analytic description of modern economies with a profile of where most wealth is accumulated, and the fact that it consists more of land price gains than growth in manufacturing enterprise? The explanation is to be found in the fact that real estate is by no means as romantic as industry. Most people admire innovators and creators, but resent landlords and usually also bankers and insurance companies as well, for being more parasitic than creative. There is a general awareness of the obvious fact that the growth in mortgage lending does not add to the supply of land, whose site value is created by public infrastructure investment and the general level of prosperity. In any case, the great bulk of property loans are for land and buildings already in place. The growth of real estate lending thus provides borrowers with credit to compete against each other to buy as many properties as they can, bidding up land prices in the process. The upshot is a bubble, not an industrial boom. Financial spokesmen argue that this kind of asset-based lending is, inasmuch as it provides real estate owners with properties that enable them to pay the interest charges and still, they hope, come out with a capital gain in the end. To help spur this large credit market, the financial lobby has joined hands with the real estate lobby in the United States to gain special tax breaks for real estate. Bankers know that whatever the tax collector does not take will be left available to pay interest to lenders. Developers bid against each other with regard to the size of the mortgage they will pay the lender, and hence the volume of mortgage debt service they will pay their banker out of rent. This bidding normally continues up to the point where all the available net rental income over costs is paid in the form of interest. Mortgage lending commonly provides from 80% to 100% of the property's purchase price, or even more as seen in the bubble economy's years leading up to the September 2008 crash. This is a highly leveraged rate. It has a high debt/equity ratio. This kind of mortgage debt pyramiding provided the model for junk bond financing used by corporate raiders in the 1980s, and for the flood of public assets being privatized in Britain, continental Europe, and third world countries. The distinguishing feature of such purchases of real estate, corporations, or public entities already in place is that new loans are attached without creating new tangible investment. Instead of new tangible capital formation, there is more typically a downsizing and carve-up as revenue is used to pay interest and amortization up to the maximum extent available over and above operating costs. The fact is, post-industrial practice made this dynamic quite different from that which optimists envisioned at the outset of the Industrial Revolution. Instead of mobilizing savings to fund new means of production, today's banking system merely is loading the economy's assets down with debt. What seems to be occurring is functionally akin to the pre-industrial mode of lending. The difference is that pre-industrial usury was dominated by individual family lenders, but the new post-industrial debt system is occurring on a large, corporate scale. It has merged with industry primarily to the extent that the financial sector has gained control of the economy's manufacturing companies, treating them like real estate to squeeze out as large a rentier income as possible and then sell the companies off for a capital gain. Asset price inflation, financial bubbles, and the blind spots of monetarist orthodoxy. In his preliminary discussion of the quantity theory of money, Simon Newcomb pointed out that most money in modern economies is spent on assets, not goods, and services. Yet monetarism looks only at the linkage between money and commodity prices and wage rates, leaving asset prices out of account. The only linkage appears to occur in the impact of monetary tightness on interest rates. Higher, or lower, rates reduce, or raise, the value of bonds, stocks, and real estate. Today's orthodoxy has so expurgated the analysis of capital asset price gains that one looks in vain through today's economic statistics for a meaningful time series of the economy's largest category of assets, real estate, of which the largest component is the land or site value. In the United States, the balance sheets published by the Federal Reserve System are the result of political lobbying that vastly undervalues land. The reason presumably is because land price, capital, gains represent a free ride that is difficult to justify in terms of the personal enterprise and innovation that underlies most textbook model building. An illusion is created that assets are the result of man-made investment, not provided freely by nature and imbued with value by society at large. This distorted view has not helped economics become more empirically grounded. Rather, it has driven it to favor expository forms that use higher math without reference to actual statistics. This absence of an empirical check increases the likelihood of losing sight of the reality one is supposed to be describing. But of course, if the aim of economic theory is to lobby for particular interests as opposed to those of the economy at large, reality is not exactly the prime desideratum in the first place. Analyzing the genealogy of financial bubbles thus has been left mainly to socialist, protectionist, and other proponents of subordinating banking systems to finance tangible capital formation. Rather than viewing business cycles as occurring smoothly as a result of the automatic stabilizers postulated by the orthodox theory of Wesley Mitchell and the National Bureau of Economic Research, Hyman Minsky traces how productive lending at the start of the upswing gives way to bank loans that become increasingly risky. The final phase is Ponzi lending, in which the bank loan cannot be paid out of operating revenue, but is borrowed from the bank. In effect, the interest falling due is simply added onto the loan balance, presumably to be paid out of the capital gain that the borrower may, or may not, reap. This approach recognizes that today's wealth seeking has come to focus on capital gains, not profits. Indeed, the real estate industry has not reported profits to the income tax collector since World War II. Savings and credit are not being invested in new tangible capital formation, but are channeled to increase prices for assets in place. Monetary pro-finance theory depicts interest charges as being paid out of profits, real estate rental cash flow. But for sectors seeking total returns mainly in the form of asset price gains, the only way to keep the volume of bank loans solvent is for the financial bubble to keep on expanding. Under Ponzi phase lending, the debtor is obliged to pay interest by selling, or at worst, forfeiting, the asset to pay off the loan, or must obtain the money elsewhere. Such sales end the run-up in property values, threatening to bring the system crashing down as a price ratchet downward places the system in jeopardy and with it, the economy's volume of savings that have been recycled into such loans. Their market value falls below the level needed to cover existing savings deposits. This is what happened with the USSNL crisis in the late 1980s. Bailing out the savers obliges the government either to increase its borrowing, or to raise taxes on non-savers, mainly labor. The Japanese economy entered this phase in 1990 with the bursting of its real estate and stock market bubble. In view of the similarity between bubble economies operating in the Ponzi phase, it is reasonable to ask whether Japan may represent the economic future of today's highly indebted economies in Europe and North America. To answer this question, it is necessary to measure debt servicing capacity, and also the way in which new bank credit increases asset prices. This is a line of investigation to which monetarist orthodoxy has paid little attention. It averts its eyes from the structural problems to which economies succumb as a result of foreign and domestic debt, and the shift of credit from productive to unproductive lending, including speculative loans extended in the hope that capital gains will continue to accrue to rescue borrowers and lenders alike. In past decades such crises were treated as anomalous, only the upswing was the norm. But today the entire world seems to be moving simultaneously into a debt-burdened state. This may leave the monetarist orthodoxy irrelevant, as its advocates deny in principle that chronic and structural financial malstructuring may occur. Yet today's financial engineering, or what the Japanese called zadoku, is a form of malstructuring to the extent that it severs the banking and credit system from tangible capital formation. By 2000, the US and other leading economies have entered a Ponzi stage that has lasted remarkably long. Market prices for stocks, bonds, and real estate have soared even as real wages have drifted downward and the economy's largest firms have downsized their US operations. In past business cycles, wages have recovered and consumer prices have risen. But today's price gains have been contained almost entirely within the economy's asset markets. This has caused an economic polarization between wealth holders and income earners that is almost unprecedented in modern times. It is becoming the distinguishing feature of what is being welcomed as a new post-industrial economy. Yet this economy finds remarkably little recognition in orthodox monetarist analysis. The role of monetarist doctrine in the privatization of public infrastructure. Adam Smith criticized the royalist governments of his day for indulging in vainglorious territorial wars that burdened the economy with debt. He just as harshly criticized governments for financing these debts by creating and selling off, privatizing, monopoly privileges. The East India Company and other crown corporations burdened consumers by charging extortionate prices. Seeking profits in this way, in what today would be called a zero-sum game, weighed down the nation's cost structure. The sanctioning of such public monopolies was hardly an example of industrial planning. It stemmed from Britain's need to dispose of the enormous debts run up in the course of its almost constant wars with France in Europe, North America, and India. These wars were seen to be economically corrosive not only as a result of the direct costs in terms of manpower and material, but also the post-war legacy of public debts that loaded down the economy with taxes to carry their interest charges. Britain's policy of exchanging these bonds by creating monopoly privileges which were sold off for payment in the form of these war bonds, creating vested mercantile interests at odds with the rest of the economy and its industrial competitiveness. This was the essence of Smith's opposition to mercantilism. He was so pessimistic as to the ability and willingness of governments to act positively that he denounced the most industrially minded political economists as well, focusing more on tax policy. 2 centuries ago the funding system was held widely to be the handmaiden of belligerent policies. Adam Smith pointed out that populations would balk if they were taxed to finance wars on a pay-as-you-go basis, but were less sensitive to the costs of war when governments resorted to borrowing. This perception led him to oppose public debts, as one of the surest financial and fiscal reforms to promote peace. Industrial banking theory and modern monetary theory, MMT, likewise seek to free labor and capital from the burden of public debt and the taxes levied to carry it. Toward this end, a fiscal dimension of financial reform has dealt with tax policy. From antiquity through feudal times, governments financed their budgets from rental revenues generated by assets in the public domain, the land and subsoil mineral rights, forests, and fisheries. More recently, public utilities representing natural monopolies, roads, railroads, and airlines, telephone, radio and television systems using the electromagnetic spectrum, power and water systems, etc., were created in the first instance to provide economies with low-cost essential inputs. Users typically were charged for these services at the government's supply price, often at subsidized rates. Privatization promises to manage these services more efficiently, while removing the operating costs of public agencies from the government budget. In the process, however, it removes their revenue and turns it over to institutional investors as interest and dividends. Public services formerly provided at the government's supply price or at subsidized rates, or even free, will be priced at a uniform rate set high enough to cover profit payouts, interest, and other financial charges, as well as substantial raises for the chief executives. Foreign creditors and owners of these privatized enterprises, along with wealthy domestic investors, remit their interest and dividends abroad, breaking the circular flow of spending within the home economy. The effect is to dollarize what formerly were public services denominated in domestic currency. Local price structures are subordinated to those of the globally dominant economies whose governments are most active in shaping world markets. A major rationale for privatization has been to undertake the investment needed to keep up with global technology. But public telecommunications and transport systems or other utilities may be managed at least as economically as privately owned ones. There is no intrinsic reason why private and public ownership should pursue different management policies. The differences stem from political rather than economic constraints. Upgrading equipment and providing new services requires funding which in principle can be repaid out of the user fees charged or costs saved. But today's neoliberal orthodoxy seeks to deprive governments of the right to borrow or create the money needed to expand and modernize. Latecomer nations such as Germany and much of continental Europe in the 19th century, Latin America, and Asia undertook government investment in public utilities and rent-yielding oil and mineral resources. Yet so great an opposition grew to government spending in general, and public debt in particular, that the major public enterprises faced budgetary constraints that blocked them from borrowing to modernize at the rate needed to keep competitive with those of other countries. Telephone, television, and radio systems, power and water companies, bus companies, railroads, and airlines, as well as nationalized industries such as steel in Britain and other countries were starved for capital as a result of an indiscriminate categorizing of all government borrowing as unproductive and hence potentially inflationary. Revenues for government enterprises were consolidated into the overall budget so that they could not be used to meet their own investment needs or those of other public agencies. This constraint has created an unnecessary behavioral dichotomy between private and public ownership. There is no inherent reason why public utilities and other infrastructure, minerals, and land should not generate the same returns for government as for private owners. Most savings from privatization result from shifting to non-union labor and cutting services to low-volume users. Public managers could follow these policies that if given authorization to do so, but there is still a popular desire for governments to stick to traditional social values. So strong is the ideological schizophrenia that it is considered unrealistic to expect voters to endorse public agencies to do what privatizers are expected do. It has been deemed necessary to relinquish the potential cost savings inherent in public ownership in order to let private managers, often the same individuals who ran these enterprises in the public sector, make economic decisions, that is, ones too unpopular to be applied by officials who are accountable to voters. Socially minded politics and an increasingly asocial economics thus have developed two different ideologies. Privatizing the revenue generated by public enterprises or natural resource rents in the public domain involves both a fiscal and a financial sacrifice. Relinquishing these revenues obliges governments to make up the difference by taxing labor and tangible non-financial capital. Owners of the resources and enterprises being privatized will tend to leverage their cash flow as collateral to borrow money to buy yet more such assets. Their hope is that stock market prices for the privatized enterprises will rise by more than the interest charges they must pay. Owners and managers who take their returns in the form of capital gains pay lower taxes than investors who earn profits by direct investment. Also, the borrowings that private managers make to leverage their own equity investment converts erstwhile taxable earnings into non-taxable income. This aggravates the fiscal deficit while diverting savings away from funding new tangible investment. A debt-ridden bubble economy oriented toward capital gains and asset price inflation replaces the old industrial economy. Denying the distinction between productive and unproductive debt, today's neoliberals rationalize all private sector debt as producing an economic benefit, assumed to be equal to the value of the interest charge. Except for government debt, any given type of credit is deemed as productive as any other form. Public debt alone is considered unproductive in the sense of being inflationary, as if it has no counterpart in output. This ideology reflects an anti-government social philosophy that endorses an extremist market fundamentalism and economic austerity whose value-free deregulatory policies have paved the way for financial systems to inflate stock market and real estate bubbles as readily as to fund tangible capital formation. Selling public infrastructure and key industrial and banking sectors to pay foreign debts, or simply to lower income and wealth taxes, leads to future payment outflows that further lower the rate at which a country's labor and exports exchange for those of creditor nations with more assertive market regulation. Summary: how industry-oriented banking philosophy differs from today's monetarism. Money is not merely a veil, a set of counters passively reflecting economic activity in prices and wage levels that rise or fall in keeping with changes in the money supply. It was recognized clearly enough in the 19th century that money and credit may put industry and labor in motion before prices begin to rise. Wages may increase, but productivity may rise even more, keeping prices stable. Monetary deflation not only lowers prices by reducing demand, it leads to unemployment and makes the burden of debt service heavier. Instead of lowering prices and making exports more competitive over the intermediate and long runs, reduced output makes the deflationary or debt-burdened country even more dependent on foreign suppliers. A falling exchange rate may initiate the kind of self-feeding decline that results from IMF austerity programs. This basic pattern is not a new phenomenon. It was warned against already in the 17th and 18th centuries. Given the experience and theoretical advances that had been achieved by the end of the 19th century, one may ask why serious economists would advocate such destructive policies today. One part of the explanation is to be found in their political assumption that the economic system's primary objective should be to stabilize the value of debt, that is, claims on the economy for interest and amortization, rather than permitting the economic value of these claims to be eroded by rising wages or commodity prices. This value judgment juxtaposes creditor interests to the rest of the economy. Creditor nations have shown a desire to make debtor countries dependent on them, carrying their debts by producing exports of a type that do not compete with creditor nation industries. These exports consist primarily of raw materials and low-wage products produced by a labor force that does not require higher education for high-technology production. The upshot is that to the extent that debtor countries grow, most of their surplus is transferred as interest payments. Their key assets are attached by the growing debt overhead, or into remitted as dividends as debtors agree to sell off their natural resources and public monopolies to raise the money to try and reduce their foreign debt burden. Yet the remission of interest, earnings, and dividends causes the cumulative balance of payments deficit and its associated foreign debt to grow exponentially over time, beyond the ability to be paid. A crisis erupts at the point where there is general recognition that the volume of debts has grown too large to be paid, that is, to be paid without transferring ownership and political control to the creditor nations. This forces a policy choice between whether to repay the debt at the cost of losing domestic self-dependence, or letting the debts go. Wealthy nations often write off their debts at this point, but debtor countries are constrained from doing this by the threat of international sanctions and also by their ideological reliance on the economic and financial doctrines accepted by the creditor nations. There is not yet widespread recognition of the extent to which these economic doctrines are self-serving, least of all in the finance ministries and central banks of debtor countries where economic policy making is concentrated. The problem of international debt poses the question of just what kind of monetary and credit base is most liberating by fostering new investment and employment. Already by the 18th century, today's creditor nations sought to break free of financial dependency on other nations, and to keep the interest payments in their own domestic economies by supplementing gold and silver commodity money with paper debt money and bank credit. In the leading nations, this money rested on the foundation of government debt via central banking systems whose reserves were invested in this debt, that is, lent to governments. This is the system started by the Bank of England in 1694. Early economists recognized that there are numerous categories of using money, not only to buy goods and services, but also to pay debt service and taxes, and an even larger use, to buy stocks and bonds or financial assets and real estate. Early formulators of the quantity theory of money had a broader scope than today's monetarism in recognizing the limited scope of theories that related money and credit only to commodity prices, not to bond, stock and real estate prices. Industrial banking reform criticizes this approach on two grounds. First, it points out that most money is spent on financial assets and other assets, as well as debt service and fiscal transactions, which may be viewed as a debt to the state. Second, it recognizes that many prices are beyond the ability of domestic monetary policy to influence. For instance, international oil prices are set by the global market, independent of any country's monetary policy, except possibly that of the United States by virtue of its large size. A financial fiscal reform approach realizes the linkage between savings and debt, except for savings invested in equity, common stock, and hard assets, most are lent out, and hence find their counterparts in debtor obligations to the saver creditors. Furthermore, most of the interest on such savings is reinvested, recycled, in yet new lending. The effect is for the mass of savings/debts to grow autonomously and exponentially, under its own steam, without regard for the economy's ability to pay. This is what makes debt crises inevitable. The process is self-feeding, so that the financial system polarizes the economy. The larger the debt overhead grows to overshadow the real economy, the more its flow of interest and amortization tends to be channeled into unproductive lines. The rising ratio of interest to national income deflates the domestic market for goods and services, making direct investment less profitable. Looking through history, one must conclude that financial systems do not automatically evolve and mutate to optimize society's technological potential. Today's credit institutions are developing in ways that threaten to be incompatible with maximizing industrial potential, by diverting savings and credit away from financing productive enterprise to corrosive or, at best, zero-sum activities that benefit particular debtors. Politicians find that their campaign contributions may be maximized by cutting taxes for the wealthiest brackets, and then financing the ensuing fiscal deficit by borrowing the money back from them. Instead of funding new means of production, bubble credit is being extended to real estate speculators, corporate raiders, and others to bid up the price of real estate and corporate stock or other assets already in place. Such credit may seem productive at first glance, in the sense that asset price inflation may enable the borrowers to repay the loan with interest. But this is achieved at the price of increasing the economy's debt overhead, raising its fixed costs accordingly. If industry has not broken with the Chicago School's financial philosophy to advocate some modern version of the ideas voiced already by Saint Simonian's writers, it is largely because the goals of today's industrial corporations have become increasingly financial in character. Financial strategists rather than industrial engineers now run most manufacturing companies. Wall Street controls Main Street, not the other way around as was expected by early observers of the Industrial Revolution. It is the essence of today's post-industrial economy that finance capitalism has absorbed industrial capitalism and subordinated its drive for profits via new tangible capital investment, employment, research, and development with a drive to obtain financial gains. The picture revealed by today's national income and product accounts and balance sheet analysis shows that capital gains now consist largely of bubble gains from rising stock, bond, and real estate prices, not rising flows of earnings. Corporate industry has been taken over so thoroughly by the financial sector that there is little industrial voice left as such. Wall Street does not reflect the drives of industrial capital, but rather those of finance capital. Contra Marx, these two drives have diverged rather than converged. Just as in the late 17th century the goldsmiths, as proto-monetarists, fought against the Bank of England, so monetarist policies are now stifling industrial potential and raising the specter of the industrial epoch, sinking back into the ancient usury problem. Industrial capital may claim to share a certain harmony of interests with labor, including hopes for a prosperous home market, and for labor productivity brought about by higher educational and living standards. Industry as well as labor face a common enemy in the form of finance capital and the austerity programs it favors. Globalism of the Washington Consensus and Chicago School variety threatens to load existing assets down with debt, absorbing profits, and stifling new employment. Since 1971, when America withdrew from the London gold pool and thereby severed the traditional linkage between debt money and gold, economies have dealt with their debt problem by trying to inflate their way out of debt. But credit is debt, so this means borrowing one's way out of debt. That is the internal contradiction of today's financialized economy. The inflation tends to be concentrated in the financial and real estate markets, in the form of asset price inflation even in the face of wage deflation and commodity price inflation. Increasingly, financial and real estate investors, the economy's savers, seek returns in the form of capital gains, asset price inflation, rather than current income. Interest rates may fall as the core economies, those in control of their own financial systems and money supply, are flooded with liquidity, while dependent economies, especially dollarized economies outside of the United States, such as Russia, are deflated and made even more dependent on raw materials exports. The withdrawal of revenue to pay foreign investors deflates economies, reducing their ability to create their own credit systems to inflate their way out of debt, as this debt is dollarized and hence immune from domestic monetary policy. In this way, financial control is concentrated in the creditor nations and lost by the debtor countries. Monetarist orthodoxy does not discuss or even acknowledge this financial polarization. This leaves academic economists discussing a hypothetical parallel universe. So one can understand why many political economists late in the 19th century began to prefer to call their discipline sociology or even anthropology. The problem ultimately is methodological and philosophical, concerning the proper scope of economic thought. The economic tragedy of our time is the decoupling of banking, the stock market and the rest of the financial sector from the funding of new capital formation. This phenomenon only can be analyzed by distinguishing between wealth and overhead. And any such distinction rests ultimately on a concept, or set of concepts, dividing the economy's employment, investment, and lending into categories of productive and unproductive, or earned or unearned income. This was the essence of classical political economy. For over a century, the neoclassical, that is, anti-classical, counter-revolution has insisted that all economic activity is productive. This philosophical approach understandably is preferred by the most unproductive sectors, and by recipients of what the classical economists called unearned income, or economic rent, wishing to claim that their wealth and revenue is as justifiably earned as all other forms. That was not the view of the Saint-Simonians, who pointed to the extent to which wealth was inherited rather than created by its owners. It was not the view of Adam Smith, who described landlords as loving to reap where they had not sown. It was not the view of Ricardo and subsequent rent theorists who showed that rent was a free ride, an element of price that found no counterpart in costs defrayed by the rent recipient. If industry has not broken from the Chicago School's financial philosophy, it is because the goals of today's industrial corporations have become increasingly financial in character. Manufacturing companies are now being run by financial rather than industrial engineers. Wall Street controls Main Street, not the other way around. It is the essence of today's post-industrial economy that finance capitalism has absorbed industrial capitalism and subordinated its drives for profits with a drive to obtain financial returns, including capital gains, that is, asset price gains, from channeling credit into securities and real estate markets. Thus, contra Marx, the dynamics of finance capital have diverted from those of industrial capital to the point of stifling industrial potential and raising the specter of plunging the industrial epoch back into the ancient usury problem that 19th-century observers believed was becoming a thing of the past. Looking through history, one must conclude that financial systems do not automatically adjust and mutate to optimize society's technological potential. Today's credit institutions are developing in ways that threaten to be incompatible with maximizing industrial potential, but to divert savings and credit away from financing productive enterprise to corrosive or, at best, zero-sum gambling activities that benefit particular corporate raiders, aggressive companies, or real estate operators who pledge earnings and rents to their bankers, hoping to ride the wave of asset price inflation. Instead of funding new means of production whose revenues are able to repay the loan with interest, bubble credit is extended to these borrowers to bid up the price of corporate stock, real estate, and other assets already in place. If asset price inflation were real wealth creation, we would all be prosperous by now, not falling into negative equity as economies succumb to debt deflation. Chart 1 follows, financial strategies, predatory versus productive, monetarist orthodoxy versus pro-industrial finance. Pull quotes. Pull quote 01-1. Money and credit are something more than merely counters by which trade and exchange are contracted. Money is the embodiment of public and private debt. This balance sheet aspect of modern financial systems forms the essence of creditary analysis. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 01-2. The economic tragedy of our time is the decoupling of banking, the stock market and the rest of the financial sector from the funding of new capital formation. Michael Hudson. 2. The magic of compound interest, mathematics at the root of the crisis. Money is saved and reinvested in the expectation that it can grow without end. But are enough debtors able to pay to enable savings to keep on growing on an economy-wide scale? Ever since interest began to be recorded in ancient Mesopotamia, the defining financial character of economies has been the tendency for debts to multiply so rapidly that large numbers of debtors have had to settle their obligations by selling or forfeiting their property. Throughout most of recorded history, such asset transfers are so widespread as to transform the distribution of land and other wealth. Perception of the problems caused by debt/savings growing at compound interest on an economy-wide scale is obscured if one takes merely an individualistic approach. From the vantage point of bankers and other lenders, all that seem to matter are the computer printouts of the debts owed to them, the yield on each obligation and the dates on which payments are scheduled to fall due. Each loan is paid off in one way or another, after all. Retirees and some other savers live off their interest and dividends, but banks and insurance companies, pension and retirement funds, mutual funds, and trusts seek to keep their money working for them, plowing their receipts of debt service back into new loans and investments. There is little analysis of how their customers are to pay these debts, much less how the economy can carry its debt overhead. And there is an assumption that debts are taken on voluntarily, not mounting up as arrears or borrowed out of necessity or simply out of the need to obtain home ownership, an education, or pay for emergencies. As the process is essentially an exponential function, the dynamics of interest-bearing debt can be understood only through mathematics. The laws governing the growth of debt were at the core of religious doctrines of the ancient Near East, of Judaism, early Christianity, and Islam. Matters hardly could have been otherwise in light of the role played by rural usury in the expropriation of families from their land, reducing them to bondage to their creditors. Economic models that neglect the self-multiplying character of debt will miss the source of today's most pressing financial problem, the tendency of debts to grow more rapidly than the economy's ability to carry them. Formulae describing the growth of savings put out at interest the mirror image of what debtors owe date back some 4,000 years. One can see why the long-term dynamics expounded by Ricardo and Malthus led economics to be called the dismal science. It was dismal because it described economies sinking into a state of entropy as population growth pressed against the limits of land and capital under conditions of diminishing returns, the idea that each additional unit of labor produces less output. There was little anticipation that labor output per man-hour would soar in agriculture and mining as much as in industry. 1. the dismal science shows no such pessimism when it comes to debts mounting up at interest. The mathematical principles of how societies run more deeply into debt are the same as those that describe the exponential buildup of savings, but they seem to have eluded notice. I believe that the reason is that a realistic logic implies a need for public intervention to challenge creditor claims. Debts are viewed from the vantage point of creditors to whom savings are owed, but not in terms of the economy's ability to pay. Such one-sided theorizing avoids confronting the price that societies must pay as they strive to carry an increasingly top-heavy financial overhead, owing sums that seem to be soaring off toward infinity. What the Babylonians recognized but modern economists overlook. 4,000 years ago mathematics played a major role in training Sumerian and Babylonian scribes. Most were employed in palace and temple bookkeeping, and their schoolbook exercises emphasized manpower allocation problems such as calculating how many men were needed to produce a given amount of bricks or dig canals of a given size. Model exercises also dealt with the expected growth of herds and the doubling times of money lent out at interest. When the prime commercial lending rate of U.S. banks peaked at 20% in 1980, it touched what had been the normal commercial rate for silver from Sumer c. 2500 BC through the Neo-Babylonian epoch in the first millennium. By the time Alexander the Great conquered the Near East in 331 BC, the rate had remained remarkably stable at the equivalent of 20% for more than 2,000 years. It was not set with any particular reference to profit levels or other means to pay, but simply was a matter of mathematical convenience, reflecting the Mesopotamian way of computing fractions by division into 60 ths. A bushel of barley was divided into 60 quarts, and a mina weight of roughly 1 pound was composed of 60 shekels. Paying interest at the rate of 160 each month added up to 1260 per year, or 20% in decimal notation. A mina lent out at this rate would produce 60 shekels in 5 years, doubling the original principal. A model Babylonian scribal exercise from circa 2000 BC asks the student to calculate how long it will take for a mina of silver to double at the normal rate of 1 shekel per mina per month. 2 The answer is 5 years at simple interest, the common time period for backers to lend money to traders. Assyrian loan contracts from about 1900 BC called for investors to advance 2 minas of gold, getting back 4 minas in 5 years. The same idea is expressed in an Egyptian proverb: if wealth is placed where it bears interest, it comes back to you redoubled. 3 Another popular image compared making a loan to having a baby. The word for interest in every ancient language meant a newborn, either a goat kid, mas, in Sumerian, or a young calf, tokos in Greek, or phonus in Latin. The kid or calf paid as interest was born of silver or gold, not from borrowed cattle as some modernist economists once believed, missing the metaphor at work. 4 Rather, the reproduction of numbers was viewed in sexual terms. What was born was the baby fraction of the principal, 160. Only when these accruals of interest had grown to be as large as their parent, after the 5th year, were they deemed adult enough begin having new interest babies on their own, for everyone knows that only adults can reproduce themselves. Thus, compounding began only after the principal had reproduced itself, matured by the time 60 months had passed. How long could the process go on at these rates? A relevant scribal problem asks how long it will take for 1 mina to become 64, that is, 5. The solution involves calculating powers of 2, 22 equals 4, 23 equals 8 and so forth. 0.6 Amina multiplies fourfold in 10 years, 8-fold in 15 years, 16-fold in 20 years, and 64 times in 30 years. The 30-year period consisted of 6 5-year doubling periods. It will be noted that these Babylonian examples are composed from the vantage point of lenders and investors, not the debtor. Once the debt is repaid, the transaction is over as far as the borrower is concerned. The money is not simply left to accumulate. Investors who wanted to keep their money multiplying had to draw up new loan contracts. This meant taking their gain, assuming that the venture was successful, and finding a new borrower or trade venture. With the passage of time, it must have become harder to find enough ventures to absorb the savings that were mounting up. Successful traders and merchants normally were able to pay such rates out of their business gains. If the ship was robbed by pirates or sunk, or if the caravan was robbed, the lending laws of the epoch said that the merchant did not have to pay his backer. Commercial lenders shared in the risk of the merchants. But the volume of trade could not keep on multiplying exponentially. Interest accumulated in the hands of lenders more rapidly than they could find commercial opportunities. Creditors found their major non-commercial market to be rural usury, and this is where the most serious problems occurred, especially when crops failed or military hostilities interrupted the harvest. Agricultural interest rates were more extortionate in this sector, typically 33–1/3%, reflecting the normal sharecropping rate of a third of the crop. Interest rates of 50% or even 100% might be charged, often for only short periods, as creditors, mainly palace officials, demanded whatever they could get from cultivators in distress or in arrears in what they owed in fees to palace collectors. Matters were further aggravated by the fact that, unlike the case with mercantile loans, cultivators bore most of the risk in rural lending. The loan usually took the form of prepayment against the crop, on which the palace's share was estimated as if normally high yields would materialize. But the crop often turned out to be less, squeezing the cultivator, whose crop shortfall became a debt. Sharecroppers or others unable to break even or pay their stipulated rents or fees to the palace under these adverse conditions were forced to borrow out of need, and once they ran into debt it was hard to extricate themselves. As rural loans were made primarily to enable cultivators to pay taxes or get by hard times, not to buy property or finance investment of their own. Inevitably, rural usury led to the forfeiture of land and crop rights. The way to obtain property was by lending against it, not by borrowing money to buy it. At the interest rate of 3.313%, Babylonian agricultural debts doubled in 3 years. A frequent practice was for debtors to pay interest by pledging their family members as bondservants to work for their creditors. 117 of Hammurapi's laws, c. 1750 BC, stipulated that such bondservants be freed after 3 years, apparently recognizing that at this point the creditor had received labor services equal in value to the original debt. The law stipulated at this point the loan should be deemed to have been paid and the pledge should be liberated to rejoin her, or his, family. The implication is that doubling the debt principal represented a moral and practical limit. At no time in history has output grown at sustained rates approaching the 3.313% rate of interest charged for agricultural loans, or even the 20% commercial rate. When the loan proceeds were used to pay tax arrears or for consumption, interest charges ate into the cultivator's modest resources, obliging him to raise sums beyond his ability to produce and thus enabling creditors to obtain the debtor's family members as bondservants, followed by the land itself. This threatened to expropriate the citizen army members' traditionally free cultivators on the land. Sterile money and insatiable usury. Greek records point to the charging of interest in the Aegean around 750 BC, probably being introduced by Syrian, Phoenician, traders. 7 Following Egyptian decimalized practice, Greek interest rates typically were set at 10%. This made the doubling time for loans 10 years. But although this was only half the Mesopotamian rate, it did not save cultivators from running into such serious problems that debt revolts occurred. Sparta's Lycurgan reforms went so far as to ban the use of precious metals as money and made the land inalienable, and hence safe from forfeiture for debt arrears. By the 7th century the oligarchies in Corinth and other cities were overthrown and driven into exile by popular leaders, tyrants, who cancelled the debts of their supporters and redistributed the land of the exiled families. One of the last cities to experience a debtors' revolt was Athens, where Solon laid the foundations for economic democracy by banning debt bondage in 594 BC. But Greek cities subsequently drew the line, and some even obliged their administrators to pledge not to cancel the population's debts. By the 3rd century, BC, Sparta's formerly egalitarian economy was polarizing between large landowners and families who had lost their property through debt foreclosure. Some families had become wealthy and lent to those in need, with the loans collateralized by their lands. This disenfranchised much of Sparta's citizen army. Toward the end of the century, Kings Agis and Cleomenes tried to save matters by canceling the population's debts, but by this time the power of vested interests had grown strong enough to exile both rulers. Cleomenes was murdered, and Sparta's final reformer, Nabis, was overthrown by neighboring oligarchic cities, calling on Rome for aid. The Etruscans, Romans, and other Italians seem to have adopted the practice of charging interest on debt from Greek and Near Eastern traders around 750 BC. Probably reflecting the division of the year into 12 months, they used the duodecimal system of fractions based on dozens. The Roman pound was divided into 12 troy ounces, and the legal rate of interest was set at 1.12,813%. This was the lowest major rate in antiquity, but it nonetheless proved to be beyond the ability of cultivators to pay, especially when they were called away from their land to fight in the almost constant warfare of the period. As civilization's center moved west from the Near East to Greece and then to Italy, the decline in interest rates resulted from the mathematical system of fractional weights and measures rather than from declining productivity or profit rates. Despite this decline, and hence the longer time it took for a debt to double, the debt burden became increasingly serious as the early practice of royal debt cancellations became a thing of the past. Livy, Diodorus, and Plutarch described how Rome's creditor oligarchy shifted taxes onto the less prosperous classes, pushing them into bankruptcy and ultimately destroying the money economy itself, bringing on a dark age that reverted to local subsistence production in which the Christian Church emerged to ban usury outright. Aristotle's Politics, I.10 at 1256, c. 330 BC, pointed out how inappropriate was the metaphor of debts reproducing themselves, because silver was sterile, the taking of interest is contrary to nature, because money by nature cannot produce anything and is intended only to serve the purpose of exchange, that is, as a means of payment. In contrast to the reproductive power of animals, money's appropriate function was to be a means to facilitate trade, not to intrude into property relations. One might say that the real economy was organic, the money economy and its debt relations were inorganic and purely mathematical. This is why the expansion path of interest-bearing debt diverged from that of the underlying economy. Rural usurers broke up society's natural balance and in the process its military foundation by charging exorbitant interest rates, ending up with the impoverished debtor's property. The idea that money was sterile explains the frequent literary depiction of usurers as old homosexuals, incapable of reproducing themselves. When Livy, 8.28, wrote his History of Rome, he probably knew only the bare fact that in 326 BC the Papyrian law abolished the right of creditors to keep their debtors literally in bonds. In the melodramatic Stoic fashion of his day, he drew on an established archetype to compose a dramatic scenario for the events leading up to Rome's debt revolt. He portrayed the Roman crowd rioting to protest a lustful usurer, Lucius Papirius, who had abused a boy left in his charge as a debt pledge, regarding the boy's youthful bloom as added interest on his loan. When the boy rejected the creditor's advances, Lucius ordered him to be stripped and beaten. Mangled by the blows, the boy rushed into the street and complained loudly of the usurer's lust and brutality. A vast crowd gathered, inflamed with pity for his youth and outrage for the wrong, and considering too the conditions under which they and their children were living, and they ran into the Forum and from there in a compact body to the Senate House. Forced by this sudden outbreak, the consuls convened a meeting of the Senate, and as the members entered the Senate House the crowd exhibited the lacerated back of the youth and flung themselves at the feet of the senators. The strong bond of credit was on that day overthrown through the mad excesses of one individual. The consuls were instructed by the Senate to lay before the people a proposal that no man be kept shackled or in the stocks, except such as, having been guilty of some crime, were waiting to pay the penalty, and that the goods but not the person of the debtor should be the security for money lent. Personified as sterility, usury appeared as antithetical to the normal social reproductive process. The moral of Livy's story was that rather than creating families, creditors broke them up by seizing their members as pledges, as well as foreclosing on their subsistence lands. On the broadest plane of analysis, money cannot really reproduce itself, only the tangible, living economy can do that. The point of intersection between usury and the living organic economy occurs when money loans must be paid out of the reproduction of crops and herds, or other output and revenue. Although the money that creditors lend out is not itself productive, borrowers need it to pay for the resources they need to be productive, including the expense of providing for their families in emergency conditions. The poverty caused by usury at the bottom of the economic scale found its counterpart in splendor at the top, for although money itself was sterile, it enabled usurers to draw society's wealth into their own hands. Yet as they turned life into a scramble for metal, they were as mean with themselves as they were with others. Some usurers spent lavishly to gain approval, but more often they acted miserly and did not even spend money on themselves, sacrificing their own worldly enjoyment to an insatiable, increasingly compulsive property acquisition for its own sake. Wealth addiction became the natural counterpart to the exponential growth of debt. Greek dramatists portrayed the limitless greed for money as a disease of the psyche. In Aristophanes' last play, Plautos, 388 BC, The character Carrion remarks that a person may become oversatiated with food, bread, sweets, cakes, figs and barley, but no one ever has enough wealth. His friend Cremelos agrees. Give a man a sum of 13 talents, and all the more he hungers for 16. Give him 16, and he must needs have 40, or life's not worth living, so he says. Lines 189 to 193. As the French classicist Jean-Pierre Vernant paraphrases this thought, ultimately, wealth has no object but itself. Created to satisfy the needs of life, as a mere means of subsistence, it becomes its own end, a universal, insatiable, boundless craving that nothing will ever be able to assuage. At the root of wealth one therefore discovers a corrupted disposition, a perverse will, a pleonexia, the desire to have more than others, more than one's share, to have everything. In Greek eyes, Plautos, wealth, was bound up with a kind of disaster, ate above all with hubristic behavior whose defining characteristic was not just the egoism of wealth but the injury its holders did to their victims, most characteristically through usury. Self-enrichment through usury made money in an asocial way, one that was compulsive rather than warm, self-referential and metallic rather than interactive in an organic way. Woe to you who add house to house and join field to field till no space is left and you live alone in the land, declaimed the prophet Isaiah. Since Mesopotamian times the way to acquire property, and labor, most quickly was through usury and foreclosure, but creditors would live alone once they had cleared the land of everyone by foreclosing on their subsistence holdings. Usury became the economics of autism, a narcissistic social personality defect that low surplus communities could not afford and indeed took pains to prevent from developing among their own members. The exponential doubling and redoubling of debt. For thousands of years religion paid more attention to the problems caused by the exponential growth of debt than do modern economists. Under Babylonia's divine kingship, rulers were expected to restore order by canceling rural debts, liberating bondservants, and redistributing lands that had been forfeited to creditors or sold under duress. This practice was echoed in Judaism's Jubilee year, Leviticus 25, while throughout Greece a more secular cry arose for cancellation of the debts and redistribution of the land. Early Christianity denounced usury, as did the Quran and medieval canon law. Martin Luther depicted the growing mass of usurious claims on the poor and the rest of society as the great huge monster, who lays waste all. Caucus, who would eat up the world in a few years. The monster was epitomized as a usurer scheming to amass wealth and get rich, to be lazy and idle and live in luxury on the labor of others. Once Caucus got hold of a man and imbued him with the insatiable desire for money wealth, the victim became in turn a villain, a usurer and money glutton who would have the whole world perish of hunger and thirst, misery and want, so far as in him lies, so that he may have all to himself, and every one may receive from him as from a god, and be his serf forever. For Caucus means the villain that is a pious usurer, and steals, robs, eats everything. 9. John Napier's 1614 Mirifici Logarithmorum Canonis Descriptio juxtaposed exponential number series to their simple arithmetic expansion. 90 pages of tables were added to 57 pages of explanatory text that introduced the word logarithm, literally the number of the ratios, from Greek arithmos, number, and logos, word, logic, ratio. The technique greatly simplified calculations involving exponential functions, including those of interest-bearing debt as well as navigational and astronomical problems. Napier's second book on logarithms, the Rhabdologia, 1617, illustrated the exponential principle by means of a chessboard on which each square doubled the number assigned to the preceding one. A subsequent economic writer cast this principle into the form of a Persian proverb telling of a Shah who wished to reward the inventor of chess, a subject, and asked what he would like. The man asked as his only reward that the Shah would give him a single grain of corn, which was to be put on the first square of the chessboard, and to be doubled on each successive square, which, to the surprise of the king, produced an amount larger than the treasures of his whole kingdom could buy 10. Illustration follows, doubling numbers, the miracle of compound interest. A poetic application of this mathematical idea appears at the outset of Shakespeare's A Winter's Tale, published a few years before Napier. The metaphor of a cipher, standing in a rich place, indicates the logarithmic exponential by which a debt multiplied as it mounted up unpaid at compound interest. 11 The passage has caused speculation on how and when Shakespeare might have known Napier or his circle, but the most striking point is how many dramatists and novelists have paid more attention to debt than do modern economists. The novels of Dickens, Balzac, and their contemporaries as well as early British drama are filled with debt imagery, reflecting the role it played in nearly everyone's life. Although political economy became a popular genre, it dealt only peripherally with debt relations without really integrating them into its core. However, one of Adam Smith's contemporaries, the Anglican minister and actuarial mathematician Richard Price, graphically explained the seeming magic of how debts multiplied exponentially. His 1772 appeal to the public on the subject of the national debt described how money-bearing compound interest increases at first slowly, but, the rate of increase being continually accelerated, it becomes in some time so rapid, as to mock all the powers of the imagination. 1 penny, put out at our Saviour's birth at 5% compound interest, would, before this time, have increased to a greater sum than would be obtained in a 150 millions of earths, all solid gold. But if put out to simple interest, it would, in the same time, have amounted to no more than 7 shillings for 1/2 D.12. In his Observations on Reversionary Payments, first published in 1769 and running through 6 editions by 1803, Price elaborated how the rate of multiplication would be even higher at 6%, a shilling put out at 6% compound interest at our Saviour's birth would have increased to a greater sum than the whole solar system could hold, supposing it a sphere equal in diameter to the diameter of Saturn's orbit. 13. Illustration follows, unsustainable, the exponential growth of money. Rather naively, Price suggested that Britain's government make use of this exponential principle to pay off the public debt by creating a sinking fund that itself would grow at compound interest. The idea had been proposed a half-century earlier by Nathaniel Gould, a director of the Bank of England. Parliament would set aside £1 million to invest at interest in a sinking fund, where it would build up the principal by reinvesting the dividends annually. The idea is familiar today when people reinvest their stock market gains. In a surprisingly short period of time, Price promised, the fund would grow large enough to enable the government to extricate itself from its entire debt by establishing financial claims on the rest of the economy. A state need never, therefore, be under any difficulties, for, With the smallest savings, it may, in as little time as its interest can require, pay off the largest debts. 14. What Price had discovered was how the exponential growth of money invested at interest multiplies the principal by plowing back the dividends into new saving. It is the explanation for how savings snowball in the hands of bankers, bondholders and other savers who keep on reinvesting their dividends. At its root is the principle taught to Babylonian scribes 4,000 years ago, when the compound interest phenomenon was just getting underway on a large scale. Today, interest is compounded annually, quarterly and even daily by banks, and it is done automatically rather than obliging savers to go out and find new credit-worthy borrowers. The major difference is that in Babylonia compounding began only after 5 years had passed, and at the expiration of each loan or investment the creditor had to draw up a new loan document. This meant finding a new borrower whose enterprise seemed likely to generate the money to pay the doubled sum available to be lent out. Price's proposed compound interest fund was expected to keep on accruing ad infinitum, on the assumption that there always would be enough opportunities to find remunerative projects. Economic history provides a corrective sense of proportion by showing that in the 2,000 years since the birth of Christ the European economy has grown at a compound annual rate of 0.2%, far less than the level at which interest rates have stood in recent times. The proceeds of much of this growth have had to be allocated to pay debt service, absorbing the revenue that otherwise would be available for direct investment and enhancement of living standards. This shrinks the organic or real economy's ability to produce a surplus to pay creditors, invest and increase consumption. Economies, like individuals, ultimately may be bankrupted by their inability to pay compounding interest charges on a mathematical or inorganic financial expansion path that has no limit. Something has to give. The political fight in nearly every economy for thousands of years has been over whose interests must be sacrificed in the face of the incompatibility between financial and economic expansion paths. Until quite recently, creditors have lost, for the simple reason that never in history has any economy been able to turn a penny or any other sum into a surplus large enough to pay creditors a solid sphere of gold reaching out to Saturn's orbit. This is the point that modern economists and futurists fail to appreciate. No doubt many people saved pennies back in Roman times, and indeed, hundreds of talents of silver and gold were lent out at high rates of interest. Yet nobody had accumulated a vast volume of gold nearly as large as the earth itself, or even as large as a city block. The volume of gold in the world today could fit into a single large fortress. 15. The inference is that what savers hope to obtain in interest cannot materialize in practice. Financial claims run ahead of the economy's ability to produce and pay. Expectations that interest payments can keep on mounting up are fictitious, as Marx and other 19th-century critics put it. When indebted economies and their governments cannot pay, bankers and investors call in their loans and foreclose, causing the kind of crises that distinguish modern business cycles and, in the past, always have wiped out savings along with the bad debts. The reality is that the accrual of savings, that is, debts, is constrained by the economy's ability to carry these debts. Recognizing that no society's productive powers could long support interest-bearing debt growing at compound rates, Marx poked fun at Price's calculations. The good Mr. Price was simply dazzled by the enormous quantities resulting from geometrical progression of numbers. He regards capital as a self-acting thing, without any regard to the conditions of reproduction of labor, as a mere self-increasing number, subject to the growth formula. Surplus equals capital, 1 plus interest rate, N16. No wonder Adam Smith found that no nation in history had paid off its public debt, and that Britain's tax revenues had become a fund for paying, not the capital, but the interest only, of the money which had been borrowed. As for the political idea of a sinking fund, Smith pointed out that it is a subsidiary fund always at hand to be mortgaged in aid of any other doubtful fund, upon which money is proposed to be raised in any exigency of the state. 17. To ambitious monarchs or parliamentary leaders, the fund would be an irresistible temptation, as governments simply would turn around and reborrow an equivalent sum for whatever was set aside to pay off the debt, or indeed whatever was needed to finance yet new wars. In 1798, a generation after Price put forth his argument for a sinking fund, the Rev. Thomas Robert Malthus drew the contrast between geometric and arithmetic rates of growth in the way that most economic students recognize today. Picking up his fellow minister's imagery, Malthus asserted that populations tended to grow geometrically unless checked by natural forces such as famine, disease, or war, while the means of subsistence, the populations of animals and plants consumed by humans, could grow only arithmetically at a simple rate of interest. It followed that social programs to provide more money for the poor would be self-defeating, because they would have more children, multiply their numbers, pressing against the limits of subsistence and forcing their living standards back down to minimum survival levels. 18. The financial proposals that made readers familiar with Malthus's contrast are all but forgotten today. Few economists remember that the mathematics of compound versus simple interest was first applied to the rates at which savings and debts double and redouble. Malthus' idea that fertility rates would rise to reflect higher income levels has not materialized, but the financial principle described by Price remains apt. Owing to the recycling of interest receipts into new lending, what grows geometrically are savings, i.e., debts on the liabilities side of the balance sheet, not population. Private individuals soon tried to make use of the compound interest principle. Peter Theluzone, a wealthy Swiss merchant and banker who had settled in London around 1750, set up a trust fund that was to accumulate and reinvest its income for 100 years and then be divided among his descendants. His £600,000 estate was estimated to yield £4,500 per year at 7.5% interest, producing a final value of £19 million, over 30 times the original bequest. Theluzone's will was contested in litigation that lasted 62 years, from his death in 1797 to 1859. Under William Pitt, the government calculated that at compound interest even as low as 4% the trust would grow so enormous as to own the entire public debt by the time a century had elapsed. This prompted legislation known as Theluzone's Act to be passed in 1800, limiting such trusts to just 21 years' duration. By the time all the lawyers were paid, the property was found to be so much encroached on by legal expenses that the actual sum inherited was not much beyond the amount originally bequeathed by the testator. 19. But the savings of the living have continued to mount up. The banker Geoffrey Gardner observes that in the late 1970s, the burgeoning oil revenues of the producers were further gilded by the addition of high-interest earnings. At their highest, British interest rates had the effect of doubling the cash deposits of the oil producers in only 5 years, or 16.3 times in 20 years. The wisdom of an earlier age, which had led to the passing of Theluzon's Act to discourage the establishment of funds which compounded interest indefinitely, had been forgotten. 20. This is essentially the principle voiced by Francis Bacon in his famous essay on usury. Usury bringeth the treasure of a realm into few hands, for the usurer, being at certainties, and the other at uncertainties, in the end of the game most of the money will be in the box, and a state ever flourisheth where wealth is more equally spread. 21. It was echoed in 1840 by the French socialist Proudhon's axiom that the financial power of accumulation is infinite, yet is exercised only over finite quantities. If men, living in equality, should grant to one of their number the exclusive right of property, and this sole proprietor should lend 100 francs to the human race at compound interest, payable to his descendants 24 generations hence, at the end of 600 years the sum of 100 francs, at 5%, would amount to 107,854,010,777,600 francs, 2,696 times the capital of France, supposing her capital to be 40 billion, or more than 20 times the value of the terrestrial globe. 22 hopes to increase human welfare through higher economic productivity would be stifled, Proudhon warned, in good Saint-Simonian fashion, if the self-expanding power of interest-bearing claims were not checked by policies to replace debt with equity investment. Socialist analyses of the dynamics of compound interest. The instability that is caused as the exponential growth of interest-bearing claims overwhelm economies has been analyzed mainly by socialists and by rather crankish writers at the right wing of the political spectrum. It seems that only reformers out of the mainstream have been willing to cast doubt on the viability of savings loaned out without constraint, for it challenges the sanctity of debt. What ultimately is at stake is whether debt convulsions are inevitable, and whether the debts in fact can be paid. We are speaking of nothing less than the feasibility of economic redemption. To recognize that debts and savings grow independently of the capacity to pay is to throw into question the assumption that savings invested in loans can be redeemed. Most economists have shied away from suggestions that unlike merely cyclical self-correcting wavelets, financial crises tend to grow worse until insolvencies wipe out savings that have been badly invested. There is a preference for praising the savings/debt process, although people are beginning to question whether governments should go so far as to bail out savers at the top of the economic pyramid. Bankruptcy has long been the financial consequence of savings being recycled into real estate, stock market holdings and bonds that lose their value. A century ago crashes would have wiped out both sides of the balance sheet, bad financial claims and liabilities together. But today's defaults threaten the ability of banks to pay their depositors, and of insurance companies to pay their policy holders, on a scale that is without precedent. There is a growing reluctance to write off bad loans, even at the cost of keeping debt and savings-ridden economies insolvent. The most recent example is Japan, whose savings were placed in speculative real estate and stock market loans in the bubble years of the 1980s. To write off these bad loans would involve writing off the savings that are their balance sheet accounting counterparts. The price Japan has paid for not coming to terms with the fact that these debts have lost their backing has been to remain mired in depression since the early 1990s, with over 60% of its tax revenues devoted to debt service, as of 2000. The financial dynamics unfolding today were foreseen a century ago. Marx called money lent out at interest a void form of capital, 23 and described high finance as based on imaginary or fictitious capital. It was fictitious because it consisted not of the means of production but of bonds, mortgages, bank loans and other financial claims on the means of production. It was fictitious because in the end its demands for payment could not be met. Attempts to service the rising debt burden deflated the market for commodities, causing gluts that led to crises in which businesses scrambled for money and the banks themselves were caught short and failed. Interest charges ate into profits, deterring investment in plant and equipment by diverting revenue to economically empty financial operations. A growing wedge of disposable personal and business income was absorbed by debt service, leaving less to be spent on goods and services. In these respects, financial capital was antithetical to tangible physical capital. Marx described productive capital investment by the formula M, C, M, signifying money, M, invested to produce commodities, C, that would sell for yet more money, M. But the growth of usury capital, mortgage lending, personal loans, credit card debt, trade finance, government bond financing for war deficits, all this consisted of the disembodied M, making money simply from money itself in a sterile operation. Yet despite this sterility, finance capital achieved dominance over tangible industrial capital in the foreclosures that followed in the wake of crashes. Transfers of property from debtors to creditors were inevitable as the growth of financial claims surpassed the ability of productive power and earnings to keep pace. Debt deflation occurs when purchasing power is removed from the spending stream of labor and business by siphoning debt service, interest and amortization, from their incomes, and using government tax revenues to pay bondholders rather than to spend it on public spending or infrastructure investment, education, health, and other social welfare. As the domestic market shrinks, labor and business have less ability to repay their debtors. In this deteriorating situation, people tend to save even more, if they can, to protect themselves against their prospective loss of income or loss of a job, much as Japan's consumers saved more as their economy fell into depression in the 1990s. Their fears became a self-fulfilling prophecy as the economy slowed further, causing even more real estate and business loans to go bad. Yet, as Chapter 4 below describes in greater detail, having analyzed finance capital's tendency to grow exponentially, Marx did not incorporate this idea into his long-term system. Having provided a compendium of historical citations recognizing the self-expanding character of money capital multiplying at compound interest, he announced that finance capital would be subordinated to the dynamics of industrial capital rather than growing to dominate it. In the course of its evolution, industrial capital must therefore subjugate these forms and transform them into derived or special functions of itself. With an optimistically Darwinian Victorian ring, he wrote that the destiny of industrial capitalism was to mobilize finance capital to fund its economic expansion, rendering usury an obsolete vestige of the ancient mode of production. Where capitalist production has developed all its manifold forms and has become the dominant mode of production, Marx concluded his draft notes for theories of surplus value, interest-bearing capital is dominated by industrial capital, and commercial capital becomes merely a form of industrial capital, derived from the circulation process. 24 The financial problem would take care of itself as industrial capitalism mobilized savings more productively than ever before had been the case. European and North American public debts did indeed seem to be on their way to being paid off during the relatively war-free century 1815 to 1914. As savings were mobilized to fund heavy transport, industry, construction, and mining, the economy's debt burden actually seemed likely to be self-amortizing by being linked to industrial capital formation. As the Technocracy study course published by Technocracy Incorporated. One of the movements of the 1920s and 30s that retained emphasis on the importance of compound interest put matters. The physical expansion of industry was, in a period from the Civil War to the World War, a straight compound interest rate of growth at about 7% per annum. During that period, the debt structure was also extending at a similar rate of increment. Since the World War, the rate of physical expansion has been declining, and physical production has been progressively leveling off. Thus, for the period prior to the World War there was a close correspondence between the rate of growth of the debt structure, and of the physical industrial structure. Since the World War, while the physical structure has been leveling off in its growth, the debt structure, not being subject to the laws of physics and chemistry, has continued to expand until now the total long and short-term debts are only slightly less than the entire wealth, or monetary value of all the physical equipment. As time progresses, this discrepancy between the rate of growth of the physical equipment and that of debt must become greater, instead of less. The implications of this will be interesting to consider. Point 25. The Technocracy Incorporated movement based its financial views on the compound interest property of debt, according to which debt is expected to generate more debt, or to increase at a certain increment of itself per annum, around 5% over the long term. But like Marx, having drawn attention to this dynamic, the technocrats dropped matters there, without formulating a positive policy recommendation. Other economic reformers managed to ignore financial problems altogether. Yet the statistics compiled by Thorold Rogers in 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, 1885, 539 ff., indicated that English labor had lived as well on the eve of the discovery of America in the mid-15th century as in the late 19th century factory towns. Point 26. The surplus was accruing to the owners of wealth. Reflecting the political success of Marxian socialism as compared to the sectarianism of other movements, there was a growing denunciation of industrial capitalists rather than financiers or landlords. Flersheim and Bennett put compound interest at the center of their economic analysis. A number of obscure financial writers in the 1890s found the most serious threat to prosperity to be the growth of interest-bearing debt. The problem on which they foundered was what to do about it. Banning interest outright appealed only to a few religious fundamentalists. Some reformers called for government banking, whose earnings would finance public spending while keeping the credit monopoly out of private hands. Another proposal that has attracted lasting, if cultish, attention was to steadily reduce the value of money and financial claims by imposing a monetary stamp duty that would offset the interest yielded by such investments. This financial tax would have the advantage of freeing the rest of the economy, labor and capital, from taxation. Thanks to Keynes, the best remembered advocate of this policy is the Swiss-German Silvio Gesell. His money tax was inspired by Henry George's land tax. Together, he pointed out, the money and land tax would mobilize all the economy's rentier income to support the community rather than an exploitative class. Gesell was influenced by the German-American Michael Flersheim, who had been Henry George's major European collaborator. His Clue to the Economic Labyrinth was published in Australia by Marx's British publisher, Swan Sonnenschein. Other critiques of interest-bearing debt, most notably, J.W. Bennett's A Breed of Barren Metal, 1895, and John Brown's Parasitic Wealth, 1898, were printed by Marx's U.S. publisher, Charles H. Kerr. Bennett and Brown agreed with land reformers that the economy's surplus was being siphoned off in the form of rentier income, but pointed out that most land rent ended up being taken by creditors in the form of interest, which also absorbed a rising share of industrial and monopoly profit. Along with the fight over deflationary gold policies, in opposition to the free coinage of silver, the debt problem propelled monetary issues to the forefront of economic reform for the next 2 decades. A spate of books were inspired by the financial panic of July 1893 that led banks and commercial houses to suspend payment, throwing millions of American workers into the streets as factories were closed. The deflationary aftermath saw mortgage charges bankrupt farmers as the government rolled back prices to the point where the price of gold had stood prior to the Civil War inflation. Prices for crops and other goods fell, but debts were fixed in value, making it harder for them to pay. Bennett described a rentier caste drawing the world's wealth into its hands as the inventive powers of industry were outrun by the inexorable mathematics of compound interest, the principle which asserts that $1 will grow into $2 in a number of years, and keep on multiplying until it represents all of the wealth on earth. The most serious economic problem facing America, he explained, was that under the laws of interest and rent the capitalists of the country, each year receive an amount of wealth so large that they are able to save from it a sum greater than the yearly net increase of the wealth of the nation. 27. Bennett emphasized that the problem with saving was not merely that money saved was not spent on current goods and services, but that it was lent out at interest. Economies became more unstable as interest-bearing wealth increases in a ratio which is ever growing more and more rapid, 28, leaving few assets unattached by debt. John Brown, 1898, 81f, explained how rapidly this process occurred. At 10% the principal is doubled every 7 years, so that in less than a century the interest is 16,384 times the principal, and after that the principal increases at such a stupendous rate that the figures soon become unmanageable. At 5% the principal doubles every 14 years, just half as rapidly as at 10%. Interest accumulates in a geometric ratio, while savings increase arithmetically. Thus if $10 is saved up, say every 7 years, in 140 years the principal will amount to $200. If, however, $10 is put into a bank at 10% interest every 7 years, at the end of 140 years the principal will have become over $20 millions of dollars. 29. Here, he concluded, is the subtle principle which makes wealth parasitic in the body of industry, the potent influence which takes from the weak and gives to the strong, which makes the rich richer and the poor poorer, which builds palaces for the idle and hovels for the diligent. 30. These dynamics explain the financial crises that plagued economies whose financial systems are founded on rent and interest taking. Creditors called in their loans when they saw how risky business conditions had become as a result of the growth of debt, producing scallop-shaped upswings followed by abrupt crashes, a trade depression every 10 years or oftener, and panics every 20 years, Bennett explained. As there are not available assets to meet creditor demands and at the same time keep business moving. 31. The mathematics of compound interest also explain the extremely rapid accumulation of wealth in the hands of a comparatively few non-producers, as well as the abject poverty of a large percentage of the producing masses. 32 Interest charges were responsible for the failure of improved machinery to better the conditions of the producing masses in a degree at all commensurate with the increased producing power which it has given to the laborer, Bennett elaborated. The financial group becomes rich more rapidly than the nation at large, and national increase in wealth may not mean prosperity of the producing masses. 33 Countering Frederick Bastiat's banal claim that everyone was paid according to the economic service performed, he pointed out that non-producers received much the largest salaries, for one's income is often in inverse ratio to the service which he does his fellow men. 34. Much as had occurred in Rome and other civilizations that succumbed to usury, the accrual of financial fortunes, or more to the point, their failure to find their counterpart in new tangible capital investment threatened to undermine the American economy, and lead to its decay and final destruction. There is not enough wealth produced to meet all of these obligations. Either the current expenses of production cannot be paid, or the fixed charges of rent and interest cannot be met. If current expenses are not paid, manufacturing plants deteriorate, fixed capital is encroached upon, wages are reduced and laborers thrown out of employment. Current obligations are not met. The businessman finally becomes bankrupt, or the wage workers become bankrupts and outcasts depending on charity for support. If interest is not paid, then the wealth hypothecated for the loan is appropriated by the lender, and the borrower, failing to meet his obligations, becomes a bankrupt. 35. Rather than seeing finance in an inherently symbiotic relationship with tangible activity, Bennett and Brown hoped that economies might operate without charging interest. But how could businesses get by without credit? Could credit be advanced without interest being charged? If not, how could short-term credit be prevented from mounting up to unmanageable proportions over time as loans were rolled over rather than repaid, or simply had their interest accruals added onto the debt balance? If interest taking is right, argued Bennett, then compound interest taking is right. And what makes matters worse, it is not $1 that is assumed to have the power of indefinitely increasing, but several billions of dollars. 36. In the long run, economies would have to succumb, while polarizing along the way. A syndicate of less than 100 American capitalists, if allowed to collect interest on their capital at a low rate and reinvest for 150 years or less, would at the end of that time own the earth and all real and personal property thereon. This is a simple mathematical proposition, capable of exact demonstration, and anyone who doubts the truth of the statement may set all doubts at rest by computing compound interest on $1.5 billion for 150 years, at 5% per annum. 37. These financial critics went beyond orthodox economists by showing that interest-bearing debt grew by its own mathematical laws. But they were unable to propose a way in which the expansion paths of physical production and interest-bearing claims might coexist so that debts and the ability to pay grew at similar rates. The idea of an interest-free system or the need for debt cancellations was too radical for most people to contemplate. It was more popular to advocate general strikes or outright revolution to seize the means of production and expropriate the proprietors, or at least to tax them, than to set about designing a financial system that somehow might avoid credit crises. If these financial critics' writers are forgotten today, it is because most reformers focused on more immediate problems such as ameliorating the oppressive conditions of factory life and urban poverty, legislating standards for public health and safety in the workplace, and breaking up or regulating the emerging trusts and monopolies. Little popular momentum to restructure the financial system could arise until a more acceptable alternative could be found than banning interest, Bennett and Brown, or depreciating money's value, Gazelle and the subsequent social credit movement. One of the most thoroughgoing expositions of the problems caused by compound interest was by the advocate of land and debt reform, Michael Flersheim. It is true that the employer is the sponge which sucks up the profit, the greater value, mere worth, as Marx calls it, of labor's product, but only to yield it to the rent and interest lords, as well as to the middlemen, who together press it out of him as quick as he gets it, barely leaving him on the average the hard earnings of his own work, and, what is worse, taking the power from him of increasing production to its full potentiality. 38. Contrasting finance to physical capital, he called on labor and industry to attack the real enemy, the financial interests that who ended up with most industrial profit in the form of debt charges, as well as most of the rent collected by landlords' profits and rents squeezed out of labor and consumers. The above brief summary shows that already a century ago some writers were able to describe dynamics that seem quite modern today, yet have struck monetarist economists as anomalous rather than inherent problems. Financial claims for payment, Flersheim explained, constituted the bulk of the world's capital, not factories and other industrial means of production. When an orator or writer has to reply to a socialist's attack upon capital as the oppressor of labor, he points to what orthodox economy calls capital, and speaks of our wonderful progress due to our improved means of production and distribution, whereas his antagonist thinks of government bonds, of land monopoly, of mining rights, of all kinds. Of tribute claims selling at exchange for certain amounts, and not at all falling under the orthodox definition of capital, though representing that capital which people principally have in view when they use the term. 39. The reality was that finance capital stood at odds with and subdued industrial capital and other physical capital. The problem lay not in the personal character of bondholders and bankers, but in the impersonal mathematics of compound interest that led savings to build up in ways that indebted society's economic assets. All exertions, all improvements in the methods and tools of labor, the strictest economy, the severest self-denial, are powerless to compete with the rapidity of self-increase possessed by capital placed at compound interest, and they cannot keep up with its demands. To illustrate the dynamic at work, Flersheim composed an allegory in which the spirit of invention was pitted against the demon of interest and his offspring, compound interest, in a battle to see whose powers were stronger. The spirit of invention had an army of tools and machines, water power, air and wind power, fire and steam power to drive machinery. But Flersheim asked whether its minions really would bring about a golden era, or whether this power could be conquered by finance capital and made to serve it by producing an economic surplus for its own use, as financial tribute, rather than serving mankind in the form of higher living standards. 40. The strategy of compound interest followed what Napier had described centuries earlier. In 1617. The moral was that no matter how greatly technology might increase humanity's productive powers, the revenue it produced would be overtaken by the growth of debt multiplying at compound interest. Strictly speaking, it is savings that compound, not debts themselves. Each debt is settled on an individual basis in one way or another, but creditors recycle their interest and amortization into new interest-bearing loans. The only problem for savers is to find enough debtors to take on new obligations. What is compound interest? Fleurshame asked. Is it anything else than the fresh investment of earnings of capital? The major source of loanable funds is repayments on existing loans, relent to finance yet new debts. Individual loans are repaid, but there is no diminution in the volume of savings. Rather, interest receipts swell the volume of savings. J.P. Morgan and John D. Rockefeller are reported to have called the principle of compound interest the eighth wonder of the world. Fleurshame described Napoleon as having voiced a similar idea upon being shown an interest table and remarking, "The deadly facts herein lead me to wonder that this monster interest has not devoured the whole human race." Fleurshame commented, "It would have done so long ago if bankruptcy and revolution had not been counterpoisons." And that is just the point, of course. Something must give when the mathematics of interest-bearing debt overwhelms the economy's ability to pay. For a while the growing debt burden may be met by selling off or forfeiting property to creditors, but an active public policy response is needed to save the economy's land and natural resources, mines, and public monopolies, physical capital and other productive assets from being lost to creditors. Political responses to this problem are aggravated by the fact that the largest and most powerful creditors often are foreigners. Finance capital is much more cosmopolitan than land and industrial capital, and more mobile even than labor. The mathematics of savings/debt leads not only to domestic antagonism, but shapes global diplomacy by pitting international creditors against debtor economies. In this ultimate showdown, global finance is arrayed against national government autonomy. This is the key to understanding international relations from the papal Italian bankers of the 14th century in debtor countries such as England through today's IMF, World Bank, and WTO maneuverings. In the early decades of the 20th century, such problems still seemed distant, despite Britain's role as the world's banker. Even the 1907 financial crash, which hit the United States hardest, did not create a crisis in economic theory. The financial problem appeared to be technical and monetary in character, solvable by providing yet more credit, and hence, increasing the volume of debt, so as to expand the money supply beyond the tight limits imposed by gold supplies, specie. A lender of last resort, the Federal Reserve System, was created in 1914. What really saved the day was the use of debt, government bonds and commercial bills of payment as reserves for the banking system's credit creation. For a century of peace, rising infrastructure investment had buoyed the savings/debt expansion by expanding productivity and raising incomes throughout the world. But World War I was about to break out, and its demands for destructive rather than productive investment ushered in a new line of financial theorizing, starting with the inter-Allied debts and German reparations that were the Great War's financial legacy. It was these debts that would pose the transfer problem, the limits of how much could be paid from one national currency to another, hard currency, bringing on the Great Depression and in short order World War II. The magic of compound interest. The mathematics of compound interest dictate that debt service on the economy's rising ratio of savings and debts to income will tend to grow to the point where debt service absorbs an amount equal to the entire available economic surplus. Unless growth in savings, that is, the economy's debt overhead, finds its counterpart in a parallel growth in the ability to pay, more income must be squeezed out to pay interest on the rising volume of debt. Germany after World War I is an example. It was able to pay reparations and other foreign debts only by borrowing new money. The cure for its debt problem thus turned out to be yet more debt, even as the economy's productive enterprises were stripped to pay creditors. Such do-it-with-mirrors exercises can only succeed temporarily, because their underlying principle is that of a chain letter. By absorbing revenue that is needed to finance tangible direct investment, payment of debt service makes it increasingly difficult for economies to carry their debts. Market mechanisms are able only to enforce a state of financial chaos, giving the appearance of being rational only in the sense that each element of this chaos can be assigned a price. There is no a priori mathematical solution that can explain the outcome. When trends intersect, the economy's crash point must be determined politically. The solution will be shaped by the fact that financial power tends to transform itself into political power, and also into legal and even cultural power as it seeks to shape the electorate's perceptions in ways that serve its own objectives. On the most abstract level, society's shape is being transformed by the principle of compound interest working out its power politically, fiscally, and in the intellectual plane of academic economics. In this respect, finance has an intrinsic personality and an implicit evolutionary strategy, even if this worldview is not fully conscious. It is not a pleasant view, and that is why so many people avert their eyes. Banks and large institutional investors are coming to welcome crises as affording a grab bag of new opportunities, now that they have mobilized government support for their initiatives. The result is a new kind of class war, with new financial modes of exploitation. Today's global dynamics can be viewed as a struggle for domination, if not outright survival, between an alien financial dynamic that has been introduced into the world's industrial core, much like a new species introduced to an island environment with no natural checks. In this respect, the proliferation of debt/savings is much like the mathematics of ecological pollution. We might think of it as debt/savings pollution swamping the economic environment while stifling real, that is, non-financial, growth. In his book Consilience, Edward O. Wilson points out how impossible it is for the world's financial savings to grow at compound interest ad infinitum. 41 To demonstrate how rapidly the limit may be approached, he cites the arithmetical riddle of the lily pond. A lily pod is placed in a pond. Each day thereafter the pod and then all its descendants double. On the 30th day the pond is covered completely by lily pods, which can grow no more. He then asks, on which day was the pond half full and half empty? The 29th day. By the time people feel obliged to argue over whether the financial glass is half empty or half full, we are on the brink of a financial crisis in which something must give, usually labor's income and savings. Exponential growth is not sudden. It may be slow, but it is inexorable. It also is unnatural, for the natural shape of economic phenomena is an S-curve, not an upward exponential sweep toward infinity. Whether or not the predatory behavior of financial institutions causes a political crisis depends on how aware the population is with regard to what is happening. It is the task of financial lobbies, and the politicians and academic economists they support, to distract the population to other concerns. And it is the task of junk economics to promote the myth that economies tend naturally to return to equilibrium and equity when left alone, not to polarize in ways that favor rentiers and enable them to take over government, education, the popular press and cultural norms generally. The financial sector's planners themselves recognize that the global economy is now living in this immediately pre-crash last day. That is why they are taking the bailout money and run. If the crisis still seems distant to the rest of society, it is because people still think in terms of the entropic equilibrium mathematics that most economic model builders employ rather than thinking exponentially. The inability of financial checks to keep the exponential growth of debts and savings in line with the ability to pay out of economic growth. Theluzzone's Act of 1800 represented an attempt to provide a moral and legal check on the rate of reproduction of interest-bearing savings, to borrow a term from Malthusian population theory. Malthus himself had borrowed Price's imagery of how compound interest led to the exponential growth of debt, so it is fitting that financial dynamics should find demographic parallels. After all, Malthus warned, it was the principle of compounding that spurred populations to multiply more rapidly than food production. This idea was implicit in the passage of Theluzzone's Act, but few economists picked up on it. Malthus held, wrongly, that fertility rates would increase and families would have more children if their incomes rose or the poor laws provided them with more means of subsistence. The actual tendency is for fertility rates to decline as incomes rise over time. Economists seemed on stronger ground in theorizing that supply pressures on food, raw materials, and labor raise costs during the course of the business cycle, eroding the profits and cash flow out of which debts can be paid. Companies nonetheless must pay their debts, even as interest charges absorb their shrinking profits. Their losses create risky conditions in which a desperate demand for credit arises just to raise the money to pay bills. Interest rates increase as profits and incomes fall. A point is reached where the financial bubble bursts, bringing the volume of debt back in line with the ability to pay. Such defaults and bankruptcies are the financial equivalent of the Malthusian checks of starvation and mortality. Much as the pace at which populations grow is determined by fertility relative to death rates, so the rate at which savings, and their mirror image, the economy-wide volume of debt, double and redouble is determined by the rate of interest subject to the financial check of bankruptcy. Interest rates alone thus do not determine the overall growth of savings, just as fertility rates alone do not determine the overall rate of demographic growth. The checks cited by Malthus war, pestilence, famine, and starvation, as well as the moral check of abstinence find their counterpart in the financial dynamics of savings and debts. Poverty is associated with high mortality rates as large proportions of children die in poor societies. High fertility rates occur as families compensate by having many children but not by enough to increase the overall population. Likewise in the financial sphere, where the risks of default and bankruptcy are high, interest rates rise. As Adam Smith noted, the rate of interest often is highest in countries going fastest to ruin. But savings are wiped out by poverty and by the financial counterpart to emigration, in the form of capital flight. The flow of savings and of populations is from poor to rich countries. Warfare has been a great spur to the growth of public debt, but it also has been accompanied by inflations that have wiped out much of the debt burden, as well as people's savings. To be sure, post-war deflations have reversed this process. Corporate takeovers, the financial equivalent of raiding and looting, also have increased the volume of debt, at high interest rates in the form of junk bonds. On the other hand, such credit likewise has suffered high default rates. Malthus criticized the poor laws for encouraging the growth of population by giving the poor enough income to survive, marry, and have children. The equivalent financial subsidy takes the form of government bailouts for banks and savers. This sustains the growth of savings financial claims on the economy by preventing the wipeouts that normally bring debts back in line with the economy's capacity to pay. Wealthy savers and financial institutions become public wards, much as the welfare systems of past centuries subsidized the poor. Modern critics have called such guarantees moral hazard, and urged governments to stop the practice, which is just the opposite of a moral check to the growth of savings and debt. One form of voluntary restraint might take the form of fiscal and regulatory policies that encourage equity rather than debt financing, or that require interest payments to be made out of after-tax rather than pre-tax income. Similar moral checks include the religious sanctions against interest-taking found in Islam. But today's fiscal policies encourage debt financing rather than equity investment, while the usury laws that held down interest rates in past centuries have been abandoned. Today's governments act to forestall tight labor markets by raising interest rates, with the intention of deterring new investment and hiring, so as to hold wages down by maintaining a margin of unemployment. This increases the power of finance over labor. Central bank policies that raise interest rates to slow new direct investment and hiring make economies even less able to carry their debt burden. In this respect, the buildup of savings and encouragement of debt financing encourages a buildup of financial returns rather than tangible capital investment. Thus is antithetical to the goal of promoting high wages and rising labor productivity. The rate of interest is permitted to govern the doubling times of savings without the moral, political, and religious checks that have rolled back the growth of financial overhead throughout history. There is only one ultimate solution: debts that cannot be paid, won't be. The open question is, will this tear economies apart as the financial sector fights against this fate? Pull quotes. Pull quote 02-01. The point of intersection between usury and the living organic economy occurs when money loans must be paid out of the reproduction of crops and herds, or other output and revenue. Although the money that creditors lend out is not itself productive, borrowers need it to pay for the resources they need to be productive, including the expense of providing for their families in emergency conditions. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 02-02. Owing to the recycling of interest receipts into new lending, what grows geometrically are savings, i.e., debts on the liabilities side of the balance sheet. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 02-03. Debt deflation occurs when purchasing power is removed from the spending stream of labor and business by siphoning debt service, interest and amortization, from their incomes, and using government tax revenues to pay bondholders rather than to spend it on public spending or infrastructure investment, education, health, and other social welfare. Michael Hudson. Pull quote 02-04. The principle which asserts that a dollar will grow into $2 in a number of years, and keep on multiplying until it represents all of the wealth on earth. J.W. Bennett, 1898. Pull quote 02-05. 3. How economic theory came to ignore the role of debt. Starting from David Ricardo in 1817, the historian of economic thought searches in vain through the theorizing of mainstream economists for an acknowledgement of how debt charges. 1. Add a non-production cost to prices. 2. deflate markets by diverting purchasing power that otherwise would be spent on goods and services, and thereby 3. Discourage capital investment and employment, and hence 4. Put downward pressure on wages. What needs to be explained is why government, academia, industry, and labor have not taken the lead in analyzing these phenomena that remain all but forgotten, indeed, carefully ignored by the mainstream economics curriculum. I suppose one would not expect the tobacco industry to promote studies of the unhealthy consequences of smoking, any more than the oil and automobile industries would encourage research into environmental pollution or the linkage between carbon dioxide emissions and global warming. So it should come as little surprise that the adverse effects of debt are sidestepped by advocates of the idea that bankers rather than government planners should allocate the economy's resources and manage its development. Claiming that good public planning and effective regulation of credit markets is impossible, monetarists are silent with regard to how financial interests shape the economy to favor their own product, debt, growing at an exponential rate. Governments throughout the world now leave monetary policy to the central bank and treasury, whose administrators are drawn from the ranks of bankers or their academic factotums or outright lobbyists. Naturally enough, they seek to shape financial policy in their own interests. Backed by the Chicago School's advocacy of financial austerity, these doctrinaire financial planners oppose full employment policies and rising living standards, not only as being inflationary but as consuming the economic surplus that is owed to creditors. The fear regarding inflation is that rising wages will increase prices, reducing the volume of labor and output that a given flow of debt service is able to command. The even more destructive fear is that rising wages will eat into the economic surplus that today's financial doctrine believes should be capitalized at the going rate of interest and financialized, that is, pledged for debt service. Inasmuch as monetary policy is made by the central bank rather than by the Department of Labor, governments choose to squeeze out more debt service even at the expense of employment and direct investment. The public domain is sold, on newly created credit, which the government could have created itself, off to pay bondholders, even as governments cut taxes that deepen budget deficits which then are financed by running up yet more debt. Most of this new debt is bought by the financial sector, including international institutions, with money from the tax cuts they receive from governments that are ever more beholden to them. The policy is capped by shifting the fiscal burden onto labor, by untaxing finance, real estate, and other interest-paying sectors. The more economically powerful the FIRE sector becomes, the more it is able to translate this power into political influence. The most direct way has been for its members and industry lobbies to become major campaign contributors, especially in the United States, which dominates the IMF and World Bank to set the rules of globalization and debt proliferation in today's world. Influence over the government bureaucracies provides a mantle of prestige in the world's leading business schools, which are endowed largely by FIRE sector institutions, as are the most influential policy think tanks. This academic lobbying steers students, corporate managers, and policy makers to see the world from a financial vantage point. Existing rules and practices are taken for granted as givens rather than asking whether economies benefit or suffer as a whole from a rising proportion of income being paid to carry the debt overhead, including mortgage debt for housing being bid up by the supply of such credit. Finance and banking courses teach how managers can obtain interest and asset price gains by creating credit or using other people's savings, not how an economy may best steer savings and credit to achieve the best long-term development. One would expect views on debt and credit creation to be determined by whether one is a creditor or a debtor, an investor, government bureaucrat, or economic planner writing from the vantage point of labor or industry. But despite the variety of interest groups affected by debt and financial structures, one point of view has emerged almost uniquely, as if it were scientific truth rather than the financial sector's own self-interested spin. The discussion of finance and debt has been limited to monetarists with an anti-government axe to grind and vested interests to defend, and above all to promote financial deregulation. This monetarist perspective has become more pronounced as industrial firms have been turned into essentially financial entities since the 1980s. Their objective is less and less to produce goods and services, except as a way to generate revenue that can be pledged as interest to obtain more credit from bankers and bond investors. These borrowings can be used to take over companies, mergers and acquisitions, to defend against such raids by loading themselves down with debt, taking poison pills, or to indulge in wealth creation by buying back their own shares on the stock exchange or simply to pay out as dividends rather than undertaking new direct investment. IBM has spent about $10 billion annually for several years to support its stock price in this way. As these kinds of financial maneuvering take precedence over industrial engineering, the idea of wealth creation has come to refer to raising the price of stocks and bonds that represent claims on wealth, indirect investment, rather than direct investment in capital spending, research, and development to increase production. Labor no longer voices an independent perspective on such issues. Early reformers shared the impression that money and finance simply mirror economic activity rather than acting as an independent and autonomous force. Even Marx believed that the financial system would naturally evolve in a way that reflected the needs of industrial capital formation. Today's popular press writes as if stock and bond prices and interest rates reflect the economy's business conditions rather than influencing them. There is little recognition of financial dynamics intruding into the real economy in ways that are antithetical to nationwide prosperity. Yet it is well known that central bank officials claim that full employment and new investment may be inflationary and hence bad for the stock and bond markets. This is why governments raise interest rates to dampen the rise in employment and wages. This policy holds back the advance of living standards and markets for consumer goods, reducing new investment and putting downward pressure on wages and commodity prices. As tax revenue falls, government debt increases. Businesses and consumers also are driven more deeply into debt. Ultimately, the monetarist worldview thus is self-destructive. Yet it is widely applauded at each step along the way. If today's economy were the first in history to be distorted and depressed by such strains, economists would have some excuse for not being prepared to analyze how the debt burden increases the cost of doing business and diverts income to pay interest to creditors. What is remarkable is how much more clearly the dynamics of debt were recognized some centuries ago, before financial lobbying gained momentum. Already in Adam Smith's day it was a common perception that public debts had to be funded by tax levies, impairing the economy's competitive position by raising the price of living and doing business. Before Ricardo, how national debts were seen to impair economic competitiveness. An important predecessor of Adam Smith, the merchant Matthew Decker, emigrated from Holland to settle in London in 1702. In the preface to his influential essay on the causes of the decline of the foreign trade, published in 1744, he attributed the deterioration in Britain's international competitiveness to the taxes levied to carry the interest charges on its public debt. These taxes threatened to price its exports out of world markets by imposing a prodigious artificial value upon our goods to the hindrance of their sale abroad. Taxes on food and other essentials pushed up the subsistence wage level that employers had to pay, and hence the prices they had to charge as compared to those of less debt-ridden nations. The tax problem thus was essentially a debt problem, which in turn reflected royal military ambitions. 8 centuries of warfare with France had pushed Britain deeply into debt. Interest on the government's bonds was paid by levying excise taxes that increased prices. The cost of doing business was raised further by the high prices charged by the trading monopolies such as the East India Company, of which Decker himself had been a director, that the government created and sold to private investors for payment in its own bonds. The system of funding wars by running into debt rather than on a pay-as-you-go basis was called Dutch financing because, as Adam Smith explained, the Dutch, as well as several other foreign nations, have a very considerable share of our public funds. In fact, they held more than half of these securities, including shares in major crown corporations such as the East India Company and Bank of England, on which Britain paid a steady flow of interest and dividends that absorbed much of its trade surplus. As foreigners possess a share of our national funds, Smith wrote, anticipating the complaint of global debtors ever since, they render the public in a manner tributary to them, and may in time occasion the transport of our people, and our industry. The economic popularizer Malachi Postlethwaite estimated that 7 Years' War, 1757–63, cost Britain £82 million. In the year the conflict broke out, his pamphlet on Great Britain's True System explained how the taxes levied to service the public debt had increased the nation's cost structure. The sum total of these taxes is at least 31% of the annual expense of the whole people of England. Now, where is the nation with which we can enter into a competition of commerce on equal terms? And what matter is the 1% or 2% advantage we boast over some of our rivals in the interest of money, towards restoring the equality between them and us, too? The economy's financial problem was whether to lend its savings to the government, almost exclusively to finance wars, or invest them in industry and commerce. The more the nation runs into debt, Postlethwaite warned, the more money will be locked up in the funds, and the less will there be employed in trade. 3. Taxing the population to pay interest to public creditors would drain money that otherwise could be used to fund private investment. Before such debt took place, everybody possessed their whole gains, he added. If the present public debt, instead of being increased, was paid off, the profits of the manufacturers, tradesmen, and merchants, and would be all their own, doubling their rate of profit. This would be equal in every respect to a bounty to that amount on all our productions and fabrics. With that advantage we should be able to undersell our neighbors, our people would of course multiply, our poor would find ample employment, even the aged and infirm might then earn enough to live upon, new arts and new manufactures would be introduced, and the old ones brought to greater perfection. For inasmuch as paper credit was convertible into bullion, the outflow of capital and dividends reduced the monetary base for Britain's credit superstructure. This threatened to leave the nation with no wherewithal to employ labor, and hence little domestic market for its own products. Like many of his contemporaries, Post-Leithwaite decried the remittance of debt service to Dutch investors on the ground that the outflow of bullion led to a monetary stringency, resulting in less production and higher prices. 5 This is just what modern Third World debtors have suffered for the past half-century under IMF austerity programs in order to pay their foreign currency debts. Even if all the debt were held at home, Post-Leithwaite warned, it would not upon that account be less pernicious. Taxpayers would pay the bondholders, who tended to spend their revenue unproductively. Even worse, funding and jobbing too often introduces combination and fraud in all sorts of traffic. It hath changed honest commerce into bubbling, our traders into projectors, industry into tricking, and applause is earned when the pillory is deserved. 6. He then described what modern analysts call the crowding out phenomenon. The national debts first drew out of private hands most of the money which should, and otherwise would have been lent out to our skillful and industrious merchants and tradesmen. This made it difficult for such to borrow any money upon personal security, and this difficulty soon made it unsafe to lend any upon such security, which of course destroyed all private credit, thereby greatly injured our commerce in general. 7. These complaints seem so modern that one may ask why Post-Leithwaite has been so neglected all these years. He might have been speaking of today's Latin American and Asian debtors in concluding that Britain's wars and standing armies hath overwhelmed the nation with debts and bird hens, under which it is at present almost ready to sink, and it hath not only hindered those debts from being paid off, but will daily contribute to enhance them, for while there is more to be got by jobbing, than by discharging our debts, all arts will be used to increase the new debts, not to redeem the old. 8. The protests by Smith and Decker against the sale of public monopolies likewise anticipated today's complaints that the monopoly profits, dividend payouts, and interest payments by the former public utilities that Britain sold off to cope with its national debt problems in the 1980s and 90s have increased the costs that consumers and industry must pay. The great systematizer of mercantilist principles, James Steuart, pointed to the international problems posed by Britain's public debt. If we suppose governments to go on increasing, every year, the sum of their debts upon perpetual annuities, and appropriating, in proportion, every branch of revenue for the payment of them, the consequence will be, in the first place, to transport, in favor of the creditors, the whole income of the state, of which government will retain the administration. 9. In view of what has happened to today's debt-racked economies, such warnings as those of Steuart were prescient. Britain's government was threatened with the prospect of being turned into a mere collection agent for overseas bondholders and a rising financial interest at home. If public borrowing forced up interest rates and diverted money away from productive investment, agricultural and industrial productivity could not keep pace with the growth in debt service charges. The implication was that wars eroded rather than built British international power, because the decisive levers in Anglo-French rivalry lay beyond the military battlefield, above all in the financial sphere. Higher debts and taxes threatened to increase Britain's production costs and export prices, impairing its balance of trade regardless of the nation's military victories. Bullion would flow out and industry would stagnate, leaving Britain without the monetary sinews needed ultimately to defend itself against nations growing economically stronger. Adam Smith's views on the debt issue. Smith's protest against government profligacy and taxation was essentially an argument against war debts. He saw that new wars could be financed only by running further into debt, as populations were unwilling to support them when they had to pay taxes to defray their costs directly on a pay-as-you-go basis and thus felt the full economic burden immediately. The landed gentry, whose members formed the cavalry and officer corps, supported wars out of patriotism but opposed the proliferation of public debts whose interest charges were defrayed by taxes that fell ultimately on their own property. When the barons had opposed royal taxation in medieval times, rulers avoided the tax constraint by borrowing from Italian bankers and other lenders. By the 18th century, governments had turned to more anonymous Dutch and domestic investors. This created a vested interest of bondholders. They portrayed their lending in as patriotic and economically productive a light as they could, claiming to provide capital to the nation. However, Smith wrote, "The opinion that the national debt is an additional capital is altogether erroneous. Debt was the opposite of an engine of development. A nation's real wealth lay in its productive powers, not its money or the buildup of financial securities, which were only the shadowy image of real wealth." In fact, Smith explained, the policy of funding wars by bond issues diverted money that taxpayers could use more productively for direct investment. Taxes to pay debt service were defrayed by the annual destruction of some capital which had before existed in the country, by the perversion of some portion of the annual produce which had before been destined for the maintenance of productive labor, towards that of unproductive labor. 11. Smith thus joined Decker, Postlethwaite and other critics of the funding system in observing that public debts forced up taxes to pay interest charges, money that otherwise would be employed in maintaining productive labor. Whereas industrial and commercial borrowers invested the proceeds to acquire capital whose earnings served to pay off the debt, governments borrowed to wage wars. A deteriorating economic spiral ensued as the taxes needed to carry these debts threatened to diminish or destroy the landlord's ability to improve his land, and induce the owner of capital to remove it from the country. 12. By the time Smith published The Wealth of Nations, there seemed to be little likelihood of Britain paying down her national debt. Tax revenues had become a fund for paying, not the capital, but the interest only, of the money which had been borrowed. He warned that at some point the burden of war debts would drive the belligerent nation bankrupt. Bankruptcy is always the end of great accumulation of debt. 13. Public bondholders felt little obligation to promote long-term investment for the nations to whose governments they lent money. Although a creditor of the public has no doubt a general interest in the prosperity of the agriculture, manufactures, and commerce of the country, he has no interest in the good condition of any particular portion of land, or in the good management of any particular portion of capital stock. All that creditors really cared about was the government's power to levy taxes to raise the revenue to pay their debts. When the debt and tax burden had impoverished a country, they could remove their capital to other lands to repeat the process, as has happened again and again. In sum, the ability of Britain's government to wage war rested on its power to run up debt, which in turn rested on the power to tax. The struggle to free the economy from taxes involved freeing it from public debt, and this required constraints on royal ambitions. Tax charges were not direct production costs, but were the price to be paid for military self-indulgence financed by bonds and other borrowings or the sale of the public domain and monopolies. Such taxes and sell-offs threatened to grow as military technology was becoming more capital-intensive for shipbuilding and cannon, and as the field of conflict with France stretched to America. In this perception lay the seeds of the economic individualism of Adam Smith and many of his Whig contemporaries. If Britain were to secure a commercial advantage, it would have to reduce the taxes that had been imposed to carry its war debts. This entailed loosening the old colonial system so that economic competition would replace military and political coercion. How Ricardo's value theory ignored the impact of debt and interest charges. The debt discussion peaked at a time before most modern readers imagine that economic theory began. It was the bond broker Ricardo who ended the discussion rather than moving it forward. His labor theory value focused on the direct costs of production, measured in labor time. Credit and interest charges did not appear in his model. Workers earned the subsistence wage, and capital was valued in terms of the labor needed to produce it. Land was provided freely by nature, and its natural fertility, and hence, economic rent, was not a cost of production. As for the taxes to which Ricardo referred in his 1817 Principles of Political Economic and Taxation, they were the tariffs levied on agricultural products, not taxes levied to pay bondholders. Yet as the economic historian Leland Jenks has observed, Britain's government paid out some 3/4 of its tax revenue as dividends to bondholders in the typical year 1783. £9 million were paid to rentiers when the entire annual turnover of British foreign trade did not exceed £35 million. By 1798, in the wake of the American and French revolutions, William Pitt's financial policy of borrowing rather than running government on a tax-as-you-go basis imposed interest charges so heavy that, in Jenks' words, the nation was mortgaged to a new class of society, the rentiers, the fund holders, for an annual sum of £30 million, 3 times the public revenue before the Revolutionary Wars. The bulk of this sum was being collected in customs, excise, and stamp duties, and constituted an engine by which wealth was transferred from a large consuming public to the much smaller number who owned consols 15, that is, government bonds with no fixed maturity, paying interest only forever. Prices for gold and other commodities had drifted upward after the paper pound's convertibility into gold was suspended in 1798. This set the stage for post-war depression after the Napoleonic Wars ended in 1814 and the Bank of England decided to restore the convertibility of sterling currency into gold at the low pre-war price level. Debtors had to repay their obligations in money that was becoming more expensive, giving bankers and bondholders a free ride. Seeking to avoid blame, they nominated Ricardo for a safe seat in Parliament to represent their interests. He set about to convince voters, still made up mainly of property holders, that the nation's economic problems were not caused by debt deflation, but by the Corn Laws, as Britain's agricultural tariffs were called. These high tariffs supported high domestic prices for agriculture on the logic that high food prices would support rental earnings that could be invested to increase output. Over time this would enable Britain to replace imports with higher domestic production levels. But Ricardo argued that higher prices merely would give protected industries a free lunch, above all in the form of land rent, assuming no investment of this revenue to enhance productivity. His value theory provided a way to measure this unearned income, the element of price that had no counterpart in cost outlays except for the least efficient, highest cost, zero rent, producers. Given the subsistence conditions of the day, wages reflected food prices. These in turn reflected agricultural productivity. As Britain's population growth forced resort to poorer soils to produce the crops needed to feed it, producers on the most fertile land enjoyed a widening margin of market price in excess of their own low costs. The marginal supply price was determined by production costs on the least fertile soils, as long as protective tariffs blocked consumers from buying from lower-cost suppliers abroad. Ricardo portrayed this agricultural cost differential economic rent as the paradigmatic form of unearned income, leaving interest charges out of his discussion. Economic rent was an element of price that had no corresponding cost of production for well-situated producers. The best way to minimize it, he explained, was for Britain to open its markets to foreign producers, so that low-yield high-cost soils would not need to be brought into cultivation. In exchange, foreigners would be asked to open their own markets to British manufacturers. Each nation would produce what it was best at producing. This trade-off became the new objective of British diplomacy, whose market-oriented strategy replaced the old colonial system's coercive prohibitions against colonial manufacturing. Underlying this new policy was the perception that if Britain were to undersell its potential rivals to become the workshop of the world, it needed to minimize the money wages it paid its labor. The workforce could be fed least expensively by importing grain rather than supplying it with high-cost domestic production. From 1817 through the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846, the great political struggle in Britain therefore was between the Free Trade Manchester School and the protectionist landed interest. In the United States, Germany, and other countries, the fight was between industrial protectionists and agricultural free traders who hoped to exchange their raw materials for relatively cheap British manufactures. Ricardo was the first major economist to be a financier since John Law, who had managed France's Mississippi bubble a century earlier, in the 1710s. At first glance it seems ironic that a bond broker should have developed classical trade theory in a way that viewed exchange essentially as barter rather than analyzing of how public and private sector debt levels influenced production costs. Of all people who should have been aware of the financial elements of costing, it would seem that a bond broker would have had a comparative advantage in incorporating such considerations into his trade theory. Yet one looks in vain for a discussion of how debts and the taxes to carry them affected prices and international pricing. Today, global competitiveness in automotives, steel making and other capital-intensive industries turns less on wage rates than on variations in the cost of financing, investment interest rates and debt/equity ratios, taxes, subsidies, and land or rent charges. Yet such financial considerations do not appear as elements of production cost in Ricardo's value theory, nor do they appear in today's Chicago school monetarism that stands in line with Ricardian doctrine. By focusing on labor-time proportions, Ricardo implied that non-labor expenses such as interest did not really matter. As for taxes, they mattered to the extent that import tariffs forced up the price of labor's food and other necessities, but there was no memory of the long analytic tradition that attributed taxes to the funding system's interest payments on the public debt. Hence, the policy conclusion of Ricardo's comparative labor-time approach to international trade theory was not that nations should avoid going into debt, but that they should abolish their tariffs to lower prices. There was no discussion of how the terms of trade shift against debtor countries, throwing their labor into competition with that in the creditor nations. This limited and biased approach took bond brokers and bankers off the hook from accusations that their debt charges impaired the nation's well-being. Furthermore, Ricardo's advocacy of free trade and its consequent focus on specialization of production among countries in itself promised to create a growing commercial lending market and an even larger bond market to finance transport infrastructure such as railroads, canals, and shipbuilding. No prior economist had claimed that public and private debt levels did not affect competitiveness. Yet this is what Ricardo's trade and value theory implied by not acknowledging any impact of debt service on international competitiveness, despite the fact that the drain of bullion to pay foreign creditors required monetary stringency. In these respects he was like an individual viewing the world around him, but not seeing himself in the picture. He denied that paying foreign debts had any serious economic impact, depicting them as being self-financing by an automatic monetary adjustment process. This makes his theory well suited to rationalize the kind of deflationary austerity measures that are imposed today on hapless debtor countries and provides the conceptual foundation for modern IMF and World Bank austerity doctrines. Inasmuch as money and credit are forms of debt, one would think that monetarists working for central banks, finance ministries, and business schools would analyze the debt burden and its interest charges, but they chose to follow Ricardo's shift of emphasis away from discussing its impact. Yet so powerful was his labor theory of value, powerful largely because of its abstraction, not its economic realism, that it led subsequent generations to speculate about how economies might function if debt and other non-labor costs had no effect on national competitiveness, living standards, and the polarization of incomes and wealth. Europe's 1815 to 1914 century of relative peace reduced the need for war financing, alleviating concerns about the public debt. The soaring productive powers of labor, capital, and land enabled economies to carry higher levels of debt, financed readily by the growth of savings. The financial interests threw their weight behind industry. Opposing the landed aristocracy's corn laws, economic theory focused on price competitiveness as determined by labor productivity, without relating this to wage levels, using food prices as a proxy for wage levels. Credit was depicted as financing capital formation, headed by public spending on railroads, canals, and other internal improvements in Britain and overseas. Landholders had not yet become a major market for lenders. Except for insiders, personal and mortgage debts were viewed more as emergency measures than as a catalyst to get rich quickly. For all but a few financial operators, the practice of debt pyramiding, borrowing money to buy properties rising in price, would have to await the modern era of asset price inflation. There was little hint that financiers and real estate interests would join to form a rentier bloc. Nobody anticipated the degree to which urban real estate would develop into the banking system's major loan market, in which developers, speculators, absentee owners, and homeowners would pay most of the land's net rental revenue to mortgage lenders. From the critique of economic rent to the critique of property rights of rentiers, Ricardo was the first major economist to portray protectionist landlords as having interests at odds with those of society at large. However, he believed that the rent problem economic free rides could be solved and British industrialization put on a firm footing by embracing free trade. His doctrines supported the flowering of trade credit and international investment, which were making quantum leaps forward in his day. The opposition of Ricardian value and rent theory to Britain's vested interests, the landed aristocracy surviving from Britain's feudal past, made his approach appear progressive. Adam Smith had remarked that landlords liked to reap where they had not sown. He also described their objective as being to promote prosperity inasmuch as they were the major beneficiaries of a thriving economy and growing population. Ricardo agreed that they were its major beneficiaries, but accused them of gaining passively via a free-ride economic rent. He believed that economic rent was caused by factors inherent in nature, example fertility differentials, and that nothing could alter the original and indestructible powers of the soil responsible for the natural superiority of some lands to others. When Malthus argued that landowners would invest their rental income in the land to improve its yields so as to earn more revenue, Ricardo replied that even if landlords did this, it would not overcome the differentials in soil fertility responsible for causing economic rent. Overall productivity might rise if fertilizer or machinery were applied to the soil, but the yield proportions would remain unchanged. As resentment against the public debt and creditors waned, hostility toward landlords peaked. Yet although Ricardo accused protectionism of increasing rents, he did not challenge the property rights of landlords to receive them. He shifted the economic policy debate away from the interest problem to that of rent, but did not question the property rights of landed rentiers any more than those of financial rentiers. It was the philosophic radical John Stuart Mill, son of the Richardian economic journalist and popularizer James Mill, who made a more far-reaching argument against the right of landlords to receive rent that once had accrued to the public domain. For J.S. Mill, such rent was the ultimate free ride. He believed that rents, most of which were collected from inherited lands, should be returned to the public domain as the tax base, as it had been in feudal times. This brought into question property rights as such, an inquiry that was pursued with the greatest intensity in France, and soon would be questioned even more radically by the Marxists. It was first in France, in the wake of the French Revolution's overthrow of the monarchy and feudal aristocracy, that a more radical challenge to property would be made, including a challenge to the interest collected by the banking families that had emerged to create a new, post-feudal power. Banking theory and industrialization. Although British banks were all in favor of the flourishing trade that pro-industrial policies promised to bring about as Britain became the workshop of the world, they played little role in developing an industrial credit market. What they had done for centuries was to provide short-term trade credit, discount bills of exchange and transfer international payments. Such lending promised to grow as a result of the global specialization of production that Ricardo's free trade policies aimed to promote, but that was the extent of matters. Railroads, canals, and other infrastructure used the stock and bond markets rather than banks for their long-term funding. Even so, Britain's securities markets did not provide its industry with long-term credit to anywhere near the degree achieved by the financial systems developed in continental Europe. The economic dislocations in all countries after 1815 made it clear that banking and financial structures would determine which nations would ride the crest of the Industrial Revolution. Stepping back to take a broad view of what their nations needed to catch up, it was French and German policy makers that moved banking theory into the industrial age, as discussed in the preceding chapter. If economies were to avoid systemic financial crisis, they would have to either carry the burden of financial claims accruing at compound interest, or periodically annul such claims. Most observers assumed that industry's productive forces somehow would be up to the task. Captains of industry were expected to steer the ship of state while industrial engineers would do the planning. rather than watering stocks to load down enterprises with fictitious capital and ruining the world's colonial regions as they had done in Egypt and Persia. Financiers would coordinate global industrialization. Financial systems would adjust to the underlying real economy, becoming a subordinate and derivative layer. Wealth creation would take the form of building up society's means of production and employment, not merely inflate stock market prices, paper wealth. The post-classical reaction analyzes interest without examining money, credit, or debt. Classical economic analysis was inherently political by virtue of dealing with society's most basic dynamics. It sought to free economies from the legacy of feudalism, above all a landed aristocracy. To promote these reforms, the labor theory of value served to isolate economic rent as constituting unearned income, an element of pricing that represented a free lunch rather than a cost involving productive effort. To the extent that rent and interest were not bona fide production costs, they were brought under fire as appropriate sources of taxation or outright nationalization of the rentier claims and property rights that produced them. These policy conclusions made it inevitable that an individualistic and anti-government reaction would arise against the reformist spirit of J.S. Mill as a halfway house to the revolutionary conclusions of Marx. The aim was nothing less than to change the topic. The first big shots were fired in 1871, by Anton Menger in Austria and Stanley Jevons in Britain. Looking at the economy from a psychological vantage point that placed consumers rather than employers and businesses at the center, the Austrian individualists and British utilitarians based their perspective on individuals choosing what products to buy and whether to consume them in the present or defer their gratification to the future, in exchange for an interest payment. The logical method was that of caeteris paribus, assuming that all other things remaining equal. This approach made it possible to avoid thinking about the financial dynamics that were shaping the 19th and early 20th centuries. The psychological theory discussed interest rates as reflecting the degree of impatience to consume goods in the present rather than in the future, without reference to the magnitude of debt that resulted. For starters, William Nassau Sr.'s abstinence theory represented interest as payment for a sacrifice on the part of savers, a return to reward them for the disutility or service of not consuming their income on the spot but deferring their gratification. Everything appeared to be a matter of choice, not contractual necessity or economic need. Financial fortunes were created by the impatience of the poor. Left out of this picture were military conquest, enclosure of the public domain, and inheritance of these grabs. The monetary implication was that money was something saved to be lent out. No reference was made to how bank credit was created, or to the forfeiture of property that ensued when things went wrong. Yet the world's economies were being shaped by things going wrong, not according to the neat textbook models. If credit can be created at will, there is no need for abstinence. Banks are corporate institutions, and have no psychology to consume, but accumulate profits without any diminishing psychic utility. A financially realistic theory would focus on the banking system's credit creation and on the fact that governments are their major borrowers. Treasury bonds dominate financial markets and form the banking system's reserves. It is for purely political reasons that governments borrow from banks and rentiers, owing most to the wealthiest ranks of the population rather than taxing wealth more heavily or simply monetizing public debts. No gunboats appeared to enforce a creditor-oriented international diplomacy in this individualistic theorizing, nor were railway stock and bond waterings recognized. There was no coercion of debtors, and no unearned free lunch for rentiers and stock jobbers. Such considerations went beyond the measuring rod of utilitarian psychology, having disappeared into the miasma of caeteris paribus. Adam Smith estimated that businessmen operating with borrowed funds would pay half their profits to their backers as interest. The interest rate thus would be half the rate of profit prior to interest charges. A century later, the Austrian economist Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk reversed the causality, making profit rates depend on the rate of interest. He pointed out that businessmen would not tie up their money in a venture unless they could make more by investing in time-taking roundabout production techniques than they could make simply by lending out their money. On this basis, the primary return to industrial and finance capital alike was interest. Profit reflected the time needed to plan and put in place complex capital investments, factoring in the time process by discounting investments at the rate of interest. In the 1930s, the Chicago economist Frank Knight explained that business profits represented the risk premium over and above the basic interest rate offered by risk-free bonds. Interest thus was made primary. Profit was treated as secondary, not as the system's key dynamic as had been the case in classical political economy. There was no thought of asset stripping, or of today's practice of corporate raiders coming in and slashing projects with long-term payouts, stopping research and development to take the money and run. The modern phenomenon of financialization makes no appearance in the abstract individualistic approach. Theories of consumer preference for current over future consumption and other psychological reflections or profit rate considerations do not require a discussion of the financial system, its volume of debt and the impact of its carrying charges on economic activity. There is no analysis of the phenomenon of compound interest, by which money breeds money. To avoid overcomplicating their analysis by taking into account the real-life phenomena of inflation and deflation, the polarization of wealth, and the ways in which debt service affects market demand and commodity prices, post-classical economists discussed production and consumption as if people lived in a debt-free barter economy. As Keynes described this new orthodoxy, most treatises on the principles of economies are concerned mainly, if not entirely, with the real exchange economy, and which is more peculiar, the same thing is largely true of most treatises on the theory of money. 16. Money was treated not as a political institution, e.g. to enable governments to pay their debts, or by governments giving value to money by accepting it as tax, but as a commodity whose value was determined by supply and demand. This assumed that money was a fixed volume that could easily be defined. Credit made little appearance. Keynes warned that it would be dangerous for economists to adapt the hypothetical conclusions of a real wage economics to the real world of monetary economics. The kind of thinking that underlay real exchange economics has led in practice to many erroneous conclusions and policies as a result of the simplifications introduced. We are not told what conditions have to be fulfilled if money is to be neutral. 17. If money were not neutral, neither was the debt burden. Yet Milton Friedman theorized that, holders of foreign currencies such as US dollars want to exchange them for the currency of a particular country in order to purchase commodities produced in that country, or to purchase securities or other capital assets in that country, or to pay interest on or repay debt to that country, or to make gifts to citizens of that country, or simply to hold for one of these uses or for sale. Other things the same, the more expensive a given currency, that is, the higher the exchange rate, the less of that currency will in general be demanded for each of these purposes. Point 18. The implication is that countries will choose to pay less on their foreign debts as the dollars in which these debts are denominated become more expensive. But in reality they have no choice. Countries that try to pay less as the debt burden becomes more expensive to service are held in default and confronted with international sanctions, trade barriers and a loss of foreign markets. It is much the same when debtors have to pay their debts as domestic prices and incomes fall. The debt burden becomes heavier. Price and income deflation thus not only shifts the proportions around, the basic structure and distribution of wealth is altered as a result of inexorable debt obligations. Few economists ventured to specify the highly unrealistic conditions that would have to be met in order for monetary and credit disturbances, debt service, and asset prices to be neutral. With sardonic humor Keynes observed, "The conditions required for the neutrality of money, in the sense in which this is assumed in Marshall's Principles of Economics, are, I suspect, precisely the same as those which will ensure that crises do not occur. If this is true, the real exchange economics, on which most of us have been brought up and with the conclusions of which our minds are deeply impregnated, is a singularly blunt weapon for dealing with the problem of booms and depressions. For it has assumed away the very matter under investigation." Point 19. John H. Williams, Harvard professor and advisor to the New York Federal Reserve Bank on the balance of payments, observed, about the practical usefulness of theory, "I have often felt like the man who stammered and finally learned to say, 'Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers,' but found it hard to work into conversation." Point 20. Such criticisms could be levied with even greater force against economists who ignore the role of debt and the revenue that needs to be diverted to pay debt service. Economists who recognized that payment of debt service was not a part of the real economy but a subtrahend proposed that it be excluded from national income and product accounts altogether. Alfred C. Pigou reasoned in The Economics of Welfare that these accounts should exclude income received by native creditors of the state in interest on loans that have been employed unproductively, i.e., in such a way that they do not, as loans to buy railways would do, themselves produce money with which to pay the interest on them. This means that the income received as interest on war loan or the income paid to the state to provide this interest ought to be excluded. Point 21. One wonders what Pigou might have said about the American practice of railroad directors issuing bonds to themselves gratuitously with no real quid pro quo watering the stock. Excluding debt service from national income and produce accounts, NEPA, meant that its deflationary impact on incomes and prices, that is, the diversion of revenue from the production and consumption processes to pay debt service, could not be measured. Price adjustments are factored in by a GDP price deflator, but the degree to which paying debt service interferes with the circulation of revenue between producers and consumers is lost. The phenomenon of debt deflation. The limited analytic scope suggested by Pigou's definition of economic welfare would be logical if the aim of economic accounts were only to trace the growth of output and consumption. But measuring debt deflation, the degree to which debt service absorbs the economy's revenue, requires a calculation of all interest payments. To the extent that rentiers spend their interest receipts on consumer goods and capital investment, such spending would appear in the national production and consumption statistics. But this is a relatively small phenomenon, although it is the narrow point on which neoclassical utilitarian treatments of interest base themselves. To understand the dynamics of booms and depressions, debt pyramiding and economic polarization between creditors and debtors, it is necessary to include the effects of interest being plowed back into new lending, and thereby take into account the financial system as a whole. Yet this is not what Keynes himself did in discussing the rate of interest, saving and investment without integrating debt service into his income theory. How Keynes discussed saving and investment without considering debt deflation. Keynes distinguished himself in the 1920s by defining the limits that existed to debt servicing capacity, above all with regard to the inter-Allied debts and German reparations stemming from World War I. 22 By 1931 he was pointing out that the burden of monetary indebtedness in the world is already so heavy that any material addition would render it intolerable. In Germany it is the weight of reparation payments fixed in terms of money. In the United States the main problem would be, I suppose, the mortgages of the farmer and loans on real estate generally. 23. Keynes criticized deflationary monetary proposals as threatening to derange the financial superstructure of national debts, war debts, obligations between the creditor and debtor nations, farm mortgages and real estate mortgages, throwing the banking system into jeopardy and causing widespread bankruptcy, default, and repudiation of bonds. But by 1936 he was concerned mainly with the shortfall in consumption resulting from people's propensity to save. Pointing out that new investment and hiring would not occur without stronger markets, his general theory of employment, interest, and money described the solution to lie in getting people and governments to spend more. The counter-cyclical government hiring that he advocated would lead to budget deficits, which would have to be financed by debt. Yet the role of debt and its carrying charges was ignored in Keynesian macroeconomics. This loose end became a blind spot that has led to the most confusion among his followers. Already in 1902, John Hobson's imperialism warned that growing debt levels would lead to underconsumption. Creditors would collect money at home and search for new fields abroad to lend at relatively high rates, to less debt-ridden economies most in need of public infrastructure and other capital investment. This dynamic, Hobson believed, was the taproot of a new form of imperialism, one that had become financial rather than military in character. Keynes took exception to Hobson's underconsumptionist views. As late as 1931 he viewed the problem of recovery as one of lowering interest rates to make direct investment more remunerative than buying bonds. 24 Writing to Hobson, he expressed the hope that lower interest rates also would solve the problem of debt deflation, but admitted that public spending might be needed to fill the gap created by the diversion of revenue to service debts. Hobson's point that money savings may continue to grow faster than they can be profitably invested would only be the case in the event of the rate of interest failing to fall fast enough, Keynes believed. But if it fell to zero, as happened in Japan in the late 1990s and in the United States under the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing program supplying reserves at 0.25% interest, the only solution would be more spending and less saving. Hobson reiterated that the rate of interest was only of limited efficacy. In certain situations of boom or slump its action seems very slight and unreliable. 25. Keynes came to accept this position by the time he published the general theory 5 years later. His description of the liquidity trap helped swing the political pendulum back toward government activism, using deficit financing to pump enough income into the economy to replace the purchasing power that debt service absorbed and saving withdrew from the private sector's spending stream. In time, Keynesian liberalism would call for government spending to employ labor that would spend its income on goods, whose sale would provide profits for industrial investors. The system is not self-adjusting, he wrote in 1933, and, without purposive direction, it is incapable of translating our actual poverty into our potential plenty. 26 expenditures that pushed the U.S. government budget $1 billion into deficit in 1931, he told an American audience, are just as good in their immediate effects, as would be an equal expenditure on capital works. The only difference, and an important one enough, is that in the former case we have nothing to show for it afterwards. 27 The same was true of war spending, of course. Keynes understood the financial sector as clearly as any economist of his day, yet he wrote in a way that diverted attention from the deflationary character of debt. Blaming high interest rates for inducing savers to buy financial securities that not find a counterpart in new direct investment, he went so far as to call for euthanasia of the rentier. He criticized Say's law, that production creates its own demand by paying employees and capital goods producers who, in turn, spent their income on what was produced. But he did not make clear what proportion of saving resulted from paying debt service, that is, he did not distinguish loan repayments from fresh discretionary saving. National income statistics today count paying off a debt as saving, because it is a negation of a negation, debt. And increasingly, saving takes the form of compulsory payments to creditors, see Chapter 11 below. Having spent years emphasizing that debt payments are not a matter of discretion but reflect contractual obligations, Keynes dropped this idea in his general theory. Much confusion has resulted from the saving equals investment equation, as if all saving took the form of tangible direct investment in factories, machinery, construction, and other means of production. His use of the word hoarding had connotations of money kept in a mattress, but its more prevalent forms were indirect investment in securities and debt paydowns. This role of debt and debt service was not noted clearly by his followers in Britain, the United States, or other countries. In a 1934 article, Keynes noted that anyone who rejected the idea that economies adjusted automatically to any external disturbance, in particular to debt problems, was labeled a crank. He placed himself in their ranks, and his general theory acknowledged the writings of the Swiss-German economist Silvio Gesell as representative of this approach. On the other hand, he noted, the strength of the self-adjusting school depends on its having behind it almost the whole body of organized economic thinking and doctrine of the last 100 years. This is a formidable power. It has vast prestige and a more far-reaching influence than is obvious. For it lies behind the education and the habitual modes of thought, not only of economists, but of bankers and businessmen and civil servants and politicians of all parties. 28. Keynes acknowledged that he still had one foot in the orthodox tradition. In the end, all he could do was blame economists for not having developed a satisfactory theory of the rate of interest to serve as the regulator of saving, investment, and employment. But how could this be done, without tracing the effect of interest rates on the doubling times of debts, the economy's ability to pay, and the consequences of forfeiture under distress conditions? Debt and interest rates are autonomous from the real production and consumption economy. Keynes was not the first economist pointing to savings as not being an unalloyed benefit. Marx had described how the new aristocracy of finance, a new sort of parasites in the shape of promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors, demands, precisely that others shall save for him. 29 The saving in this case takes the form of debt repayment with interest, much as British money lenders advertise that buying a home helps buyers save by building up equity via their mortgage payments each month. The liquid savings in the form of debt payment accrue to the lenders, not the debtors. But it was mainly fringe groups that warned of the collision course between the debt overhead and the real economy's production and consumption trends. From the Austrians through Fisher and Keynes, economists sought to deduce the rate of interest on the basis of consumer utility and capital productivity. Their dream of integrating the determination of interest rates into price and value theory was something like trying to untangle the Book of Revelation. Their search to discover a neat mathematical solution, determinable in advance, culminated in Keynes's attempts to formulate a monetary theory of production incorporating interest rates and money. Unfortunately, he was mixing apples and oranges. The source of confusion lay in the assumption that money and credit have a tangible, real cost of production that can be factored into a general, integrated theory of production, investment, and employment. In reality, no such unified field theory is possible, because finance is autonomous from the production and consumption real economy. The government's central bank administers interest rates and commercial banks may make reckless fraudulent loans. At first glance it might seem that a real cost of interest might be imputed by calculating and prorating the administrative and overhead costs incurred by banks and other creditors, taking into account their loss ratios to assign appropriate risk premiums. But an analysis of their income and expense accounts shows how tautological such a measure would be. Salaries and bonuses, dividends, and reserve funds or new projects, including mergers and acquisitions, reflect whatever revenue creditors obtain. Such pseudo-costs are after the fact, not foreseeable in advance in the sense that labor, materials, and capital goods costs are foreseeable. The reality is that bank credit today has no cost of production beyond a modest administrative overhead. Interest rates have no determinate foundation in the real economy's production and consumption functions, although they intrude into that system's circular flow by siphoning off debt service, late fees, and public bailouts when the financial system becomes too decoupled from the real economy. Such financial charges cannot be assigned to labor or other real costs of production. The administered prices for interest and underwriting fees are akin to economic rent, out of which the financial sector's bloated salaries and bonuses are paid. Utilitarian economics does not apply to looting. The credit system's dynamics are based on the flow of funds and terms of debt repayment. This system is no more intrinsically linked to the economics of production and consumption than is the weather. Where the financial and real spheres intersect, they do so in the way that comets intersect with the planetary system, sometimes with devastating collisions that abruptly alter trajectories. To extend the analogy to include compound interest, one should imagine the havoc that would be wreaked by comets whose mass was growing by X% in real terms each year, relative to the constant mass of the planets. The chance of crashes increases exponentially under such conditions, and their consequences become larger. Mathematical sophistication is of little help when applied to what is assumed to be a debt-free economy. Without analyzing the degree to which wages, profits, rents and taxes are burdened by interest payments to creditors, economic theory will be unable to provide meaningful forecasts or policy recommendations. It was on this ground that Keynes chided economists for reasoning as if the world operated on a barter basis. They used ceteris paribus methodology to prevent monetary distortions from interfering with their analysis of wages, profits, and rents, neglecting to add financial reality back into the picture they were drawing. The study of banking and credit was shunted aside into a subdiscipline, to be analyzed in isolation from real exchange problems. This missed the point that finance ultimately is more real than barter exchange, as money is the objective of businesses and consumers alike. And this characterization of a real economy and real index-deflated prices created the most distorted picture of how economies function, and, sometimes, collapse. Finance and interest cannot be derived from production and consumption functions, but their impact on these functions can be traced, just as the impact of weather can be traced after the fact, but not explained as a product of economic conditions. A credit-based theory of pricing would start with the perception that debt service represents a rising share of the cost of producing and distributing goods and services. Today, the major factors determining international cost differentials are variations in the costing of capital, not only the rate of interest but also debt/equity ratios, loan maturities, depreciation, and tax schedules. These are not production costs but are imposed from outside the real cost system. Matters are aggravated by the fact that goods and services are sold in markets where debt service absorbs a rising share of the revenue of labor, business, real estate, and government. This causes debt deflation, reducing the economy's ability to buy products, while rising debt service adds to production costs. No meaningful analysis of demand, or of the degree to which Say's law applies, can be drawn up without taking into account the volume of debt service. Ignoring the role of debt leaves it free to devastate the economic system. Baudelaire famously remarked that the devil would defeat humanity at the point where he was able to convince it that he did not really exist. Financial interests have promoted the idea that money and credit are merely a veil, passively reflecting economic life as counters rather than being determined by financial institutions actively steering and planning economies. The study of debt and its effects have all but disappeared from the curriculum. In an academic version of Gresham's law, the financial sector's approach to the debt problem has driven other perspectives out of the intellectual marketplace. Policymakers take the financial and banking system for granted rather than discussing what kind of a system best would serve society's long-term development and best cope with debts that grow too large to be paid without fatally polarizing economies between creditors and debtors. Posing the debt repayment problem leads naturally into the analysis of what public responses are most appropriate. This line of analysis is anathema to the vested financial interests, and finds little support in academic economic departments, many of which depend increasingly on fire sector endowments and subsidy. It trivializes the debt problem to treat it merely as one of finding an appropriately low rate of interest to equilibrate financial supply and demand, consumer preference, and profit opportunities, as if there were some low rate of interest that will enable loans to be paid out of the productive investment of their proceeds or out of consumer incomes without default. The reality is that most loans are not invested in tangible capital formation that increase the borrower's revenue and hence debt-paying capacity. And even if they were, the problem lies in the inexorable mathematics of compound interest. What needs to be examined is how to cope with the fact that interest accrues according to an autonomous mathematical principle with the inherent tendency of debts to multiply in excess of the economy's ability to pay. Negative equity on an economy-wide basis is the consequence of the prior miraculous wealth creation. At this point the financial problem becomes political. For the industrialization of finance and the financialization of industry. In his draft notes on interest-bearing capital and commercial capital in relation to industrial capital for what became Volume 3 of Capital and Part 3 of Theories of Surplus Value, Marx wrote optimistically about how industrial capitalism would modernize banking and financial systems. Its historical task, he believed, was to rescue society from usurious money lending and asset stripping, replacing the age-old parasitic tendencies of banking by steering credit to finance productive investment. The commercial and interest-bearing forms of capital are older than industrial capital, but in the course of its evolution, industrial capital must therefore subjugate these forms and transform them into derived or special functions of itself. It encounters these older forms in the epoch of its formation and development. It encounters them as antecedents, not as forms of its own life process. Where capitalist production has developed all its manifold forms and has become the dominant mode of production, interest-bearing capital is dominated by industrial capital, and commercial capital becomes merely a form of industrial capital, derived from the circulation process. 1. From antiquity through medieval times, investment was self-financed and hence was undertaken mainly by large public institutions, temples and palaces, and by the well-to-do. It was the great achievement of industrial capitalism to mobilize credit to finance production, subordinating hitherto usurious interest-bearing capital to the conditions and requirements of the capitalist mode of production. 2. What distinguishes the interest-bearing capital, so far as it is an essential element of the capitalist mode of production, from usurer's capital, Marx wrote, is the altered conditions under which it operates, and consequently the totally changed character of the borrower. 3. Marx expected the Industrial Revolution's upsweep to be strong enough to replace the system with one of productive credit, yet he certainly had no blind spot for financial parasitism. 4. Money lending long preceded industrial capital and was external to it, he explained, existing in a symbiosis much like that between a parasite and its host. Both usury and commerce exploit the various modes of production, he wrote. They do not create it, but attack it from the outside. 5. In contrast to industrial capital, tangible means of production, bank loans, stocks, and bonds are legal claims on wealth. These financial claims do not create the surplus directly, but are like sponges absorbing the income and property of debtors and expropriate this property when debtors, including governments, cannot pay. Usury centralizes money wealth, Marx elaborated. It does not alter the mode of production, but attaches itself to it as a parasite and makes it miserable. It sucks its blood, kills its nerve, and compels reproduction to proceed under even more disheartening conditions. Usurer's capital does not confront the laborer as industrial capital, but impoverishes this mode of production, paralyzes the productive forces instead of developing them. 6. Engels noted that Marx would have emphasized how finance remained largely predatory had he lived to see France's Second Empire and its world-redeeming credit fantasies explode in a swindle of a magnitude never witnessed before. 7. But more than any other writer of his century, Marx described how periodic financial crises were caused by the tendency of debts to grow exponentially, without regard for growth in productive powers. His notes provide a compendium of writers who explained how impossible it was in practice to realize the purely mathematical magic of compound interest-bearing debts in the form of bonds, mortgages and commercial paper growing independently of the economy's ability to pay. 8. This self-expanding growth of financial claims, Marx wrote, consists of imaginary and fictitious capital inasmuch as it cannot be realized over time. when fictitious financial gains are obliged to confront the impossibility of paying off the exponential growth in debt claims, that is, when scheduled debt service exceeds the ability to pay, breaks in the chain of payments cause crises. The greater portion of the banking capital is, therefore, purely fictitious and consists of certificates of indebtedness, bills of exchange, government securities, which represent spent capital, and stocks, claims on future yields of production. 9a point arrives at which bankers and investors recognize that no society's productive powers can long support the growth of interest-bearing debt at compound rates. Seeing that the pretense must end, they call in their loans and foreclose on the property of debtors, forcing the sale of property under crisis conditions as the financial system collapses in a convulsion of bankruptcy. To illustrate the inexorable force of usury capital unchecked, Marx poked fun at Richard Price's calculations about the magical power of compound interest, noting that a penny saved at the birth of Jesus at 5% would have amounted by Price's day to a solid sphere of gold extending from the sun out to the planet Jupiter. 10 The good Price was simply dazzled by the enormous quantities resulting from geometrical progression of numbers. He regards capital as a self-acting thing, without any regard to the conditions of reproduction of labor, as a mere self-increasing number, subject to the growth formula surplus equals capital, 1 plus interest rate, n, with n representing the number of years money is left to accrue interest. The exponential all-devouring usury assimilates all the surplus value with the exception of the share claimed by the state. 11 That at least was the hope of the financial class, to capitalize the entire surplus into debt service. Under the form of interest, the whole of the surplus over the necessary means of subsistence, the amount of what becomes wages later on, of the producers may here be devoured by usury. This assumes later the form of profit and ground rent. Although high finance obviously has been shaped by the Industrial Revolution's legacy of corporate finance, institutional investment such as pension fund saving as part of the industrial wage contract, mutual funds, and globalization along financialized lines, financial managers have taken over industrial companies to create what Hyman Minsky has called money manager capitalism. 12 The last few decades have seen the banking and financial sector evolve beyond what Marx or any other 19th century writer imagined. Corporate raiding, financial fraud, credit default swaps and other derivatives have led to deindustrialization and enormous taxpayer bailouts. And in the political sphere, finance has become the great defender of deregulating monopolies and freeing land rent and asset price gains from taxation, translating its economic power and campaign contributions into the political power to capture control of public financial regulation. The question that needs to be raised today is therefore which dynamic will emerge dominant, that of industrial capital as Marx expected, or finance capital. Marx's optimism that industrial capital would subordinate finance capital. Despite Marx's explanation of how parasitic finance capital was in its manifestation as usury capital, he believed that its role as economic organizer would pave the way for a socialist organization of the economic surplus. Industrial capital would subordinate finance capital to serve its needs. No observer of his day was so pessimistic as to expect finance capitalism to overpower and dismantle industrial capitalism, engulfing economies in parasitic credit such as the world is seeing today. Believing that every mode of production was shaped by the technological, political, and social needs of economies to advance, Marx expected banking and high finance to become subordinate to these dynamics, with governments accommodating forward planning and long-term investment, not asset stripping. There is no doubt, he wrote, that the credit system will serve as a powerful lever during the transition from the capitalist mode of production to the production by means of associated labor, but only as one element in connection with other great organic revolutions of the mode of production itself. 13 governments for their part would become socialist, not be taken over by the financial sector's lobbyists and proxies. Discussing the 1857 financial crisis, Marx showed how unthinkable anything like the 2008-09 Bush-Obama bailout of financial speculators appeared in his day. The entire artificial system of forced expansion of the reproduction process cannot, of course, be remedied by having some bank, like the Bank of England, give to all the swindlers the deficient capital by means of its paper and having it buy up all the depreciated commodities at their old nominal values. 14 Marx wrote this reductio ad absurdum, not dreaming that it would come true in autumn 2008 as the U.S. Treasury paid off all of A.I.G's gambles and other counterparty casino capitalist losses at taxpayer expense, followed by the Federal Reserve buying junk mortgage packages at par. Marx expected economies to act in their long-term interest to increase the means of production and avoid overexploitation, underconsumption and debt deflation. Yet throughout his notes for what became Capital and Theories of Surplus Value, he described how finance capital took on a life of its own. Industrial capital makes profits by spending money to employ labor to produce commodities to sell at a markup, a process he summarized by the formula M, C, M. Money, M, is invested to produce commodities, C, that sell for yet more money, M. But usury capital seeks to make money in sterile ways, characterized by the disembodied, M. Growing independently from tangible production, financial claims for payment represent a financial overhead that eats into industrial profit and cash flow. Today's financial engineering aims not at industrial engineering to increase output or cut the costs of production, but at the disembodied M, making money from money itself in a sterile zero-sum transfer payment. As matters have turned out, the expansion of finance capital has taken the form mainly of what Marx called usury capital, mortgage lending, personal and credit card loans, government bond financing for war deficits, and debt-leveraged gambling. The development of such credit has added new terms to modern language: financialization, debt leveraging, or gearing as they say in Britain, corporate rating, shareholder activists, junk bonds, government bailouts, and socialization of risk, as well as the junk economics that rationalizes debt-leveraged asset price inflation as wealth creation Alan Greenspan style. Fictitious capital. Bankers and other creditors produce interest-bearing debt. That is their commodity as it appears in the eyes of the banker, Marx wrote. Little labor is involved. Calling money lent out at interest an imaginary or void form of capital. 15 Marx characterized high finance as based on fictitious claims for payment in the first place because it consists not of the means of production, but of bonds, mortgages, bank loans and other claims on the means of production. Instead of consisting of the tangible means of production on the asset side of the balance sheet, financial securities and bank loans are claims on output, appearing on the liabilities side. So instead of creating value, bank credit absorbs value produced outside of the rentier sector. The capital of the national debt appears as a minus, and interest-bearing capital generally is the mother of all crazy forms. 16. What is insane, he explained, is that instead of explaining the self-expansion of capital out of labor power, the matter is reversed and the productivity of labor power itself is this mystic thing, interest-bearing capital. 17. Financialized wealth represents the capitalization of income flows. If a borrower earns £50 a year, and the interest rate is 5%, this earning power is deemed to be worth Y/I, that is, income, Y, discounted at the going rate of interest, I £1,000. A lower interest rate will increase the capitalization rate, the amount of debt that a given flow of income can carry. The forming of a fictitious capital is called capitalizing. Every periodically repeated income is capitalized by calculating it on the average rate of interest, as an income which would be realized by a capital at this rate of interest. Thus, Marx concluded, if the rate of interest falls from 5% to 2.5%, then the same security will represent a capital of £2,000. Its value is always but its capitalized income, that is, its income calculated on a fictitious capital of so many £sterling at the prevailing rate of interest. Finance capital is fictitious in the second place because its demands for payment cannot be met as economy-wide savings and debts mount up exponentially. The magic of compound interest diverts income away from being spent on goods or services, capital equipment, or taxes. In all countries of capitalist production, Marx wrote, the accumulation of money capital signifies to a large extent nothing else but an accumulation of such claims on production, an accumulation of the market price, the illusory capital value, of these claims. Banks and investors hold these certificates of indebtedness, bills of exchange, government securities, which represent spent capital, and stocks, claims on future yields of production, whose face value is purely fictitious. 18. This means that the interest payments that savers hope to receive cannot be paid in practice, because they are based on fiction. Junk economics and junk accounting, which are the logical complements to fictitious capital. Finance capital sees any flow of revenue as economic prey, industrial profit, tax revenue, and disposable personal income over and above basic needs. The result is not unlike the primitive accumulation by armed conquest land rent paid initially to warrior aristocracies. And much as the tribute taken by the military victors is limited only by the defeated population's ability to produce an economic surplus, so the accrual of interest on savings and bank loans is constrained only by the ability of borrowers to pay the mounting interest charges on these debts. The problem is that the financial system, like military victors from Assyria and Rome in antiquity down to those of today, destroys the host economy's ability to pay. The falling rate of profit as distinct from financial crises. Focusing on profit as reflecting the industrial exploitation of wage labor, many students of Marxism have read only Volume I of Capital. Many make an unwarranted leap from his analysis of wage labor to assume that he was an underconsumptionist. The capitalists desire to pay employees as little as possible, so as to maximize the margin they would make by selling their products at a higher price, is taken as a proxy for the financial dynamics causing crises, discussed in Volume 3 of Capital. Marx's analysis did note the problem of labor's inability to buy what it produces. Contradiction in the capitalist mode of production, he wrote, the laborers as buyers of commodities are important for the market. but as sellers of their own commodity labor power, capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price. 19. To avoid a glut on the market, workers must buy what they produce, along with industrialists buying machinery and other inputs. Henry Ford quipped that he paid his workers the then high wage of $5 per day so that they would have enough to buy the cars they produced. But most employers oppose higher wages, paying as little as possible and thus drying up the market for their products. This was the major form of class warfare in Marx's day, but it was not the cause of financial crises, which Marx saw as being caused by internal contradictions on the part of finance capital itself. Interest charges on rising debt levels absorb business and personal income, leaving less available to spend on goods and services. Economies shrink and profits fall, deterring new investment in plant and equipment. Financial paper wealth thus becomes increasingly antithetical to industrial capital, to the extent that it takes the predatory form of usury capital or its kindred outgrowth, financial speculation, rather than funding tangible capital formation. In developing his model to analyze the flows of income and output among labor, capital, and the rest of the economy, Marx's starting point was the first great example of national income accounting, François Quesnay's Tableau économique, 1758, describing the circulation of payments and output in France's agricultural sector, labor, industry, and the government. As a surgeon to the king, Quesnay saw the circulation of income as analogous to that of blood within the human body. However, his tableau neglected the need to replenish stock, the seed and other output that needed to be set aside to plant the next season's crop. Marx noted that much as rural cultivators needed to defray the cost of replenishing their seed corn, industrialists needed to recover the cost of their capital investment in plant, equipment, and kindred outlays, in addition to receiving profits. This recovery of capital outlays is called depreciation and amortization. Marx expected it to rise relative to profits, in order to reimburse investment in capital equipment, and by logical extension, research and development. This is what he meant by the falling rate of profit. Just as bondholders recover their original capital principal, a return of financial capital, quite apart from the interest, so capitalists must recover the cost of their original investment. Marx expected technology to become more capital-intensive in order to be more productive. His falling rate of profit referred to the rising depreciation return of capital to reflect this recovery of costs. Plant and equipment needed to be renewed as a result of wearing out or becoming technologically obsolete, and hence needing to be scrapped even when it remains physically operative. As Joseph Schumpeter emphasized in his post-Marxist theory of innovation, technological progress obliges industrialists either to modernize or be undersold by rivals. This rising capital intensiveness is not a cause of crises. As Marx argued in Book 2 of Theories of Surplus Value against Ricardo's views on the introduction of machinery, it creates a demand for more capital spending and hence employs more labor, averting an underconsumption crisis. However, financial crises still occur. Marx pointed to 11-year intervals in his day, as a result of the interest-bearing savings of the wealthy lent out to government, business and, mainly since Marx's day, real estate and individuals, erupting when debtors are unable to pay the self-expanding financial overhead of anti-wealth. No concept has confused students of Marxism more than this seemingly straightforward idea. Point 20 at issue is the shifting composition of cash flow, earnings before interest, depreciation, and amortization, EBITDA. To the extent that depreciation and amortization rise, or as industry becomes more highly debt leveraged, less profit is reported to the tax authorities and recorded in the national income and product accounts. Marxists who attribute a crisis of capitalism to declines in reported rates of profit overlook the fact that the real estate, mining, and insurance sectors wring their hands all the way to the bank with tax-deductible cash flow counted as depreciation. How real estate, mining, and debt-leveraged business exemplify a pseudo-falling rate of profit. The largest sector in today's economies remains real estate. Land is the single largest asset, and buildings report most depreciation. To be sure, this is a travesty of economic reality inasmuch as it reflects a distorted set of tax laws that permit absentee investors to depreciate buildings again and again, as if they wear out and lose value through lack of upkeep, despite landlords being legally required to maintain rental properties intact, or by obsolescence, even as construction standards cheapen. These depreciation write-offs occur at rising prices each time a property is sold at a capital gain, most of which reflects the land's rising site value. This pretense along with the tax deductibility of interest has enabled real estate investors to declare virtually no taxable income for more than a half-century since World War II. It is as if a bond or stockholder could avoid paying income tax on interest and dividends by getting a tax credit as if the bond or stock were becoming worthless and for each new buyer to repeat this charge off, as if the asset loses value with each sale even as its market price rises. To cap matters, capital gains, some 80% of which typically occur in the real estate sector, are taxed at only a fraction of the rate levied on earned income, wages and profits, and are not taxed if they are spent on buying yet more property. These tax dodges benefit property owners and behind them, bankers, because whatever the tax collector refrains from taking is free to be paid as interest for yet larger mortgage loans. This makes financial interests the ultimate beneficiaries of distorted tax accounting. Such tax favoritism for the FIRE sector is fictitious tax avoidance, capitalized into capital gains. This obviously is not what Marx meant by the falling rate of profit. In his day there was no income tax to inspire such junk accounting. The aim of permitting buildings to be depreciated again and again is not to reflect economic reality but to save real estate investors from having to declare taxable earnings, profit. And thanks to the notorious depletion allowance, the oil and mining sectors likewise operated free of income taxation for many decades. Insurance and financial companies are permitted to treat the buildup of liquid reserves as an expense against hypothetical losses. The function of these giveaways is to shift the fiscal burden off land and minerals, oil and gas, real estate and debt-leveraged industry. When an ostensibly empirical statistical map, or the economic theory behind it, diverges from reality, and a tax policy diverges from broad social objectives, one invariably finds a special interest at work subsidizing it. In this case the culprit is high finance, as untaxed property revenue is free to be capitalized into larger debts. And as it has regressed to what Marx described as usury capital, it has allied itself with real estate and rent-extracting monopolies. Instead of nationalizing them or taxing their economic rent and capital gains, today's tax system favors rentiers. The financial and industrial antipathy to post-feudal rent seekers. The financial sector's alliance with manufacturing rather than real estate in David Ricardo's day is rooted in medieval European banking as it emerged at the time of the Crusades. Christian sanctions against usury were broken down by a combination of the prestige of the major creditors' church orders, followed by bankers tied to the papacy and that of their leading borrowers, kings, to pay Peter's pence and other tribute to Rome, and increasingly to wage war. As creditors, the Templars and Hospitallers pioneered the transfer of funds across Europe. Next to royal borrowing, the major market for credit was foreign trade, which flowered with the revival of economic activity fueled largely by the gold and silver looted from Byzantium in 1204. This business prompted the churchmen to define a fair price for bankers to charge for the international transfer of funds agio. This became the major loophole in which money lending could occur, most notoriously in a fictitious international arrangement via the dry exchange. These financial practices were lending to kings for spending abroad, and money changing as commercial activity revived made banking cosmopolitan in outlook. The Napoleonic Wars, 1798 to 1815, impeded trade, and hence its import and export financing. France's naval blockade had the effect of a protective tariff wall. Britain's landlords increased crop production, albeit at a rising cost. Conversely, other countries built up their own manufacturing. Resumption of foreign trade after the Treaty of Ghent restored peace in 1815 caused economic crises for these newly vested interests. Imports threatened to undercut the prices that British landlords received, reducing their land rents, prompting them to press for agricultural tariffs, the Corn Laws. Meanwhile, British manufacturers undersold foreign production, prompting American and French industrialists to press for tariff protection. Britain, the United States, France, and Germany thus experienced a fight between free traders and protectionists. Having grown wealthy during Britain's rise as a manufacturing power, its bankers looked forward to a resumption of trade financing, with Britain serving as workshop of the world and banker to it. David Ricardo, the leading advocate for Britain's bankers, lobbied for free trade and an international specialization of production, not national self-reliance. The resulting tariff fight culminated in 1846 with repeal of the Corn Laws. Unless Britain imported low-priced crops, Ricardo argued, rising domestic food prices as a result of diminishing returns on Britain's limited soil area would prevent British industry from exporting competitively and hence, would not be able to expand trade financing from British banks. 21. Debt appeared nowhere in Ricardo's labor theory of value. He was silent when it came to the original analysis of cost value, the medieval churchman's concept of just price with regard to agio charges. Adam Smith, Malachi Postlethwaite and other writers had focused on the extent to which the taxes levied to pay interest on the national debt increased the cost of living. James Stoyart had pointed to the exchange rate problems caused by sending money abroad for debt service, mainly to the Dutch, or military spending and subsidies. Ricardo would have none of this. He insisted before Parliament that banking never could cause an economic problem. Capital transfers from military spending, debt service, and international investment would be automatically self-financing. This was the genesis of today's free market deregulatory theory. Ignoring the debt dimension, Ricardo became the doctrinal ancestor of Milton Friedman's Chicago School of Monetarists. The difference is that whereas they insist that there is no such thing as a free lunch, he defined economic rent as unearned income. Ricardian socialists extended the concept of economic rent to a full-fledged attack on landlordism. The Ricardian journalist James Mill advocated Britain's original Doomsday Book principle that ground rent should be the tax base. His son, John Stuart Mill, became a leading advocate of nationalising the economic rent that landlords made in their sleep and the unearned increment of rising land prices. The drive to break the power of landed aristocracies in Britain, France, and other countries became the major political fight from the century spanning 1815 and World War I. It was basically a class struggle between capital and landowners. The demand that rent should be handed over to the state to serve in place of taxes, Marx explained, is a frank expression of the hatred the industrial capitalist bears towards the landed proprietor, who seems to him a useless thing, an excrescence upon the general body of bourgeois production. 22 By taxing the land's rental income and that of subsoil minerals provided freely by nature, industry could free itself from the sales and excise taxes that raised the cost of living and doing business. Since the 13th century, the labor theory of value had been refined as a tool to isolate the elements of empty pricing that had no counterpart cost of production. Rent and interest were vestiges of medieval privilege from which industrial capitalism sought to purify itself. Its idea of free markets was to liberate society from the overhead of ground rent, monopoly rent, and interest, bringing land and finance into the public domain, socialize them by transforming banking and finance capital to serve the needs of industrial capitalism. Marx expected industrial capitalism to pave the way for socialism by freeing Europe, and in time, its colonies, and the continents of Asia, Africa and Latin America, from the carryover of land rent imposed originally by military force, and from financial usury capital. The tacit assumption was that industrial financial systems would play as progressive a role in these regions as they were expected to do in the core. The Communist Manifesto credited the bourgeois economics of land taxers and kindred reformers in France and Britain with seeking to move society beyond the feudal mode of production. However, it criticized Europe's revolutions of 1848 for stopping short of helping labor. The fight to tax the land's rent, as the physiocrats had sought to do with their single tax, l'impôt unique, and as Mill, Cherbuliez, Hilditch, Proudhon, and other reformers advocated, was basically a fight by industry, and its financial backers, to minimize the cost of feeding labor, not to raise wages and living standards or improve working conditions. Most reformers left private property in place, limiting their aims to freeing markets from the rake-off of economic rent by landlords and monopoly privileges, and only secondarily from the interest charged by bankers and usurers. Marxists accordingly criticized utopian socialists and anti-socialist individualists such as Henry George for dealing only with the land issue or naive monetary reforms without addressing labor's fight to improve its working conditions and ultimately to free itself from private property in the means of production. Arguing against followers of George, Louis Untermann noted that in Germany, Ferdinand Lassalle found in Ricardian economics an implicitly socialist program, but never indulged in any illusions as to the efficacy of that single tax idea for the emancipation of the working class. 23 This required a government that would play an active role promoting labor's interests vis-a-vis industrial capital, not only through regulatory reforms but by outright state ownership of the means of production under working class control. The argument over how productive an industrial role high finance would play. The 1815 to 1914 century was relatively free of war. America's Civil War was the most devastating. But instead of borrowing from bankers, the North issued its own greenback currency. This success prompted bankers throughout the world to redouble their propaganda for hard money, as if bank credit was inherently sounder than public money creation. Subsequent development does not support this claim. The Franco-Prussian War saddled France with a reparations debt that it was able to finance without causing any great disturbance. Economists attributed the decline of interest rates over time to the world becoming more secure. Public spending was increasingly for infrastructure to support industrial progress. There was heavy arms spending, to be sure, especially on navies, but it aimed largely to build up industry in a three-way alliance between industry, government, and high finance. Governments and the large banks were emerging as national planners via their allocation of credit and public spending. The most productive industrial financing practice emerging on the European continent, especially in Germany where banking developed the closest linkages with the government and heavy industry. The relative absence of large fortunes made a virtue of necessity. Germany's lag in industrial development obliged its banks and government agencies to take a long-term view based on building up strength over time. Rather than following British and Dutch banks by making straight interest-bearing loans against collateral already in place, the Reichsbank and other large banks engaged in a broad range of activities, mixed banking, including equity cross-holdings with their major customers. After World War II, Japan's cash-starved economy and widespread destruction likewise led its banks to establish close debt equity relationships with their customers in order to provide sufficient liquidity to build for the future. Germany's rapid victories over France and Belgium after war broke out in 1914 were widely viewed as reflecting the superior efficiency of its banking system. To some observers, the Great War appeared as a struggle between rival forms of financial organization, to decide not only who would rule Europe but also whether the continent would have laissez-faire or a more state-socialist economy. In 1915, shortly after fighting broke out, the German Christian socialist priest-politician Friedrich Naumann summarized the continental banking philosophy in Mitteleuropa. In England, Herbert Foxwell drew on Naumann's arguments in two essays published in the Economic Journal in September and December 1917-24, quoting with approval Naumann's contention that the old individualistic capitalism, of what he calls the English type, is giving way to the new, more impersonal, group form, to the discipline, scientific capitalism he claims as German. In the emerging tripartite integration of industry, banking, and government, finance was undoubtedly the main cause of the success of modern German enterprise. What is striking is how unlikely the prospect of corrosive and unproductive debt appeared a century ago. To be sure, Turkey and Egypt were ruined by foreign debt, and massive fraud and insider dealing occurred in ambitious projects such as the Panama and Suez Canals. But the logic of far-reaching financial reform was formulated with evangelical fervor, most notably in France. Count Claude-Henri de Saint-Simon's Du Système Industriel, 1821, inspired an ideology based on the perception that successful industrialization would require a shift away from interest-bearing debt to equity funding. Banks would be organized much like mutual funds. Glorifying bankers as the future organizers of industry, the Saint-Simonians saw the Industrial Revolution as introducing the capitalist travailer, a financial engineer judging where credit could best be applied. 25 Prominent Saint-Simonians included the social theorist Auguste Comte, the economist Michel Chevalier, the socialist Pierre Leroux, and the engineer Ferdinand Lesseps, whose plans for canals elaborated ideas initiated by Saint-Simon. Outside of France their influence extended to Marx, John Stuart Mill and Christian socialists in many countries. Marx spoke only with admiration of the genius and encyclopedic brain of Saint-Simon, noted Engels. 26. In 1852, Émile Périer and his younger brother Isaac formed the Société Générale du Crédit Mobilier as a joint stock bank. Their aim was to provide low-cost long-term equity financing for industrialists to expand production, replacing the Rothschilds and other banking families who had monopolized French finance by. However, as government insiders got into the game, they corrupted the institution. The Austrian Kreditanstalt für Handel und Gewerbe became a more successful application of Crédit Mobilier principles. Banking in the English-speaking countries remained more in the character of what Marx described as usury capital. British and Dutch practice had long used debt leverage to establish royal monopolies, example as when the Bank of England's monopoly of money issue was obtained in exchange for payment in government bonds. U.S. bankers do much the same to today's debtor countries, threatening them with financial crisis if they do not relinquish financial control of the public domain to global banks. Based on capitalizing existing income streams as collateral, Anglo-Dutch banking seemed obliged either to modernize along more industrial lines or make its economies financially obsolete. Foxwell warned that British steel, automotives, capital equipment, and other heavy industry was in danger of becoming obsolescent largely because the nation's bankers failed to understand the need to extend long-term credit and promote equity investment to expand industrial production. The problem had its roots in the conditions in which British banking took shape. At the time Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, neither his Scottish contemporary James Watt nor other inventors were able to obtain bank loans to introduce their discoveries. They had to rely on their own families and friends, as industrial credit had not yet developed. Banks issued bills of exchange to finance the shipment of goods once these were produced, but not their manufacture. Procedures were in place to discount bills for immediate payment, and to evaluate the borrowing capacity of enterprises whose assets could be quickly liquidated, or well-attested income streams that could be capitalized to carry bank loans, as in the case with real property. The preferred collateral was real estate, along with railroads and public utilities with a stable income stream. The Duke of Bridgewater ran up immense personal debts to finance his canals by 1762, to be sure, but these were secured by mortgages against his property. But early innovations such as the automobile had to wait over half a century to obtain financing. The investment banking houses had little to do with the financing of corporations or with industrial undertakings. The great investment houses bitterly opposed the numerous corporate issues which were floated in 1824 and 1825, summarizes one financial historian. The investment houses for a long time refused to take part even in the financing of the British Railways. 27. British bankers were prone to insist that companies they controlled pay out most of their earnings as dividends and remain highly liquid rather than providing enough financial leeway for them to pursue a long-term investment strategy. By contrast, the major German banks paid out dividends at only half the rate of British banks, retaining their earnings as a capital reserve invested largely in the stock of their industrial clients. Treating their borrowers as allies rather than merely trying to make a profit as quickly as possible, they expected their customers to invest their profits in expanding production rather than paying them out as dividends. Britain's bond and stock brokers were no more up to the task of financing industrial innovation than were its banks. The fact that manufacturing companies could obtain significant funding only after they had grown fairly large prompted broad criticism of Britain's joint stock banks by the 1920s for their failure to finance industry and their favoritism toward international rather than domestic clients. Point 28 Much as American activist shareholders do today after earning their commissions on an issue, they moved on to the next project without much concern for what happened to the investors who had bought the earlier securities. As soon as he has contrived to get his issue quoted at a premium and his underwriters have unloaded at a profit, complained Foxwell in 1917, his enterprise ceases. To him, as the Times says, a successful flotation is of more importance than a sound venture. 29. Defeat of Germany and the Central Powers in 1917 paved the way for Anglo-Dutch banking principles to become ascendant. Wall Street from the outset had followed the practice of hit-and-run stock manipulations and short-term financial extraction of the sort that Marx and other progressive-era writers believed was becoming a thing of the past. U.S. railroad barons and financial manipulators were notorious for issuing watered stock to themselves, overfunding companies with bond borrowings beyond their needs or capacity to carry. The directors of these corporations pocketed the difference, a practice that led much American industry to stay clear of banking and Wall Street out of self-protection. Neither economists nor futurists anticipated that economic practices might regress. The working assumption is that a positive evolution would occur to more productive forms. But the banking practices of finance capitalism have regressed toward short-term predatory lending. Reversing an 8th century trend, financial laws have become more creditor-oriented. The tax system also has become regressive, reversing the progressive era's financial fiscal program by untaxing property and wealth, shifting the fiscal burden onto labor and industry. The symbiosis of finance capital with real estate and monopolies rather than industry. Marx expected industrial capital to use its rising power over governments to nationalize land and use its rent as the basic fiscal revenue. But it has been the banks that have obtained the lion's share of land rent, capitalizing it into interest-bearing loans to new buyers. Landed aristocracies no longer dominate the political system, yet fiscal favoritism for real estate has never been stronger, precisely because property ownership has been democratized on credit. Real estate accounts for some 70% of bank lending in Britain and the United States, making it by far the major market for bank loans, not industry and commerce as anticipated a century ago. This explains why the financial sector now stands behind real estate interests as their major lobbyist for property tax cuts. Mortgage interest now absorbs most of the land's free rental value, which is capitalized into debt overhead rather than serving as the tax base. Voters have come to believe that their interest lies in lowering property taxes, not raising them. Homes are the major asset for most households, and real estate remains the economy's largest asset. Land is still its largest component, and some 80% of capital gains in the U.S. economy are land price gains. Site values are increased by public investment in streets, water and sewer facilities and transportation hubs, in school systems, by zoning restrictions, by the general level of prosperity, and most of all, by whatever bankers will lend. 6 variables are at work. 1. Lower interest rates for capitalizing land rent into mortgage loans. 2. Lower down payments. 3. Slower rates of amortization, that is, giving borrowers longer to pay off the mortgage. 4. Easier credit terms, i.e., looser standards for liars' loans and kindred, the more credit can be extended to bid up real estate prices. Meanwhile, banks recycle their interest income into new loans and also into campaign contributions to politicians who pledge to 5. Lower property taxes, leaving more rental income to be paid to banks as interest to carry yet larger mortgage loans. Debt leveraging inflates property prices, creating 6. Hopes for capital gains, prompting buyers to take on even more debt in the speculative hope that rising asset prices will more than cover the added interest, which is paid out of capital gains, not out of current income. 30. Recent years are the first time in history that homeowners and indeed, entire economies have imagined that the way to get rich was to run deeper into debt, not to pay it down. Home ownership is the defining criterion for belonging to the middle class. Some 2/3 of the British and US populations now own their own homes, and upward of 90% in Scandinavia. This diffusion of property ownership has enabled the propertied and financial interests to mobilize popular opposition to taxes on commercial and rental real estate as well as homes. California's Proposition 13 is the most notorious case in such demagoguery. Government moves to check rentier interests are depicted as the road to serfdom. Yet untaxing property and finance obliges governments to make up these tax cuts by raising taxes that fall on consumers and non-fire sector business. This shrinks the economy, lowering its ability to pay the rent needed to pay the bankers on their mortgage loans. So we are brought back to the problem of debt deflation and the capitalization of interest charges into higher prices. An income profile for the typical U.S. wage earner shows the degree to which the cost of living now reflects fire sector costs more than prices for commodities produced by labor. Some 40% of blue-collar wage income in the United States typically is spent on housing. Recent attempts by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corp to reduce the proportion absorbed by mortgages to 32% have encountered strong bank opposition. Another 15% or so is earmarked to pay other debts, student loans to get the education required for middle-class employment, auto loans to drive to work, from the urban sprawl promoted by tax shifts favoring real estate developers, credit card debt, personal loans, and retail credit. FICA paycheck withholding ostensibly for Social Security and Medicare, a euphemism for the tax shift off the higher income brackets, absorbs 11% of payroll costs and income and sales taxes borne by labor at another 10% to 15%. This leaves only a third of wage income available to spend on food and clothing, transportation, healthcare, and other basic needs. This has transformed the character of global competition, yet it is cognitive dissonance as far as academic theories of international trade and investment are concerned. Economics theorizing remains shaped by Ricardo's success at diverting attention away from the debt and financial overhead as a main economic problem. This is not how matters were supposed to turn out for progressive era reforms of industrial capitalism. The fight to minimize rentier rake-offs in the form of economic rent from land, commercial monopolies, banking, and kindred rent-seeking tollbooth privileges has failed. It has failed largely because of the symbiosis between the financial sector and the rent seekers that have become its major customers as access to bank credit has been democratized. On the broadest social level, the ostensible free market lobbying effort sponsored by banks to shift the property tax onto labor and industry has become a campaign against government itself. The aim is to shift planning along with public enterprises and their revenue out of the hands of public agencies to those of Wall Street in the United States, the City of London, the Paris Bourse, Frankfurt, Hong Kong, Tokyo, and other financial centers. The problem is that the vantage point of financial planners is more short-term than that of government. And being short-term, it is extractive, not productive. Finance capital's raid on industry. Marx defined primitive accumulation as the seizure of land and other communally held assets by raiders and the subsequent extraction of tribute or rent. Today's financial analog occurs when banks create credit freely and supply it to corporate raiders for leveraged buyouts or to buy the public domain being privatized. Just as the motto of real estate investors is rent is for paying interest, that of corporate raiders is profit is for paying interest. Takeover specialists and their investment bankers pore over balance sheets to find undervalued real estate and other assets, and to see how much cash flow is being invested in long-term research and development, depreciation, and modernization that can be diverted to pay out as tax-deductible interest. Whatever is paid out as income taxes and dividends likewise can be turned into tax-deductible interest payments. The plan is to capitalize the target's cash flow, EBITDA, into payments to the bankers and bondholders who advance the credit to buy out existing shareholders, or government agencies. For industrial firms, such leveraged buyouts, LBOs, are called taking a company private, because its stock ownership is no longer publicly available, permitting interest to absorb the revenue hitherto paid out as taxes and, after tax, dividends to stockholders is diametrically opposite to replacing debt with equity funding as St. Simon and subsequent reformers hope to bring about. The logical end and the dream of bank marketing departments is for all cash flow earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization is to be paid out as interest, leaving nothing over for taxes, capital renewal, and modernization to raise labor productivity and living standards. All land rent, corporate profit, tax revenue, and personal income over and basic spending is to be pledged to banks and bondholders as interest. Under such conditions, fortunes are made most readily not by industrial capital formation but by indebting industry, real estate, labor, and governments, siphoning off the economic surplus in interest, other financial fees, bonuses, and capital gains. Populations willingly go into debt as it appears that gains can be made most easily by buying real estate and other assets on credit as long as asset prices rise at a pace higher than the rate of interest. Today's financial investors aim at total returns, defined as earnings plus capital gains with increasing emphasis on the latter gains in real estate, stocks, and bonds. Industrial companies increasingly are financialized to produce such gains for investors, not to increase tangible capital formation. The bubble or Ponzi phase of the financial cycle aims to create the financial equivalent of a perpetual motion machine, sustaining an exponential debt growth by creating enough new credit to inflate real estate, stock, and bond prices at a rate that, at least for a while, enables debtors to cover the interest falling due. 31 As a recent popular phrase puts it, financial collapse is staved off by the indebted economy trying to borrow its way out of debt. This asset-stripping dynamic, which Marx characterized as usury capital, is antithetical to that of industrial capital. Based on the liabilities side of the balance sheet, financial securities take the form of anti-wealth legalized claims on the means of production and income earned productively. The underlying dynamic is fictitious, because it cannot remain viable for long. It sustains interest payments by stripping assets, leaving the economy with less ability to produce a surplus out of which to pay creditors. And indeed, the financial sector destroys life on a scale similar to military conquest. Birth rates fall, lifespans shorten, and emigration soars as economies polarize. This is the free market alternative to progressive era and socialist reforms. It typifies the IMF austerity plans that epitomize centralized planning on behalf of the global financial sector. Yet pro-financial ideologues depict public ownership, regulation, and taxation as the road to serfdom, as if the alternative endorsed by Friedrich Hayek, Ayn Rand, and Alan Greenspan were not a road to debt peonage. And the end game of this dynamic is a financial crash, wiping out savings that have been lent out beyond the indebted economy's ability to pay. It is at this point that the financial sector wields its political power to demand public bailouts in a vain attempt to preserve the financial system's ability to keep on expanding at compound interest. Much as environmental polluters seek to shift the cleanup costs onto the public sector, so the financial sector demands cleanup of its debt pollution at taxpayer expense. The fact that this is now being done in the context of ostensibly democratic politics throws a leading assumption of political economy into doubt. If economies tend naturally to act in their self-interest, how did the financial sector gain such extractive power to raid and dismantle industry and shed its tax burden? If Darwinian models of self-betterment are to explain the past century's development, they must show how creditors have translated their financial power into political power in the face of democratic parliamentary and congressional reform. How has planning become centralized in the hands of Wall Street and its global counterparts, not in the hands of government and industry as imagined almost universally a century ago? And why has social democratic, labor and academic criticism become so silent in the face of this economic counter-enlightenment? The answer is, by deception and covert ideological manipulation via junk economics. Financial lobbyists know what smart parasites know. The strategy is to take over the host's brain, to make it believe that the free luncher is part of its own body. The FIRE sector is treated as part of the economy, not as draining the host's nourishment. The host even goes so far as to protect the free rider, as in the 2008-09 bailouts of Wall Street and British banks at taxpayer expense. When such growth culminates in financial wreckage, banks demand public bailouts. They claim that this is necessary to enable them to resume lending. But they will not lend more against property already so deeply indebted that it remains in negative equity. Hoping to turn the crisis into an opportunity for further financial incursions into the industrial economy, bank lobbyists propose that governments help indebted homeowners and real estate investors avoid default by cutting property taxes, yet further shifting the fiscal burden yet more onto labor and non-financial business. Tax cuts on wealth are promoted as if they will be invested rather than used to pay the financial sector more interest or be gambled on currencies and exchange rates, interest rates, stock and bond prices, credit default swaps and kindred derivatives. Economic evolution does not necessarily follow the path of greatest efficiency. The oligarchic, creditor-oriented Roman Empire collapsed into the Dark Age, after all. Financially destructive policies may overwhelm technological potential. Bubble-type prosperity is based on debt-leveraged asset price gains at the expense of the economy at large. Rising housing prices raise the cost of living, while rising stock and bond prices increase the cost of buying a retirement income, leaving pension funds unable to make good on their promises. Pension fund capitalism and other financial modes of exploiting labor. Finance capital's modes of exploiting labor go far beyond that of industrial capital employing it to sell its products at a profit, and even beyond simple usurious lending to labor, above all for housing. Most innovative has been the appropriation of labor's savings via pension funds and mutual funds. In the 1950s, General Motors and other large companies offered to contribute to funds to pay pensions in exchange for slower growth in wages. This policy, which Peter Drucker patronizingly called pension fund socialism, 32 turned over wage set-asides to professional money managers to buy stocks and junk bonds to make financial gains, but not in a manner that necessarily promotes industrial capitalism. Money would grow through the proverbial magic of compound interest, making money purely from money, M. The dream is to manage labor's savings on a commission basis, steering it to inflate stock and bond prices. And indeed, pension fund savings did fuel a stock market run-up from the 1960s onward. In the process, they provided corporate raiders and other financial managers with funds to use against labor and against industrial capital itself. Pension fund managers played a large role in the junk bonding of industry in the 1980s. And finding themselves graded on their performance every 3 months, fund managers back raiders who seek to gain by downsizing and outsourcing labor. They typically find their fortune, and even job survival, to lie in using pension savings not in ways that increase employment, improve working conditions or invest in productive capital formation, but in making gains purely by financial means, corporate looting that strips assets to pay dividends and increase short-term stock prices, or simply to pay off creditors. Meanwhile, the largest sellers of stocks have been managers and venture capitalists cashing out by selling into a market fueled mainly by labor's wage set-asides. Pension funds thus turn out to play a key role in enabling finance capitalists to realize their gains, only to be their fate to be left holding an empty bag in the end. Selling off stocks to pay retirees creates an outflow of funds from the stock market that reverses the initial price run-up. Money manager capitalism aims to financialize Social Security and Medicare along similar lines, sending a new tsunami of public funds into the stock market to produce capital gains. 33 A dress rehearsal for this plan was staged in Chile after its 1973 military coup. The Chicago boys who advised the junta called it labor capitalism, a cynical Orwellian term that Margaret Thatcher adopted for her program of privatizing Britain's public utilities. The labor here represents the exploited party, not the beneficiary. A slice of its wages is withheld and turned over to the employer's financial affiliate, the Banco for the Chilean grupos. When a high enough pension reserve is accumulated, the employer transfers it to the Banco or kindred affiliate in an offshore banking center, leaving the industrial employer a bankrupt shell. The actuarial fiction is that corporate, state and local pension funds, and Social Security, invested financially, can grow exponentially by enough to pay for retirement and health care. This goal cannot be met in practice, because the real economy is unable to grow at a rate required to support the growth in debt service. Widespread awareness of this fact has led to the corporate ploy of threatening bankruptcy if unions do not agree to replace defined benefit pensions with defined contribution programs in which all that employees know is how much is docked from their paycheck, not what they will end up with. General Motors went bankrupt as a result of its inability to fund the pensions guaranteed by their defined benefit plans. Financial claims rise exponentially, beyond the economy's ability to pay. Bubble economies try to postpone the inevitable crash by inflating prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds by enough to enable debtors to take out higher loans against the property they pledge as collateral. Governments balance their budgets by privatizing public enterprises, selling toll booth privileges on credit to buyers who bid up their prices by debt leveraging. Financial underwriters reap commissions and insiders making a killing as sales prices for stocks are underpriced to guarantee first-day price jumps. Mrs. Thatcher perfected this ploy, making unprecedented fortunes for early players and underwriters in the privatization game. A crash occurs at the point where this disparity is widely recognized. To bankers, the antidote is to lend enough new credit to reinflate prices real estate and other assets, enabling new buyers to borrow the credit to buy property from defaulters. Rather than scaling back the U.S. economy's over-indebtedness, for instance, the Treasury and Federal Reserve have bailed out the banks to save them from taking a loss on debt write-downs. 34 The dream is to keep the compound interest scheme expanding ad infinitum. But the pretense that fictitious finance capital claims can be paid must be dropped at the point where financial managers desert the sinking financial ship. Their last act before the bubble bursts is the time-honored practice of taking the money and running, paying themselves as large bonuses and salaries as corporate treasuries and public bailouts allow. Conclusion: finance capitalism has become a network of exponentially growing interest-bearing claims wrapped around the production economy. The internal contradiction is that its dynamic leads to debt deflation and asset stripping. The economy is turned into a Ponzi scheme by recycling debt service to make new loans to inflate property prices by enough to justify yet new lending. But a limit is imposed by the shrinking ability of surplus income to cover the debt service falling due. That is what the mathematics of compound interest are all about. Borrowing to make speculative gains from asset price inflation does not involve tangible investment in the means of production. It is based simply on M, not M, C, M. The debt overhead grows exponentially as banks and other creditors recycle their receipt of debt service into new, and riskier, loans, not productive credit. Half a century of IMF austerity programs has demonstrated how destructive this usurious policy is, by limiting the economy's ability to create a surplus. Yet economies throughout the world now base their pension planning, medical insurance, state, and local finances on a faith in compound interest, without seeing the inner contradiction that debt deflation shrinks the domestic market and blocks economies from developing. What is irrational in this policy is the impossibility of achieving compound interest in a real economy whose productivity is being eroded by the expanding financial overhead raking off a rising share. Meanwhile, a fiscal sleight of hand has taken Social Security and Medicare out of the general budget and treated them as user fees rather than entitlements. This makes blue-collar wage earners pay a much higher tax rate than the FIRE sector and the upper income brackets. FICA paycheck withholding has become a forced saving in advance, ostensibly to be invested for future entitlement spending but in practice lent to the Treasury to enable it to cut taxes on the higher brackets. Instead of financing Social Security and Medicare out of progressive taxes levied on the highest income brackets, mainly the FIRE sector, the dream of privatizing these entitlement programs is to turn this tax surplus over to financial managers to bid up stock and bond prices, much as pension fund capitalism did from the 1960s onward. A century ago, most economic futurists imagined that labor would earn higher wages and spend them on rising living standards. but for the past generation, labor has used its income simply to carry a higher debt burden. Income over and above basic needs has been capitalized into debt service on bank loans used to finance debt-leveraged housing, and to pay for education, originally expected to be paid out of the property tax, and other basic needs. Although debtors' prisons are a thing of the past, a financial characteristic of our time is the post-industrial obligation to work a lifetime to pay off such debts. Meanwhile, the FIRE sector now accounts for 40% of U.S. business profit, despite the tax accounting fictions cited earlier. Financial lobbyists have led a regressive about-face toward an economic counter-enlightenment. Reversing an 8th-century tendency to favor debtors, the bankruptcy laws have been rewritten along creditor-oriented lines by banks, credit card companies, and other financial institutions, and put into the hands of politicians in what best may be called a financialized democracy, or as the ancients called it, oligarchy. Shifting the tax burden onto labor while using government revenue and new debt creation to bail out the banking sector has polarized the U.S. economy to the most extreme degree since statistics began to be collected. The progressive era expected planning to pass into the hands of government, not those of a financial sector at odds with industrial capital formation and economic growth. Nearly everyone a century ago expected infrastructure to be developed in the public domain, in the form of public utilities whose services would be provided freely or at least at subsidized rates in order to lower the price of living and doing business. Instead, public enterprises since about 1980 have been privatized on credit and turned into tollbooth privileges to extract economic rent. Bankers capitalize these opportunities, which are sold on credit. Little is left for the tax collector after charging off interest, depreciation, and amortization, managerial salaries and stock options. The resulting tax squeeze impoverishes economies, obliging governments either to cut back their spending or shift the fiscal burden onto labor and non-financialized industry. The resulting financial dynamic is more like what Marx described as usury capital than industrial banking. In the spirit of the Saint Simonians, he believed industrial capitalism to direct credit into productive capital formation. He expected that financial planning would pave the way for a socialist reorganization of society. Instead, it is paving the road to neo-serfdom. Financial operators are using credit as a weapon to strip corporate assets on behalf of bankers and bondholders. Employees can afford homes and other property, and indeed, entire corporations, only by borrowing the purchase price on terms that involve a lifetime of debt peonage, and indeed, in most countries, bearing personal liability for negative equity when housing prices plunge below mortgage levels. Government planning has become subordinate to the dictates of unelected central bankers and the International Monetary Fund, imposing austerity programs rather than funding capital formation and rising living standards. Having analyzed finance capital's tendency to grow exponentially, Marx nonetheless believed that it would be subordinated to the dynamics of industrial capital. With an optimistic Darwinian ring, he shared the tendency of his contemporaries to underestimate the ways in which the vested interests would fight back to preserve their privileges even in the face of democratic political reform. He expected industrial capitalism to mobilize finance capital to fund its expansion and indeed its evolution into socialism, plowing profits and financial returns into more capital formation. It was the task of socialism to see more of the surplus spent on raising wages and living standards while improving the working conditions, and spent by government to freely provide an expanding range of basic needs, or at the very least at subsidized prices. Infrastructure spending and rising living standards thus would become the ultimate beneficiaries of capital formation, not landowners, monopolists, or predatory finance. This is not how matters have worked out. More of the economic surplus is being siphoned off as land rent and interest. Yet many of Marx's followers conflate his analysis of industrial capital with the financial dynamic of usurer's capital. The latter is not part of the industrial economy but grows autonomously by purely mathematical means, running ahead of the economy's ability to produce a surplus large enough to pay the exponentially soaring financial overhead. 35 And in contrast to his analysis of industrial capital, Marx explained why the financial overgrowth recycling savings into new loans rather than investing them productively in tangible capital cannot be sustained. The credit system, which has its focus in the so-called national banks and the big money lenders and usurers surrounding them, constitutes enormous centralization, and gives to this class of parasites the fabulous power, not only to periodically despoil industrial capitalists, but to interfere in a most dangerous manner, and this gang knows nothing about production and has nothing to do with it. 36. Society therefore faces a choice between 1. Saving the economy, by writing down debts to the ability to carry without stripping the economy, and 2. Saving the financial sector, trying to preserve the fiction that debts growing at compound interest can be paid. For pensions and other public programs, for example, this means a choice between 1. Paying them on a pay-as-you-go basis, out of the real economic surplus, and 2. The fictitious assumption that funds can earn annual returns of 8% or more to provide for labor's retirement by asset price inflation fueled by debt leveraging and purely financial maneuvering. If economic evolution is to reflect the inner logic and requirements of society's technological capabilities, then finance capital must be subordinated to serve the economy, not to be permitted to master and stifle it. That is what John Maynard Keynes meant by what he gently called euthanasia of the rentier. In practice it means that governments must prevent property rents and other returns to privilege from being capitalized into bank loans. To save society, its victims must see that asset price inflation fueled by debt leveraging makes them poorer, not richer, and that financialization is the destroyer and exploiter of industrial capital as well as of labor. The objective of classical political economy was to bring prices in line with socially necessary costs of production. This was to be achieved in large part by taxing away economic rent in order to prevent it from being capitalized into loans to new buyers. Buying rent extracting opportunities on credit increases prices for basic needs, turning society into a toll booth economy. It also forces governments to compensate by raising taxes on labor and tangible capital. Many social democratic and labor parties have jumped on the bandwagon of finance capital, not recognizing the need to rescue industrial capitalism from dependence on neo-feudal finance capital before the older conflict between labor and industrial capital over wage levels and working conditions can be resumed. That is what happens when one reads only Volume I of Capital, neglecting the discussion of fictitious capital in Volumes 2 and 3 and Theories of Surplus Value. Pull quotes. Pull quote 04-01. If economies tend naturally to act in their self-interest, how did the financial sector gain such extractive power to raid and dismantle industry and shed its tax burden? Michael Hudson. 5. The use and abuse of mathematical economics. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Hamlet, Act I, Scene V. Whoever enters here must know mathematics. That was the motto of Plato's Academy. Emphasizing the Pythagorean proportions of musical temperament and the calendrical regularities of the sun, moon, and planets, classical philosophy used these key ratios of nature as an analog for shaping order in society's basic proportions. The population's optimum size, the city's geometric shape and its division into equal tribal fractions for voting and fighting in the army were mathematically idealized. But there was little quantitative analysis of economic relations, and certainly no thought that unregulated market forces would assure social harmony. There was no statistical measurement of the debts that racked the Greek and Roman economies, or of overall output, its distribution and value. We now have such measures, but can we say that mathematics provides the key to understanding the major economic problems of our time? More specifically, has the marginalist and monetarist application of mathematics become so nearsighted as to lose sight of the economy's structural problems? The education of modern economists consists largely of higher mathematics, which are used more in an abstract metaphysical way than one that aims at empirically measuring society's underlying trends. It is now over a century since John Shield Nicholson remarked that the traditional method of English political economy was more recently attacked, or rather warped, by pushing the hypothetical or deductive side to an extreme by the adoption of mathematical devices. Less able mathematicians have had less restraint and less insight, they have mistaken form for substance, and the expansion of a series of hypotheses for the linking together of a series of facts. This appears to me to be especially true of the mathematical theory of utility. I venture to think that a large part of it will have to be abandoned. It savors too much of the domestic hearth and the desert island. 1. If today's economics has become less relevant to the social problems that formed the subject matter of classical political economy a century ago, its scope has narrowed in large part because of the technocratic role played by mathematics. This paper asks whether this has been an inherent and inevitable development. Has the narrowing of scope of economics since the anti-classical reaction of the 1870s, the so-called neoclassical revolution of William Stanley Jevons, Carl Menger, and later of Alfred Marshall and his followers, culminating in today's Chicago school, been inherent in the mathematization of economics? Or, does it follow from the particular way in which mathematics has been applied? What is the proper role for mathematics to play? Is there such a thing as bad mathematical economics? What kinds of problems do its formulations tend to exclude? Mathematical economics as tunnel vision. A clue to the modern role of mathematical model building is provided by the degree to which higher mathematics was deemed unnecessary by 18th century moral philosophy and the political economy that emerged out of it. To be sure, the labor theory of value was formulated in quantitative terms from William Petty through Ricardo and Marx. Britain's political arithmeticians used statistics, as did the German Cameralists. The quantification of magnitudes gives concrete empirical expression to one's logic. But statistical calculations of price indices or various formulae for measuring labor and capital costs are a far cry from model building. What has become the distinguishing feature of mathematical economics is its formulation of problems abstractly in terms of just a few selected functions, excluding all categories that cannot be expressed in its bare equations. Key dimensions of economic life have been neglected that need not logically have been omitted, such as land pricing. Despite the emphasis that Ricardo gave to rent theory, the land nationalization debate stimulated by John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, and Henry George, and the central role that Thorstein Veblen assigned to urban land in absentee ownership, land price gains have been ignored by today's price theory. Macroeconomic analysis likewise excludes asset price gains, capital gains, from its definition of economic returns. A significant role of mathematization has been to impose this narrowness on economic analysis. By focusing on how individuals spend their income on consumption goods, or defray such consumption by saving at an interest rate that allegedly reflects their time preference schedules, marginalist mathematics diverts the economist's eye away from the methods used to acquire and build up wealth. The big picture society's long-term transformation is excluded from analysis on the ground that its dynamics cannot be sufficiently mathematized. Rice has located the appropriate quotation from William Roscher. Some scientists attempted to fit laws of economics in algebraic formulae. But, of course, the advantage of the mathematical mode of expression vanishes the more complex the facts to which they are applied become. In every description of the life of a nation, the algebraic formulae would become so complicated that they render a continuation of work impossible. Point 2. To be sure, there are ways to reason mathematically with regard to national economic development, and even to changes in the economic system. Brooks and Henry Adams suggested applying the idea of phase change that had been developed by the American mathematician Willard Gibbs. Point 3. But this suggestion fell on deaf ears. The concern of modern mathematical economists is not with social evolution and changing the status quo, but with analyzing the workings of marginal phenomena within the existing status quo. The earliest expounders of economic relationships in terms of abstract mathematical functions were virtually ignored in their own day, primarily because political economy had not yet narrowed into individualistic consumerism or technocratic business planning. It remained an extension of moral philosophy and public policy making. The technical problems with which the early mathematical economists dealt, such as psychological utility and price formation based on supply and demand, were still far from being deemed to be the highest concern. The marginalists would make a true breakaway by viewing the consumer rather than the producer/employer as the focal point of the economic system, and discussing the economy more from the vantage point of individual psychology than from that of national industrial and financial transformation. The early mathematical economists concerned themselves with narrower topics such as price formation, business cost accounting, and railroad planning. Gausson's mathematical formulation of utility theory was not widely noticed precisely because he focused on problems hitherto considered too mundane to be deemed an essential part of political economy's core. Likewise, von Mangold's editor Clan Wachter disparaged his mathematical illustration of the principles of price formation as redundant ballast in view of the fact that no statistical quantification was applicable. He expunged von Mangold's graphic examples altogether. As for Wilhelm Leonhard's railway economics, it was considered too technical to be classified as political economy proper. His analysis did not deal with how railroads reduced transport costs, thereby benefiting the locational value of farmland, residential and commercial property along the track quay, making fortunes for real estate speculators. As any urban planner knows, this external effect of railways on land prices is so large as to overwhelm the narrow direct economies involved. Early applications of mathematical notation and graphs to economic problems thus were ignored largely because they were deemed to be more in the character of engineering or merely technical business analysis than full-fledged political economy. The most essential concerns of political economy and German national economy were not amenable to streamlining in mathematical form. And indeed, while today's mathematical economics serves technocrats and financial strategists, it imposes a nearsighted perspective that distracts attention from what formerly was most important, in order to focus on what is merely marginal. In this sense, economics has been overly distilled into the microeconomics of price theory, along with the rough macroeconomic income and output statement. This is not to say that the building blocks of classical political economy could not be expressed quantitatively. The concept of rent served as a measure of unearned revenue by defining it as the excess of price over cost value. Diminishing returns, or for the American protectionists, increasing returns, could be formulated mathematically, as could the productivity advantages of high-wage labor. What could not be treated with the mathematics then at hand was the political resolution of long-term structural strains. No chaos theory yet existed to deal with broad quantum leaps that occurred as political and institutional changes were introduced from outside the economic system. And as far as the dynamics of history were concerned, no mathematical formula could express the broad range of complexities that literary exposition could provide. What made political economy the queen of the social sciences in the 19th century was its focus on the transformation of nations. It dealt with the policies most appropriate for their long-term social evolution, their legal and institutional structure, technology, and financial organization. At issue was how economic institutions should be improved. The caeteris paribus methodology of marginalism did not deal with such broad contextual issues. It presupposed that the social structure remained constant, and then implied that no change was needed, as economies would respond to disturbances automatically by settling at a new equilibrium. Such an approach does not have much appeal to social reformers, environmentalists, political regulators, or historians dealing with the structural aspects of economic development. Marxism emerged as the preeminent alternative to the emerging marginalist economics largely because it was almost the sole survivor of classical political economy. In addition to retaining the classical breadth of scope and the idea of stages of development, Marx used irony and the idea of inner contradictions as a logical method of interpreting economic history. This was not a method that could well be expressed mathematically. Although Marx used arithmetic examples to illustrate the rates of profit and surplus value for enterprises employing differing proportions of labor and capital, this was not a mathematical model of the economy. The Communist Manifesto hardly could be expressed in mathematical formulae, and no Marxist tried to express dialectical materialism mathematically. It has taken 100 years to drive out what formed the most vital concerns of classical political economy, the shape of social evolution, the strains it tends to develop, and the indicated responses by the state. As long as these concerns remained paramount, there would be little reason to celebrate the first users of mathematical functions as having made a great breakthrough. Their discovery would have to await the time in which economics narrowed its scope and dropped its concerns with long-term transformation. The role of political economy in the 19th century was precisely to indicate the most appropriate policies for self-direction. That is what made it political economy. But as economics became increasingly technocratic, it dropped the political dimension. and as it has narrowed and come to take the institutional and political environment for granted, the mathematical formulation of economic functions has come to be used as the criterion for acceptable theorizing. The role of mathematics in fact has been to exclude problems that are more than marginal. A basic condition for regression analysis to be applied, for instance, is a constant social and political environment. In this way, mathematical economics has become the ultimate vehicle to make the policy trivialization of economics politically acceptable, establishing status quo economics as a pseudoscience by virtue of using mathematical symbolism. As Wolfgang Drexler has quipped, mathematics has helped enthrone irrelevance as methodology. The key aspect of the mathematization of economics has been its logical necessity of stripping away what the new economic orthodoxy sought to exclude from the classical curriculum, the socially sensitive study of wealth, how it is acquired, and how its distribution, indeed, its polarization, affects social development. The semantics of mathematical equilibrium theory. If mathematics is deemed to be the new language of economics, it is a language with a thought structure whose semantics, syntax, and vocabulary shape its users' perceptions. There are many ways in which to think, and many forms in which mathematical ideas may be expressed. Equilibrium theory, for example, may specify the conditions in which an economy's public and private sector debts may be paid. But what happens when not all these debts can be paid? Formulating economic problems in the language of linear programming has the advantage of enabling one to reason in terms of linear inequality, example to think of the economy's debt overhead as being greater than, equal to, or less than its capacity to pay. An array of mathematical modes of expression thus is available to the economist. Equilibrium-based entropy theory views the economy as a thermodynamic system characterized by what systems analysts call negative feedback. Chaos theories are able to cope with the phenomena of increasing returns and compound interest, which are best analyzed in terms of positive feedback and intersecting trends. Points of intersection imply that something has to give and the solution must come politically from outside the economic system as such. What determines which kind of mathematical language will be used? At first glance it may seem that if much of today's mathematical economics has become irrelevant, it is because of a fairly innocent reason: it has become a kind of art for art's sake, prone to self-indulgent game theory. But almost every economic game serves to support an economic policy. Broadly speaking, policies fall into two categories: laissez-faire or interventionist public regulation. Each set of advocates has its own preferred mode of mathematical treatment, choosing the approach that best bolsters their own conclusions. In this respect, one can say that mathematics has become part of the public relations apparatus of policy makers. The mathematics of socialism, public regulation, and protectionism view the institutional environment as a variable rather than as a given. Active state policy is justified to cope with the inherent instability and economic polarization associated with unregulated trade and financial markets. By contrast, opponents of regulation select a type of equilibrium mathematics that take the institutional environment for granted and exclude chronic instability systems from the definition of economic science, on the ground that they do not have a singular mathematical solution. Only marginal problems are held to be amenable to scientific treatment, not quandaries or other situations calling for major state intervention. Marginalist mathematics imply that economic problems may be solved merely by small shifts in a rather narrow set of variables. This approach uses the mathematics of entropy and general equilibrium theory to foster the impression, for instance, that any economy can pay almost all its debts, simply by diverting more income from debtors to creditors. This is depicted as being possible without limit. Insolvency appears as an anomaly, not as an inevitability as in exponential growth models. Looking over the countries in which such theorizing has been applied, one cannot help seeing that the first concern is one of political philosophy, namely, to demonstrate that the economy does not require public regulation to intervene from outside the economic system. This monetarist theory has guided Russian economic reform, and its quick bankruptcy, under Yeltsin and his oligarchy, as well as Chile's privatization, and early bankruptcy, under Gen. Pinochet, and the austerity programs, and subsequent bankruptcies and national resource sell-offs, imposed by the IMF on Third World debtor countries. Yet the reason for such failures is not reflected in the models. Empirically speaking, monetarist theory has become part of the economic problem, not part of the solution. The subjectivity of statistical categories. Early statistics dealt with public finances, debt, and the economy's tax-paying capacity. The focus was on the ruler's fiscal ability to tax the economy and to finance deficits, mainly in times of war, through public debt. From this primary concern, rulers developed an interest in how to make their economies richer, so that they could generate more public revenue. This study was called political arithmetic. To the extent that laissez-faire policies were advocated, it was as an economic plan to encourage economic growth and hence to enhance the ruler's power to tax. Classical political economy developed largely out of the anti-royalist political ideology of the French physiocrats and Adam Smith opposing government regulations and taxation. The emerging individualistic discipline came to define the statistical categories that shaped people's quantitative perception of economic phenomena. Accounting formats require a theoretical conceptual apparatus. Categories must be defined before actual statistics can be collected. Any set of categories is itself a conceptual structure of the parts that make up the overall picture. Empirical statistics thus reflect theoretical accounting categories, for better or worse. To mathematize economic models using obsolete or dysfunctional concepts hardly can be said to be scientific, if we define science as the understanding of how the world actually works. It is difficult to see where economies are generating wealth without dividing their activities into the classical categories of productive versus unproductive, i.e., wealth-creating labor versus economic overhead. Unfortunately, few economists remember the great debate over this issue that lasted for over a century. A case in point is the GNP accounting format developed by Simon Kuznets. Its elements are neither inherent nor entirely objective. All activities are held to be productive, rather than some, such as crime prevention, medical treatment, environmental cleanup costs and warfare, being in the character of economic overhead. The production and sale of cigarettes is counted as output, and the medical treatment of smokers as yet more national product. Crime prevention is counted, but criminal earnings are not reflected in the national income statistics. On the other hand, the national income and product accounts do not reflect the major way in which the largest sectors, real estate, mining, fuels, forestry, and even banking and finance, take their economic returns, namely, as capital gains. These sectors appear to be operating without earning any taxable profit, and their capital gains are not traced. The accumulation of real estate fortunes and stock market gains have become the way in which wealthy people, and money managers and homeowners have built up their wealth. But this distinguishing financial phenomenon of the present decade, asset price inflation, is lost from view by formats that treat capital gains as external to their model of how the economy works. Today's national income concept of saving gives the appearance that at the end of 1998 the domestic U.S. saving rate was a negative 2% of national income. Yet savings are being built up at an unprecedented rate. The low statistical rate of savings simply reflects the high degree to which new savings find their counterpart in debt, including loans to real estate and stock market speculators seeking the aforementioned capital gains, rather than being invested directly in the form of new tangible capital. Meanwhile, a rising proportion of liquid savings is coming from the world's criminals and kleptocrats. Yet national income statistics neglect the economic role played by crime, fraud, and other illegal activities, despite their important economic role in generating many of society's major new fortunes. Only what is socially approved seems to be counted among society's shaping dynamics. In the 1930s, when Roy Ovid Hall tried to include smuggling and other illicit activities in his balance of payments reports for the U.S. Department of Commerce, he was told sanctimoniously to desist from such behavior. What is not seen probably will not be taxed. In the United States, real estate and financial interests have actively discouraged collection of meaningful statistics on land price gains. Congressmen and government bureaucrats have sought to rationalize the real estate gains of their major constituents and campaign contributors. Federal Reserve flow of funds statistics attributed so much of the price rise to the inflation of construction costs that in 1994 the value of all corporately owned land in the United States appeared to be a negative $4 billion. The actual land value of U.S. real estate, by comparison, was over $9 trillion at the time, as I estimate on the basis of the Census Bureau reports. These seemingly objective official statistics only distract attention from the reasons why so large a proportion of the economy's savings is being diverted away from new direct investment into real estate and stock market speculation. The party that suffers most is the government tax collector and, of course, the majority of taxpayers onto whose shoulders the tax burden is being shifted. In this respect, the aim of statistics has been inverted from their original function of informing the state how much can be taxed, to concealing taxable gains from users of modern national income statistics. Problems, dilemmas, and quandaries. Students are taught that economics is about making choices between scarce resources, but when resources really become scarce, economists tend to call it a crisis. Every such problem is stated in such a way as to imply a ready solution. Only marginal problems are recognized, not real dilemmas or quandaries. The idea of scarcity is just a little bit of scarcity, nothing that a slightly higher price won't cure, for output, or a bit lower wage, for employment problems. Most economic models postulate that unemployment, for instance, can be solved by appropriate adjustments. Trickle-down theories of prosperity accordingly call for reductions in wage levels, while Keynesian theories call for or increased public spending to spur demand. Both approaches view savings as financing investment, which is assumed to take the form of tangible capital formation rather than a stock market or real estate bubble. The important thing is that no structural problems are recognized, that is, no problems that cannot be solved by marginal quantitative adjustments in incomes, prices and wage levels, the money supply and the interest rate. It is in this respect that the mathematics of laissez-faire monetarism are microeconomic, depicting the economy narrowly rather than broadly through the long-distance lens of historical development. The analysis may be valid as far as it goes, but it doesn't go very far, as it formulates problems marginally rather than with an eye for structural reform. Looking for small adjustments, such economics misses the degree to which the economy is losing its flexibility and is structurally rigidifying. For public relations purposes, policy advocates present their solutions in a way that appears to make everyone better off. At least somebody's income is depicted as gaining, as if this automatically makes each inhabitant better off for living in a richer society, richer for whom? Every solution seems to be a free lunch for the economy at large. What are not recognized are situations in which economies collapse because critical break-even conditions cannot be met. When this occurs, economies face dilemmas or, even worse, quandaries. A dilemma is a situation in which whatever path or horn one chooses, it involves pain and the sacrifice of well-being. Somebody or some social value must lose out. Obstacles present themselves on every side, and if the economy avoids being impaled on one horn, it will fall on the other. It should be noted that falling on one's face is a state of equilibrium. Death is indeed the ultimate state of equilibrium. So is national austerity and its transfer of property from debtors to creditors, and from domestic governments to foreign institutional investors. But marginalist and monetarist equilibrium economics employ a mathematics that does not recognize the possibility of serious dilemmas developing, or of economies falling into quandaries whose financial and economic constraints prevent technological real potential from being realized. The preferred method of mathematical economics is general equilibrium analysis in an environment in which only small marginal disturbances are envisioned, not major structural problems or legal changes in the economic environment. Economies fall into a quandary when the preconditions for a real solution are lacking. Debtors default on their payments, real estate prices fall, and asset prices for bonds and stocks also fall. Banks are unable to cover their deposit liabilities as the market value of their loan portfolios falls. The government is called on to bail them out by issuing bonds, and to pay the interest charges either by raising taxes or cutting back spending programs. The budget is balanced by selling public enterprises to foreign investors, whose remission of profits and dividends creates a balance of payments exchange drain that lowers the currency's exchange rate. The situation becomes worse as the government borrows from the IMF and is forced to enact an anti-Keynesian austerity program. IMF riots break out, the government falls and a dictatorship oriented to serve global financial institutions is installed, friendly to the capital flight which strips the economy of its resources all the faster. Money capital flees abroad and skilled labor emigrates as the economy shrinks, with no technological cause indicated in the policy models being applied. Marginal analysis avoids dealing with such quandaries, and the quantum leaps necessary to escape. It selects a rather narrow set of phenomena: labor and materials costs, the interest rate, income, and the pattern of demand, to produce models that show how economies might settle at an equilibrium point if left free from outside political interference. What is missed is the degree to which the world economy is being pushed further and further out of balance. Mathematical economics as a distraction from economic reality. Is it sufficient atonement that so many economists upon retirement merely give an apology acknowledging that, yes, perhaps their economics have all really been just a waste of time? Upon leaving office, each new president of the American Economic Association gives the expected speech showing that he knows full well it is all just a game, and chastises his colleagues for not being more realistic. But do they not have some obligation to set things right? Or is the problem that they cannot see what has to be done? Although academic economists hardly have shown themselves to be in favor of free markets in their own life, seeking the insulation of tenured positions and sinecures, they know well where their own money comes from. It comes from their ability to endorse creditor-oriented free market policies and condemn government regulation. This premise has led their mathematical models to focus on how individuals can make money in our pecuniary society, but not how public entities can be better run. The more libertarian the theory, the more authoritarian the economic pedagogy tends to be, precisely because its reasoning rests on specious foundations. In Pinochet's Chile, Chicago economists showed their intellectual intolerance of a free market in economic ideas by closing the economics and social science departments of all universities save for the Catholic University in which they ruled unchallenged. Consensus was established not through reason, but by removing from the scene all who disagreed with their extremist policies. Over the past generation, courses in mathematical economics have displaced the traditional courses in economic history and the history of economic thought that might have familiarized students with alternatives to today's monetarist orthodoxy. Equilibrium theorizing has expunged a broad understanding of how economies work, and even the long dynamics of economic history, especially where the dynamics of debt are concerned. The failure of mathematical economics to analyze our epoch's financial strains suggests that its aim has not really been to explain the world as much as to censor perceptions that imply that the financial status quo is unstable and hence must be regulated. Such findings are not congenial to monetarists in their capacity as the political lobby for the financial sector. By ignoring the problems caused by the growing debt overhead, monetarist orthodoxy has removed economic planning from the democratic political process and placed it in the hands of financial technocrats. The effect has been to create a new, and highly centralized, elitist planning in the world's finance ministries and central banks. This poses the question of whether the most important phenomena and dynamics are being mathematized. Do today's general equilibrium, monetarist, and national income and product models correlate the appropriate phenomena, or do they omit key dynamics? To contemporary economists, mathematics has become the badge of scientific method. But is the use of mathematics scientific ipso facto? To what extent may it be methodologically abused? Many economists are trained in calculus and higher mathematics without feeling much need to test their theories quantitatively. They tend to use mathematics less as an empirical measuring tool than as an expository language, or simply as a decoration to give a seemingly scientific veneer to their policy prescriptions. Mathematics rarely is used to analyze statistically the financial tendencies working to polarize wealth and income, or how economies change their shape as they grow. This shape is distorted by the inherent tendency for financial claims bonds, bank loans, and other financial securities to grow more rapidly than the economy's ability to carry them, much less to pay them off. The volume of such claims tends to grow by purely mathematical principles of self-expansion independently from underlying economic trends in wealth and income, and hence from the ability of debtors to pay. Savers/creditors load tangible capital assets and real estate down with debts that in many cases are not repayable except by transferring ownership to creditors. This transfer changes the economy's structural and, in due course, political shape. But today's monetarist models foster an illusion that economies can carry any given volume of debt without having to change their structure, example their pattern of wealth ownership. Self-equilibrating shifts in incomes and prices are assumed to enable a debt overhead of any given size to be paid. This approach reduces the debt problem to one of the degree to which taxes must be raised to carry the national debt, and to which businesses and consumers must cut back their investment and consumption to service their own debts and to pay these taxes. The task of economic regulation is reduced to one merely of setting an appropriate interest rate to reflect profit rates and consumer time preference patterns. An array of measures is selected from the overall credit supply, or what is the same thing, debt securities, to represent money, which then is correlated with changes in goods and service prices, but not with prices for capital assets, bonds, stocks, and real estate. Such economic models all but ignore rent-seeking exploitation and the proverbial free lunch, yet real-world economics is all about obtaining a free lunch. That is why one seeks to become a political insider, after all. Yet such considerations are deemed to transcend the narrow boundaries of economics. These boundaries seem to have been narrowed precisely so as to limit the recognized problems only that limited part of economic life that can be mathematized, and indeed, mathematized without involving any changes in the social environment. The resulting logical constructs of modern mathematical economics were not created without some degree of protest. Already a generation ago F.J. Dyson complained that mathematical intuition is more often conservative than revolutionary, more often hampering than liberating. Citing Ernst Mach's observation that the power of mathematics rests on its evasion of all unnecessary thought and on its wonderful saving of mental operations, he worried that too much real-world complexity might be discarded. 4. Certainly the mathematical badge of science has distracted attention from the tendency for economies to veer out of balance. 5. The problem is that to achieve a single determinate, stable solution to any given problem, always posed as a disturbance to a pre-existing balance, general equilibrium theorists are driven to assume diminishing returns and diminishing marginal utility in order to close the system. Such an approach is not a passive tool in the sense of an X-ray machine revealing the essential skeleton of reality. It is more a distorting mirror, in the sense that it formulates problems in a way that makes them appear amenable to being solved with a single determinate solution. This singular solution is achieved by postulating a production function based on falling productivity as more labor is applied to capital and land. As for consumption, each added unit is assumed to give less and less satisfaction, so that more revenue is saved as economies become wealthier. This means a falling marginal utility of income. The more one earns, the less one feels a need to earn more. This is fortunate, because most models also assume diminishing returns to capital, which is assumed to be invested at falling profit rates as unemployment declines. Income and wealth thus are portrayed as tapering off, not as soaring and polarizing until a financial collapse point, ecological limit, or other kind of crisis is reached. It should be noted that the above variables all but ignore the economy's growing debt overhead relative to its assets, and the associated flow of interest. A particular kind of mathematical methodology thus has come to determine what is selected for study, recognizing only problems that have a single determinate mathematical solution reached by or what systems analysts call negative feedback. By contrast, a positive feedback model would depict an economic polarization that has an indeterminate number of possible resolutions as conflicting trends will intersect, forcing something to give. At such points the economic problem becomes essentially political. This is how the real world operates, but to analyze it would drive economists into an unstable universe in which the future is up for grabs. Such a body of study is deemed unscientific, or at least, uneconomic, precisely because it cannot be mathematized without becoming political. The hypothetical parallel universe approach to economics. Marx defined political economy's task as being to lay bare the economic laws of motion of modern society. 6. By contrast, equilibrium theory describes how market relations might settle at a stable resting point if only the world were something other than it is. An economic universe is envisioned that is not in political motion and that is not polarizing. This hypothetical world is characterized by automatic self-adjusting mechanisms, so that active government policies appear unnecessary. It is a world free of the financial dynamics of debt growing at compound rates of interest. One must suspect a political reason for the aversion felt by economic model builders to the real world's financial dynamics. To acknowledge their tendency to create structural problems would imply just what it did in Sumerian and Babylonian times: the desired economic balance must be restored by fiat, that is, from outside the economic system. Neglect of the debt overhead therefore is a prerequisite for economic models to generate laissez-faire conclusions. A what-if universe is postulated, the kind of world that might exist if finance capital were not a problem. After all, what is not quantified is less likely to be perceived and regulated. Economies are supposed to be able to pay their debts simply by saving more. The working assumption is that saving is invested productively, not in creating yet new debts. Sufficient saving and investment thus are assumed to enable any society's growth in debt to proceed ad infinitum, as creditors are assumed to invest their earnings to further expand output and raise living standards. Any increase in saving is deemed to be good, regardless of whether it is invested productively or parasitically, physically or financially. Yet such saving in reality consists not only of direct investment in tangible capital formation. It also takes the form of stock market investment and real estate speculation in the ownership of assets already in existence, merely bidding up their price. What is neglected is today's most characteristic pattern of lending, the investment of savings in the form of financial claims on wealth bonds, mortgages and bank loans. Channeling savings in this way enlarges the volume of financial claims attached to existing productive assets in an exponentially expanding process. This debt overhead extracts interest charges which are recycled into yet new loans rather than financing new means of production to help economies grow their way out of debt. In recent decades such debt claims have grown more rapidly than tangible investment in factories and farms, buildings and homes, transport and power facilities, communications and other infrastructure. Economies have been obliged to pay their debts by cutting back new research, development, and new physical reinvestment. This is the essence of IMF austerity plans, in which the currency is stabilized by further international borrowing on terms that destabilize the economy at large. Cutbacks in long-term investment also are the product of corporate raids financed by high-interest junk bonds. The debts created by businesses, consumers, and national economies cutting back their long-term direct investment leaves these entities even less able to carry their mounting debt burden. They are forced to live even more in the short run. Interest rates rise as debt-strapped economies become riskier, for as Adam Smith observed, interest rates usually are highest in countries going fastest to ruin. 7 And as interest rates rise, yet more money is shifted away from direct investment into lending at interest, until the system is torn apart from within. Capital flees abroad, the currency falls and unemployment rises. No doubt a point must come at which the burden grows so large that it shakes the public out of its hope that matters somehow will return to normal. In the end, the global economy must be obliged to do what Adam Smith said every debtor government historically was obliged to do: let its debts go. Now that global debts are becoming dollarized, however, it is less possible for a national economies simply to inflate their way out of debt so as to make what Smith called a pretended payment. The only options are default or outright repudiation. But it has become academic fashion to imagine alternative virtual realities in which no such debt problems exist. This turns economics into something akin to science fiction. The literary critic Colin Wilson has observed that in evaluating such fiction, the proper question to be asked is, what if the world were really like this? What does such speculation teach us? Let us ask that question of today's monetarist fantasies. Fearing government regulation to be corrosive, monetarism warns that governments should not act to shape the economic environment. In particular, they should not seek to regulate financial markets, for that would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. But is this planet Earth, or a hypothetical world in which the charging of interest either was never invented, or was banned long ago? Such theorizing may be useful as an exercise in alternative history, as it might have evolved in some parallel universe. But monetarist mathematics are not those of earthly reality. The economist's idea of science itself appears otherworldly. Not being amenable to a singular determinate mathematical solution, the problem of analyzing the incompatibility between the growth in debt claims and the economy's ability to pay is deemed unscientific. In this respect, the way in which modern economists use mathematics diverges from what a scientific empirical economics would be. The main criterion for success in modern economics is its ability to maintain internal consistency in the assumptions being made. As in science fiction, the trick is to convince readers to suspend their disbelief in these assumptions. The audience is asked to take seriously problems posed in terms of a universe in which money is spent on the production of current goods and services or saved, but not lent out to create a debt problem. Students are asked to believe that debts will not tend to grow beyond the means to pay, and that any disturbance in the economic balance will be met by automatic stabilizing responses rather than requiring action from outside the market economy. In sum, to believe that the growth in debt overhead is not a serious problem, it is necessary to suspend our natural disbelief in the fiction that shifting the money supply can steer interest rates to a precise level that will keep the economy's debt and credit, new saving and direct investment in balance. Economics versus the natural sciences, the methodology of as if. What is even more remarkable is the idea that economic assumptions need not have any relationship to reality at all. This attitude is largely responsible for having turned economics into a mock science, and explains its rather odd use of mathematics. Typical of the modern attitude is the textbook, Microeconomics by William Vickery, longtime chairman of Columbia University's Economics Department, 1992–93 President of the American Economic Association and winner of the 1997 Nobel Economics Prize. Professor Vickery informs his students that pure theory need be nothing more than a string of tautologies. Economic theory proper, indeed, is nothing more than a system of logical relations between certain sets of assumptions and the conclusions derived from them. The propositions of economic theory are derived by logical reasoning from these assumptions in exactly the same way as the theorems of geometry are derived from the axioms upon which the system is built. The validity of a theory proper does not depend on the correspondence or lack of it between the assumptions of the theory or its conclusions and observations in the real world. A theory as an internally consistent system is valid if the conclusions follow logically from its premises, and the fact that neither the premises nor the conclusions correspond to reality may show that the theory is not very useful, but does not invalidate it. In any pure theory, all propositions are essentially tautological, in the sense that the results are implicit in the assumptions made. Point 8. This disdain for empirical validity is not found in the physical sciences. Ptolemaic astronomers were able to mathematize models of a solar system revolving around the Earth rather than the Sun. The phlogiston theory of combustion was logical and even internally consistent, as is astrology, former queen of the medieval sciences. But these theories no longer are taught, because they were seen to be built on erroneous assumptions. Why strive to be logically consistent if one's working hypotheses and axioms are misleading in the first place? Lacking empirical testing and measurement, economics narrows into a mock science of abstract assumptions without much regard as to whether its axioms are historically grounded. The self-congratulatory language used by economists euphemizes the resulting contrast between economics and science. Pure theorists are depicted as drawing heroic generalities, that is, banal simplicities presented in a mathematical mode called elegant rather than simply airheaded. To the extent that the discipline uses mathematics, the spirit is closer to numerology than to the natural sciences. Indeed, astrology also is highly technical and mathematical, and like economics it deals with forecasting. But its respectability has not lasted. Is this to be the destiny of today's economic orthodoxy? At first glance the sophistical tendency would appear to find an antecedent in John Stuart Mill's 1844 essay on the definition of political economy, and on the method of investigation proper to it. In the definition which we have attempted to frame of the science of political economy, we have characterized it as essentially an abstract science, and its method as the method a priori. Political economy, therefore, reasons from assumed premises which might be totally without foundation in fact, and which are not pretended to be universally in accordance with it. The conclusions of political economy, consequently, like those of geometry, are only true, as the common phrase is, in the abstract, that is, they are only true under certain suppositions, in which none but general causes common to the whole class of cases under consideration are taken into account. Point 9. Mill's objective here was to isolate the principles appropriate to each dimension of social science, so as to avoid the confusion that resulted from intermixing them. Recognizing that people and societies were multidimensional, his logical method sought to segregate the various dimensions of social existence layer by layer, so as to deal separately with the economic pursuit of wealth, the political policy arena, and the respective subject matters of the other social sciences then emerging. This was not logic for its own sake, but for the sake of a systematic analysis proceeding step by step. However, post-classical equilibrium economists have pursued logical consistency as an objective in itself. Disembodied from reference to how the real world operates, logic has been turned into a game. Rather than forecasting how the world will respond to the strains now building up, economists project existing trends in a political and social environment that is assumed to be unchanging. When this becomes a condition of the mathematical analysis itself, the idea of economics merely as logical consistency plays a much less logical role than it did in Mill's day. The problems inherent in this approach are typified by Nobel Prize winner Paul Samuelson's conclusion of his famous article on the gains from trade, in pointing out the consequences of a set of abstract assumptions. One need not be committed unduly as to the relation between reality and these assumptions. This attitude did not deter him from drawing policy conclusions affecting the material world in which real people live. He defended his factor price equalization theorem, which states that under a regime of free trade, wages and profits will tend to equalize throughout the global economy, by claiming simply that our problem is a purely logical one. Is if H, then inevitably C a correct statement? The issue is not whether C, factor price equalization, will actually hold, nor even whether H, the hypothesis, is a valid empirical generalization. It is whether C can fail to be true when H is assumed to be true. Being a logical question, it admits of only one answer, either the theorem is true or false. 11. Contrasting this theorem with the real-world tendency of international incomes and wages to polarize rather than equalize, Gerald Meyer observes, it need not come with any surprise that factor returns have been so different, when in short, the restrictive conditions of the theorem have been so clearly violated in reality. 12. But is it not sophistical to speak of reality violating a theory? Theory violates reality, not the other way around. If one must be logical, why not start with realistic rather than merely hypothetical assumptions? The answer, I am afraid, is that realistic assumptions do not lead to the policy conclusions pre-selected by economic ideologues. This would explain why Samuelson-type trade theories continue to treat the international economy as a thermodynamic system to be analyzed by entropy theory, whereas the real-life world economy is an expanding system in which labor migrates and capital flows from low-income cold economies to high-income hot ones. Wrong-headedness rarely is accidental, there usually is a self-interested policy motive. In his essay on How Scientific Are the Social Sciences, Gunnar Myrdal observes, facts do not organize themselves into systematic knowledge, except from a point of view. This point of view amounts to a theory. He emphasizes that contrary to widely held opinions, not only the practical conclusions form a scientific analysis, but this analysis itself depends necessarily on value premises. 13. What modern economics lacks is an epistemological dimension, the capacity for self-reflection so as to perceive the extent to which economic theorizing tends to be shaped by narrow self-interest. There is a banker's eye view of the world, as well as the perspective of financial manipulators, industrialists, and so forth. It was the strength of Marxism to deal with economic theorizing critically on this level. Perceiving class biases, Marx viewed economic theory critically as apologetics for advocates of one policy or the other, a rhetorical system pleading for special interests. The 19th-century American protectionists likewise pointed to international biases between lead nations and latecomers regarding free trade theorizing. Today, a self-centered monetarist worldview serves the global financial interests that have emerged to dominate the real economy. To understand its blind spots, an awareness of the self-serving motivations underlying Chicago school monetarism is necessary. We are entitled to ask whose interests are served when economists claim that their assumptions need have no connection with reality, yet then proceed to make policy recommendations. Why do so many economics departments teach the assumptions of, say, the Heckscher-Ohlin-Samuelson theory of international equilibrium rather than starting from more realistic assumptions capable of explaining the real world's financial and economic polarization? The products of low-wage economies exchange for those of better-paid labor for a number of reasons. Productivity differences have long been cited, but another factor also is at work: chronic depreciation of the currencies of low-wage countries as a result of the capital transfers they make in a vain attempt to service their foreign debts. In the end, these debts will prove unpayable as they mount up at interest beyond the economic means to pay. The austerity programs used by the IMF and other creditor institutions are defended by models that conceal this mathematical inevitability. By depriving debtor economies of capital, educational programs, and other basic infrastructure, austerity makes it harder for indebted countries to catch up. Matters are aggravated further by privatization programs that serve in effect as voluntary and self-imposed forfeitures of public assets to foreign and domestic creditors. Creating a statistical profile of financial relationships is impaired by the fact that when wealthy individuals operate out of offshore banking centers, they appear nominally as foreigners in their own countries. Yet economists have constructed models in which such offshore havens, foreign debt, land values, and the composition of savings and debt appear as statistical black holes. Such omissions help these models serve as fairy tales to rationalize today's untenable status quo. Everyone is depicted as ending up in a stable and even equitable equilibrium. A striking analogy of the impossibility of the world's financial savings continuing to grow at compound interest ad infinitum is pointed out by Edward O. Wilson, citing the arithmetical riddle of the lily pond. A lily pad is placed in a pond. Each day thereafter the pad and then all its descendants double. On the 30th day the pond is covered completely by lily pads, which can grow no more. He then asks, on which day was the pond half full and half empty? The 29th day. 14. By the time people feel obliged to argue over whether the economic glass is half empty or half full, we are on the brink of the last days. To financial optimists, it may be pointed out that growth in the economy's savings is simultaneously growth its debt overhead. As debts grow, less and less saving is recycled into tangible direct investment. This may be good news for stock market and real estate speculators, as savings are used to inflate the stock market and real estate bubble. But in the end the economy shrinks precisely because this faux wealth serves as a distraction, drawing savings away from direct investment in tangible capital formation. What is lacking in the models preferred by vested interests is the use of mathematics to project the point at which trends intersect. At these crisis points economic forces do not have an inherently economic solution, for the response must be political, by forcing a policy conclusion to be made. A relevant mathematical economics would include an analysis of how wealth is turned into political power by campaign contributions, ownership of the popular press and media, and the subsidy of education and culture. These public relations for the vested interests promote solutions to crises that increasingly favor these interests as the economy polarizes. The analysis of such phenomena is dismissed by general equilibrium theorizing that assumes a constant and unchanging political environment. Changes in laws are deemed to be exogenous to the subject matter of economics proper. The word exogenous is heard so often these days, along with externalities, that one wonders just what is left in economics proper. At issue for a more relevant empirical economics are the dynamics of social history, political institutions, and the environment, not just the mechanics of supply and demand. Governments tend to become the debtors of last resort. The culmination of this process is found in modern financial bailouts of private sector, socializing the losses to savers. So we are brought back to Adam Smith's maxim that no government has ever repaid its debts. This is why nobody's savings have mounted up to become the equivalent of a solid sphere of gold extending from the sun out beyond the orbit of Saturn. The 12th century accumulation of wealth of the Knights Templar was seized by Philip the Fair, who dissipated it in warfare. The wealth of the large Italian banking families subsequently was lost in loans to Britain's kings, who dissipated the proceeds in waging their perpetual wars with France. Most early debts were wiped out by wars, and by their inflationary aftermath in more recent times. Other fortunes were lost through confiscation, and bad judgment such as often is found with risky foreign investment. Some fortunes were dissipated by one's heirs or turned into land acquisition and other prestige asset ownership. The relevant point for the social historian is that financial fortunes cannot continue to accumulate in the aggregate, precisely because the mathematics of compound interest are economically untenable. Throughout history it has become increasingly difficult to keep such fortunes viable. Money has been plowed back into increasingly risky new loans in ways that may impoverish and polarize the surrounding society to the extent that they find no counterpart in new tangible investment enhancing the economy's means to pay. The moral of all this is that there are different kinds of mathematical economics. What the Cornell philosopher E.A. Bird referred to as the metaphysical foundation of modern physical science has become a politically tinged metaphysics in the hands of monetarists and neoclassical economists. Just how far their non-quantitative spirit diverges from the origins of economics is reflected in the closing words of David Hume's Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. When we run over libraries, persuaded of these principles, what havoc must we make? If we take in our hand any volume, of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. 15. Mathematizing the economy's monetary and financial dimension. Not all trends proceed at the same rate. At some point certain major trends must intersect, and something must give. This is the definition of a crisis, literally a crossing or intersection of trends where the political structure must accommodate itself to promote one trend or the other. The example with which most people are familiar was made famous by Malthus, who argued that population growth tended mathematically to grow in excess of the economy's ability to supply food. The result, he concluded, must be starvation, wars or other natural checks, or else a voluntary limit to population growth. Since the late 1960s, the Club of Rome has warned that modern resource-consuming trends are unsustainable in light of the world's more limited growth in the supply of fuels and minerals, fresh water, and air. What these warnings achieved was to bring to people's attention the fact that whereas most mathematical economics has focused on foreseeable, narrowly determined consequences, over time the indirect external economies of commercial behavior tend to be larger than these direct economies. But they also have tended to evade mathematical and statistical treatment. Point 16. The limits to growth warnings proved to be premature a generation ago, but one cannot say the same thing for the growth of debt/savings at compound interest year after year. Any statistician plotting the growth of an economy's debt quickly finds that existing trends are not sustainable. The growth of debt has become the major cause of economic downturns, austerity, and financial polarization, creating financial crashes and, in severe cases, social crises. Debt may be viewed as financial pollution, entailing major cleanup costs. Public policy is needed to cope with the incompatibility between the inability of consumers, businesses, and governments to pay their stipulated debt service except by transferring an intolerable proportion of their assets to creditors. These transfers are done through bankruptcy proceedings, the liquidation of corporate or personal assets under distress conditions and, in the case of government debts, privatization sell-offs. The indicated solution is to limit the proliferation of debt by borrowing less, for instance, and to channel savings more into equities and tangible investment than into debt claims on economic output. If present trends continue, it will be necessary to write off debts when they become too overgrown. This entails writing off the savings that have been invested in debt securities, and this has now become the major political problem of our epoch. Yet monetarists, the very people who claim to specialize in financial science, see this crisis as an anomaly rather than a natural consequence of pursuing Chicago school policies. They urge economies to submit to financial austerity by sanctifying debts rather than saving themselves and their labor force at the expense of debt and savings trends. An enormous volume of statistical research has been produced to analyze money and prices, and their links to interest rates and hence to the prices of bonds and other financial assets. When examining such research, one should bear in mind that monetarism focuses on only part of the credit supply, bank deposits and high-powered money in the form of reserves invested in government debt. In reality, the economy's entire range of securities and other assets is available to be monetized or, more literally, creditized. The potential credit supply consists of the volume of marketable securities and debts outstanding, which their holders can collateralize as the basis for yet more credit, plus equity in real assets, that is, the portion of tangible asset values to which debts have not yet been attached. Most money and credit is spent on transactions in financial securities, not on real goods and services. Each day the equivalent of almost an entire year's U.S. national income passes through the New York Clearing House to buy stocks, bonds, mortgages and other bank loans. It thus is misleading to correlate the money supply only to transactions in current goods and services, national product. Such correlation analysis is not necessarily causal in any event. It is all too easy to mistake cause for effect. It therefore would be misleading to leave out of account the pricing of financial assets, bonds, stocks, and marketable debt securities such as mortgages, packaged consumer loans and so forth, and of the tangible assets, land and buildings, factories, and equipment, on which this credit is spent. Nonetheless, These asset transactions seem to have disappeared from statistical sight as the focal point of monetarist analysis has shifted away from wealth and assets to consumer spending. For instance, despite the fact that the major asset for most families, at least in America and Britain, is the home in which they live, no adequate statistical time series for land and buildings is collected or published. In many cases one is obliged to estimate real estate values by looking at the growth of mortgage credit as a minimal proxy. The very idea of what constitutes money remains in a state of confusion. To describe it simply as a set of counters neglects the fact that bank deposits and savings do not take the form of money as an abstract asset in itself, like gold or silver bullion. Rather, currency and bank money are debt/credit instruments. One person's saving usually finds its counterpart in other people's debts. If an individual or company deposits money in a bank or savings and loan association, a large portion of the deposit will be lent out as mortgage credit. Or, a saver may put money in a money market fund that channels its inflows into government bonds and corporate EIS. The definition of money thus needs to be grounded in the overall superstructure of credit and debt. An expanding superstructure of financial claims for payment grows and attaches itself to the economy's income and assets. These claims find their counterpart in liabilities on the opposite side of the financial system's balance sheet, example the debts owed by the banks to their depositors, by insurance companies to their policy holders, and so forth. They are securitized by the issue of bonds, mortgages and other EIS. They represent the savings of people and the institutions through which people hold their savings, including pension fund contributions, social security, bank loan portfolios, insurance company reserves, and so forth. All these savings/debts must be paid out of future revenue. Financial securities are not simply a mirror image of real economic activity, the other side of the balance sheet of assets and debts. They are a claim for payment that may be equal to, less than, or greater than the economy's ability to pay. When it comes to deciding what must give, the economy or its financial superstructure, the latter turns out to be more powerful and hence, more real than the economy's tangible flows of output and income. Entire economies are being crucified on the altar of debt and subjected to austerity and its foregone economic development. On this basis, financial institutions have become the major economic planners of our epoch, usurping the former role of governments. Yet monetarists profess to oppose such centralized planning. What they evidently oppose is planning by elected officials with a broader set of social concerns than those of monetarist technocrats. At the microeconomic financial level, it seems wise to maximize one's return on equity by indulging in debt pyramiding. But for the economy as a whole, these savings/debts accumulates rapidly. Wealthier economies tend to become the most highly indebted precisely because they have the most savings. Interest and amortization payments to savers tend to increase beyond the economy's overall ability to pay as debt service absorbs more and more personal disposable income and corporate cash flow. This constrains personal and business spending, creating the phenomenon of debt deflation. Yet no mathematical models depicting this process has been deemed acceptable by today's monetarist orthodoxy. If there is any planning to be done with regard to the banking and financial system, the central issue of mathematical economics as applied to the financial sector should focus on how economies should cope with the tendency for debts to mount up until a crisis erupts. Monetarist models deny that any practical debt limit exists. Economies are supposed to solve their debt problems simply by succumbing to austerity, which is presented as the solution to the problem rather than a sign of having entered the financially moribund stage. Perception of the debt overhead problem is concealed by the characteristic feature of today's finance capitalism, an asset price inflation of property markets, that is, rising land and stock market prices. This asset price inflation goes hand in hand with debt deflation of the real goods and service producing economy. The failure to model this dichotomized economy is not the fault of mathematical economics as such, but reflects the constrained reasoning at the hands of the monetarist school that has monopolized economics departments in the world's universities. Monetarist models serve largely to distract popular attention from the extent to which more wealth is being generated more by the asset price inflation than by building new factories to employ more people. What has happened is that the classical distinction between productive and unproductive credit has been replaced by an ostensibly value-free theory claiming that money earned in one way is just as economically worthwhile as money earned in any other way. This is supposed to be the case regardless of its consequences for employment, national prosperity, or other effects held to be extraneous to purely financial concerns. Hard facts tend to be the preoccupation of technocratic economics, whose predictions focus on the short run, that is, on marginal changes rather than structural transformations. But economic truth involves a much broader evaluation of society and even culture, as economic theory itself may be viewed as an exercise in cultural history. To the extent that free market monetarist economics has now become the world's de facto form of global planning, it threatens to bring about a poorer and more unfree world. If its models and their euphemisms do not make it clear just why this is the case, the reason is a politically motivated blind spot. Monetarist planning subjects the world to austerity to pay debts to a creditor class absorbing a growing proportion of the world's wealth, leading to economic polarization.